Okay, give it just a minute. Let's let a couple people in, and then I'll start chatting or blabbing. Wow, I think I actually picked a time nobody else was streaming.
If it sounds too good to be true, it is.
Well, now you know what I was watching last. Ken PB. I waited till he stopped. I waited till he a little early for me, but we'll see how it goes. We'll be starting as soon as we. Oh, God. OC Omega. Hey, how you doing? That's weird. You don't show up as somebody viewing. Are you sure you're viewing? I want to get rid of this lozenge. Don't want to listen to that. So how you doing, OC Omega? Thanks for stopping by. Okay, might be caught with the lag a little bit. Not sure what you said no to, but give it a minute. And if a couple people don't step in, I'll start talking coins or showing coins or doing something with coins. Glad to hear it. Yeah, I've been so sick lately. It was really tough not being able to stream because of all my coughing. Kept showing up at other people's streams that wanted me to come on, but it's so tough when you have to pause every second. Hector, hey Hector. How you doing, my friend? Wow, you even caught me at the right time for you. Late, but not my normal late. Glad you caught it. I think oldies will be in here in a minute. Fantastic, Omega 1100. That's fantastic. You know, it took me years to get to 1100. Probably like 6-7 years. But once I hit that, with the help of a few channels like Michael Kittle with his giveaway, when we gave away the SVDB 1909 penny, it skyrocketed. I think I got 600 or so subscribers out of that. And now I think I'm at 2,300 or so. It's doing good. Doing pretty good, Hector. Thanks for asking. Well, you're doing good, Omega. You know, things are so different these days. We didn't have so many giveaways, and when I was on, it was before they were doing all the coin roll hunting and doing the $50 that people pay into or donate for. So things were really different back in the beginning. I've been on for 10 years. And I saw a young guy today on the Digger channel. Should I forget his channel's name now? But he had a stream going about an hour ago, and this young kid, I think he's 16, 17 years old, and my goodness, he has quite a collection. He collects antique paper, newspapers, magazines. Got to see some great foreign banknotes or world banknotes, similar to what I've got. Real nice condition, pristine, high grade, near flawless and flawless. He has some really neat stuff. I haven't seen all his coins. I've seen a little bit of what he has, but I only had a chance to watch one of his videos. Hey, Arnie, sorry. My eyes aren't what they used to be. Sorry, Arnie. I've seen you before. Thank you. I wish my camera was focusing a little better. We'll work on it. There we go. Oh, I'm sorry. That was probably loud for you guys. I even collect the brand new coins. I don't care. If they're in really good condition, that's one of my favorite ones to collect. But I even keep ones that are real poor condition. The real poor condition ones are normally the 60s and back, but I've been really lucky with my collection. Melissa, hey, how you doing? Alrighty, let's see here. Yeah, I think there's only one Tryman here. This one here is a not a try. How you doing, Melissa? Whatever you'd like to come up, come on up. More fun when there's someone to talk to. And please help me with watching the chat. That's always my biggest issues when I'm doing this. And I'm out of practice. Been more than a month since I've been doing my streams, or continuously doing streams. Number 46 mail call, nice. You know, people love watching those mail calls. I watched quite a few of them. Hey, whenever you get a chance, Melissa, that's fine. And tell that hubby he's a lucky guy. You are an absolute sweetheart, Melissa. I really enjoy chatting with you. Yeah, I've been pretty lucky with my collection. A big part of my collection came from an older couple that I just cherished when I was about 13 years old. And they had a huge walk-in safe and shelves completely full of boxes of coins. And at 13 years old, because, I hadn't really been open to too much on the coins, I was just collecting mostly. Well, at 13, it was more than bankrolls, but mostly bankrolls and the stuff that my coin shop had. And he was more of a silver guy, so had a lot of the Franklins and those things. But I didn't know there was 3-cent pieces and 2-cent pieces and half-cent, half-dime, large cent. I didn't know any of that existed till they showed up. At 13, I started going to a coin club in my town, and they ran it. And they kept taking me home and showing me all their stuff and teaching me things. And I ended up with their collection. I was a lucky person to, I was always really kind and always helped out and became friends with their kids. And then when they passed away, they had left a letter for their kids to get a hold of me to price out their collection and to let me have some. And it's funny, the kind of person I am a very karma conscious person. And the coin I picked out, sure, I could have picked out the $800 Carson City or, one of the extreme coins they had, which they had quite a few of. But no, it was a $70 coin that I had looked at so many times as a kid. And I just always was grateful for the things I had and really appreciated those that were able to collect this kind of stuff. So it was a thrill to be included in that part. And unfortunately, the shops were so horrible that they didn't offer much money for their collection. That's the way it goes. I was just in the right place at the right time and was good to good people, and that came back to me tenfold. And for those that don't know, because I know quite a few of you do have heard this story, the price that they were given by the dealers that I was able to bring in, I brought in 3 of them. I think one of them was only $6,000 or $7,000, and then one went to 10. And the family wanted to sell it for 10, and I told them, "Oh gosh, that's not even close to the value of this collection." And I told them, "Please don't sell it for that." And they offered it to me, but I didn't have that kind of money. I think I had about 8,000. So I made a deal with them that in a month I would pay them $2,000 more, and I did. Took the collection and then came up with $2,000 more, and then in the following month I came up with another $15,000, and I paid 25 grand for this collection. I had to sell a lot of it to come up with that, but I couldn't let them get taken advantage of. These are the people that taught me coins and really improved my abilities to collect coins and to get so knowledgeable on them. So I need to do a video someday. Everybody keeps telling me I need to do a video. Okay, now if for some reason my computer restarts, forgot I was doing something with some updates. I'll be right back on. Coin Captain, how you doing? Nice to see you. It's been a while. Trying to get back to doing my streams. Okay, OC Omega's. Oh, let's see. I can show this. His oldest coin is 1834, 1 cent, a large cent. Nice. I really like the large cents. So, and that may be what you think is here, but oh, 1 cent. 1 cent. I thought those were my half cents. So my table where the camera is off a ways from me, so I can't see it really well. And I messed up my focus. Try not to show my address and stuff. I don't know why the camera's messing up. I have been working all day and the camera was probably on all day because I wasn't paying attention. How about some other oldest coin in your collections? I think mine is an 1800. Other than I do have some ancient coins, but as far as U.S. coins go, I think 1800 is my oldest one. Disappointed with the focus. I'll keep working on it. I'm gonna mute it for a second so I can tap my camera. Huh. All right. Maybe I can just zoom into just a few coins. We'll do it that way. So 37 is really cool. Those of you that have been on my stream before have seen this one. Nice piece. That one was in junk, foreign silver. And paid a couple dollars for it. I was pretty sure I knew what it was. Hey, Al. But I went back as soon as I was sure what it was and paid a fair price for it. I just won't take advantage of people. The coin shops, they probably have it coming, but my coin guy's been pretty fair to me. And I take that back. I know that I have taken advantage of one of the shops here in town that just rips people off, but I did it so I could meet the person that got ripped off out in the parking lot and pay him fairly for his coins. So Rosa, hello. Sorry, I've sold a bunch of my trines. I don't think I have any more for sale. But if you can send me a email and let me know what you're after, I'll double check. I also have a couple friends here in town that have some older silver stuff, so I can check with them and see if they have some. I know one of my friends had quite a few of them at one time. So just send me an email. And that goes for any of you that are looking for coins to make a purchase or trades. I do trades. I do sell some of this. I like sharing with the new collectors and let them get some nicer pieces and get a super fair price. And if you trade silver, I normally give you a couple dollars over spot. So just let me know if that's something you're interested in. Yes, I knew you meant try. Mike Badger, nice to see you, buddy. Well, I can't see you, but I recognize that name for sure. I've really missed chatting with all you guys. It's kind of hard to be. I definitely am a chatterbox and love talking coins. And some people wish I get off my butt and do a better job, like poor Al, who's been waiting for some coins and some other things for me for quite a while. Luckily, he doesn't live nearby. But that'll be going out soon. I've just been too sick to go anywhere. And of course, Al's going to be the first guy to tell me just to kick back and relax. He just acts mean sometimes. You just gotta look past that. He's a super guy. And when it comes to the foreign notes and coins, oh my gosh, it's who I go to. Tells me what I have. We have such great people here in this community. I just love being a part of it. Fun being, I've been here for 10 years. Been collecting for, oh gosh, I was trying to figure it out the other day. Well over 50 years. But I started pretty young. I was 5 years old or so when I started. Well, my mom bribed me with bankroll pennies. She was a banker. And I was a bad boy that didn't do his chores. So she started bribing me. And, well, thank goodness she did that, because that's how I ended up with the collection that I have for bankrolls. And I used to have a lot more, but I sold a lot of the silver when it hit $48 and $49 an ounce. And I did it a couple times. Been pretty lucky to have built my collection back up in time to catch the silver spiking again. Then my poor grandkids, I've been telling them, when silver hits a high price, we're going to take your silver and sell it. And they're all like, no, my collection's to keep. It's like, well, we'll be able to get you a bigger collection as soon as the price goes back down. So it's kind of funny. I've really instilled the collecting part in them. Hopefully not the hoarding part, but Rosa started about a year ago. It's never too late. We have a lot of collectors that are older than me that have just started, and it's never too late to start this one. You just got to be smart about how you do it, and learn. Get the right books. Like the Red Book is a must for everybody. Here we've got Michael Kittle, who sells coins that are 20 and 30 grand. And he uses a Red Book. He uses a Red Book probably every other couple days. Not for pricing, but for all the other information. It's just full of great facts. It's an absolute must for a beginner. It's actually a must for everybody. The Red Book is the one book that I push the most with everybody. All right, I guess you guys are tired of looking at this stuff. I'll start showing some coins. But somebody was gonna hop up here and see where it went from there, but give me a minute and I'll start showing some coins. So I can go through any requests. I showed some nice walkers the other day. I have two of some really nice steals. And then I've got my boxes of Morgans and Peace dollars. And I don't think I've shown my Franklins too often. I've got some nice full bellline Franklins. I do have some key dates, but I don't think I could find them because they're kind of mixed up in some of my other mess of coins. Unfortunately, I when I was doing my streams, let's see if I can show you. I end up having to put together this big gallon bags and some of my really nice, valuable coins are in there. It's hard. I show so many and should put them all right back where they came from. But for some reason, that's not the way I show coins. Don't know why. Let's see here. Here's one of my nicer ones. It's not too bad. So this is the type 1 and 2. There's 2. Really cool to have this. And the type 1's not very expensive, even in this condition. I highly suggest if you haven't ever gotten a Buffalo before, pick up a nicer one. Spend the money, get a full horn. Try to get a better date like this one. This is the first year they did them. Yeah, the type 2 is the one I just showed. Did I show them that way? See, one's on a mound, one's on the line. So these are both 1913, type 1 and 2. This is 1. Good examples. These are really clear, clean coins. There's only a few marks on them. Don't think they'd go above 65, but they'd probably be pretty close to that. Let's see what else I can pull out of this bag. Now, some of the collections I buy have coins in these flips. I don't personally care for them, but have yet to get this one into a flip. That's a nice one. I just wish the clip wasn't where the date was. And the clip is a clip, but if you've got a date on it, it's a lot better. Let's see if I have a second. A 1930 Buffalo. Cool. I really like the Buffaloes. Oh, and what I was saying is get a nicer Buffalo if you haven't got one yet before, because they are a fun one to collect, and most of them are pretty fair in their prices. Oh, I thought that was a full stepper, not quite. Here, give me a second. Let me pull one of my boxes and let's see here. I think I got one of my Fords right here. Background might be a little dirty, but it'll work. I thought that one had some steps. It actually does, but it's not a full stepper. And I'm going too close without enough light. You can see quite a few the steps there. But it has to have all of them. Yeah, that's true, Mike. Yeah, I don't normally have that opportunity to have something that's not known. So I haven't really, gone through the correct procedures of dating them. And I know you can date quite a few of them. Nice bag of mixed coins. Take a look at a couple of these. Rosa says she has a V nickel and other nickels, but they're not a favorite. I tell you, the V nickels, get a real nice grade one. They're pretty nice. But unfortunately, most of them aren't nicer grades. And yeah, they just don't present well. It's like the barber too. So many people have seen barbers in poor condition. Well, I've got a few barbers that are high grade, and man, they're gorgeous. I don't care what anybody says. I have a ton of barbers. Probably have 300 or 400 barber hats in my collection. Probably a little bit more than that. I know I bought a really big bag a couple times at Atvex when I was looking for filling my books. So it has a couple scratches. Also looks like it could have some clash. The die break, something's going on there by the O and 1. All right, Mike, just send that address over to my email and I'll get it in the mail to you right away. I've had a few people ask me for stuff like that, and that's always my answer. No problem. Oh, yeah, and the ones that do it on when I'm showing, my 400 or 500 pounds of pennies, it's like, okay, as long as you're paying shipping. I'm gonna get caught with that shipping bill. So I have two things going on with my collection. One, I'm starting to get close to 1,800 pounds. But the scary thing is, and the reason why I've slowed down on my collecting, is because I've always promised when I hit 2,000 pounds, I'll get it all down on a table I have yet to finish. Because I have a table that will actually hold the full 2,000 pounds. It's a 5-inch walnut slab It's a very special type of burl, and 5-inch thick walnut. It's hard as a rock. It's about 10 feet long. It would definitely do the job. So it's kind of scared me because putting this collection all together, the videos I've done, have taken me a couple days to get it all back. Day or two to get it down there and shown. Definitely a couple days to get it put away. That's 1940. SMK, hey, how you doing? Now, if you come in the room and say hi to me and I don't say hi back, just say it again, and let me know I'm being rude and not paying attention to my chat, because that's the one thing that really upsets me is when the people who do the streams don't pay attention to the chat. OC Omega says he has a 43, 43D, and 43S steel war penny. Nice. I'm very lucky on the steels. I probably have about 15 rolls of them. Unfortunately, they're not BU. I wish they were. I did have a roll that was BU, and one of my grandkids really liked it. So that's where that one went. Now they're upset because I told them they're going to have to share with everybody. And because of the amount of grandkids I have, that's only five coins apiece. It wasn't that nice. Don't know why I was pausing. Still have a couple rolls of this one that I have yet to go through. I keep them for special occasions. Like Christmas time, I was going to do one, and I just was too tired this year. But I'm sure I'll get to a roll soon. Okay, just a minute, EVG. I'll put it up. I'm totally guilty. You are rude. Duh. I said hi to you, Rich Callie. No, just kidding. Hey, I'm always guilty of that. It's very frustrating because, like I said, that's the one pet peeve I have about people who do streams. It's the ones that don't watch their chat. Because that really does upset me. It's like, we're all there to learn. Even me, 50 years into the hobby, and I still learn stuff every single day. And the best part about it is there's so many younger guys out there, or collectors, sorry, ladies. So many new collectors out there that specialize in a certain field, like the Flying Eagles. I mean, we have a person that has just gone bonkers on the different varieties, and he's just brilliant when it comes to that. And a lot of you know who I'm talking about. It's just neat that this hobby is so big that there's room for brand new people to come in and take over on a certain type of coin and lead the field. I mean, truly lead the field. It's crazy. Oh, sorry, I thought that was a little older. That one's a little messed up. So, and I got really lucky on my last purchase of wheat pennies. Man, I got 75 rolls of high grade brown wheats. starting in 1909. I think so far I've pulled 11 or 12 1909s from it. No SPDBs, but that's okay. Come on. Got really lucky. I paid like 130 for all these rolls. One of my Bitter Coin guys that really takes care of me. And there was 2 rolls of brilliant uncirculated 1957 Ds, and there was 2 rolls from 1934 to about 58, I think. It had every mint mark, every date from 34 up, and they were in this condition. Just beautiful coins. Very lucky. And there was 1 memorial in the whole group. Okay, now that one looks like it's got a fingerprint. Definitely a fingerprint. So not in this condition. But there was only 1 memorial, and it turned out to be a 1984 double die, double ear. And I sold that for $130, which paid for all the coins. And I still have all these wonderful coins. The rolls, the 1909s were fine condition to almost uncirculated. Just really nice. Brown, but still in that condition. So, and I've yet to go through them. I've gone through about 10 or 12 rolls. And I need to start doing them on one of my streams. I should start a series with them, because that would be really cool. Sorry it takes so long for this to focus. My little camera's really picky. And I don't have my microscope set up right now. SMK. Oh. Sorry, I thought you were asking a question. BBG says he sticks to halves. I'd rather know a lot on one thing than a little bit on all things. Well, it isn't bad to know a little bit about all things and it's still become prime on just one type. And you know, you say halves. Well, I'm sure you're talking Kennedy's, but if you're not, that's a huge field. There's, you know, quite a few coins for just the halves for US. And it's pretty cool. Bigfoot, hey, how you doing? Nice to see ya. Nice to see all my group back in here. I was really worried there'd be somebody that'd take up my space or place. And I know Melissa has been on in early mornings. She always has been, though. Okay, not going to show this. Let's pull it out and see what this is. So I'm just showing at random. I'm not looking at these beforehand, so I might show a couple lemons. Look at the back first. Okay, let me get these out. But see, I'm starting to make a pile again, and that's just going to go in a bag. Oh, I guess that came out of a bag, so it's not that big a deal. Okay, let's see if I can really nice condition. There we go. Not full stats. But a lot of these are pretty tough for certain dates. Let's see what this one is. Now, I'm not touching the face of the coin. It's rare you'll see me touching the face of the coin. Well, that's not true. On some of my old copper, I do, but anything that has some luster to it, I'm pretty careful on. 1957. That's what the other one was. Okay, now this is a common type of steps that I end up with, and we used to call it a blob step, where the step has no form, no individual steps at all. It was pretty common for certain years. Let's see what this one is. And can a coin like this be worth money? Oh yeah. In high grades, it doesn't matter if the steps are there or not. 54. Now, I don't know my prices well enough to tell you what a higher grade 54 is, but there's quite a few of the nickels that are really high price for 67 grades. And in fact, if you got full steps on them, some of them only need to get to 65. And you got some big money. It's really serious money on some. And me and Hector were talking about this the other day. For 1967, there's not even a full step listed for PCGS. You know how they have the tabs, so you can tab to the full steps? That's not there. That year had 0. Man, wouldn't it be cool to find that one? Now, that coin, if I'm remembering correctly, even without full steps, in MS67 grade, I believe it was $3,200. So, you know, don't give up on these nickels just because they don't have full steps. So, and I don't know if any of you, or how many of you watched Blue Ridge Silverhound. I really like watching him. He's the kind of guy that will admit when he's wrong or guilty, which he did in either today or yesterday's video when he talked about my favorite moneymaker, my high-grade pennies from 1950s and 60s. And I've been doing pretty good selling them for the last 5 years. It's how I pay my bills. And it's frustrating because when I watched the video, I kind of knew that my coins were going to be part of what he was saying about collectors don't collect these anymore because the market's changing and they're losing their values. And the 67 plus pennies that he was showing that were getting a couple grand a year ago, he showed one, I think, from January 2019, and oh no, I think it was February and then June. And in June, one sold for $1,000 less, and it was the same grade, same quality of coin. So pretty sad. And he said all of the 50s and 60 pennies are losing their values for the high grades. Even the top pop coins are losing their values. And he even said that, you know, he's probably partially responsible for pushing it with people, telling them, you know, these are the coins to have. And I'm responsible because I'm the ones that have been putting them on the market. I've put tons on the market. A couple coins every month for the last several years. Well, close to 5. Let me show you this one. This one's really interesting, and it's something that most people don't talk about. Because when you get a coin that has this white look to it, this white gloss, normally it's what they call the milk toned or stained coins. The Canadian coins were getting this really bad. Well, this is a bit different. This is actually a type of toning, or it is in my opinion, and I love them. I have a whole bunch of these that are all from pretty much 71 and 72. And they just have just the most beautiful, it looks like in hand, it looks like somebody poured a real thin layer of milk on the coin. And it's really deep. It looks wet. Don't see it as much on the back side. But on the front side, it's really strong. I just wish I could make it so you guys could see it the way it actually looks. But I collect them all. I collect those ugly proof coins that turn black. I collect the spotty coins. I collect the coins that look like somebody took a toothpick with tone on it and just poked the coin all over the place. I just like tone coins, so I collect them all. So I was going to show my 56D over D, but yeah, I don't have my microscope set up. I do have a few coins that are the double mint mark like that, or over mint. That's what this is. Isn't that toning? Isn't that cool? Now, for me, this is like a wood grain. Hey, Craig Durbin. Another Durbin. How you doing? There's definitely a weak spot there in the bell lines. Not a full bell lines, but it's close. The fields are pretty clean. Now, if you guys see me muting my mic, it's only because I'm coughing. I'm lucky so far. Yeah, Craig, I don't think you've been on too many of my streams before. I know a few of the other Durbins have been. I don't know what you've got. Let me put his comment up. Now, do you mean that you have some extreme coins? Or you actually have coins that'll make me cry because have holes and problems and issues? That one's pretty nice. Steps aren't there. I don't believe. Like I said, I'm not looking at any of this beforehand. Okay, let's see what he said. Yeah, I remember talking to you. I think I've talked to you a couple times. Just wasn't sure where you were going with what you said. So there for a long time, I was able to say, well, I still can say I have one of the largest coin collections on YouTube. So, and I've got some pretty extreme coins for high grades. Like I said, I've been making a living at it for a long time. And before I was making a living here on, and for the last 5 years or so, before that I was selling on eBay, and I was selling 100 grand a year for the last couple years, 4 years, I think, maybe 5. There wasn't much profit in it. 100 grand sounds like a big deal, but it was mostly cherry picking to improve my own collection. Wow, that's not true. I was improving my grandkids' collections, putting together sets for them. So my grandkids have a beautiful commemorative set for both modern and old commemoratives. We also have 20 plus pounds of silver. The oldest one has close to 50. And yet I still have about 200 pounds of silver in my collection right now. But the other grandkids are growing wise and they want theirs to increase. So I'm sure I'm going to suffer soon for it. Oh, Craig, I'm sorry. I have seen your coins. Okay, now just because I now realize who you are, I have to change how I'm showing things. Okay, guys, hold on just a second. Let me pull out my Morgans. All right. Now, Craig has a beautiful collection, but he hasn't taken the time. Well, I don't know what his situation is. There could be a million things. But a lot of his stuff is in Ziploc bags and not very well kept the way most of us would like to see them kept. But hey, he's got a whole bunch of them. So, but here is a box of 50 Morgans, 25 in each row. And I keep them from this condition, which is probably the lowest condition that you'll see in here. Come on. Let me get this out of here. I might have to change this up a little bit. There we go. So that's probably the lowest of my conditions for this box. There's only a couple of them that are in that condition. Most of them are more like this. And if you got these, this is how you should be keeping them. And at least in flex. And I'm sure you have your reasons for not switching over, Craig. But there's a whole bunch of people willing to send you flips. I'd take somebody up on it. Yeah, look at Al. Go, Al, go. Go, Al, go. Melt them Morgans. Especially ones like this one. And like I told you guys before, Al's a great guy. Gets a little grumpy sometimes, but don't we all? OC Omega says he has a 21S Morgan Silver dollars. Those ones, you look for the die breaks. They have some really neat die breaks for those years, or that year. Well, it's not showing the chest feathers too well. I think there's more feathers there. Yep. Just not focusing too well. I promise soon I'll get my system back in order and have my microscope set up so I can start doing these all properly. I just haven't been streaming or messing with my coins too much lately. A lot of people were asking what was going on, and well, I'll be honest. Let's see, plastic coins are cool if I was a kid and could swindle kids at school out of their lunch money. I knew you were that kid. Darn you, Al. I was the kid that all those other kids came to for protection. And I didn't charge money. I had issues with bullies. Yeah, I forget what these airtights are made out of, but there's zero PVC. These are museum grade. I get mine here. In fact, I've got a shortcut for it because so many people have asked. Let me show you the. Here's where I get my airtights from. Now, there's a couple companies that make them, and most of them are pretty good. You just have to be careful if you're getting the ones without the fillers. There are some that don't have this foam ring, and they're to fit the airtight just perfectly. And sometimes when your coins are in this condition, you know, higher grades, they get stuck in there. They're very hard to get out. Now, I know some of the companies have fixed that issue for most of them, but you still see those floating around. So you got to be real careful. I really like this airtight company. I've got over $5,000 invested with them in just airtights. So I've gone and really trusted them. I've had no issues. I'm purposely testing a bunch of them. I have a bunch that are out in the sun. I have some outside. I have some in moisture areas. I even have some where I cook my breakfast and have eggs and other things being around them all the time just to check. And I've got no issues so far. Now, I'm not sure what that foam ring is, but it's an inert, totally safe product. And it's what I use. I use that, the center part out of these to go in my coin rolls that I keep. Here, let me show you. These are the coin rolls that I have. I've got close to 1,000 of them right now for my pennies in these. And I use the foam insert out of these to put on the top and sometimes on the bottom so the coins stay a little more sealed. Any air in these, now this one is a roll that I'm putting together right now, so it's less than half empty. But you won't see that with my bank rolls. My bank rolls are completely full to the top and are sealed, so there's no air in them whatsoever. Because that's how you keep them from toning. Toning is great for everything but pennies. You got toned pennies. PCGS won't even grade. Like 1 out of 10 will get a grade if they're toned. And it's probably lower than that. Okay, Al, just a second. He made him buy his atomic fireballs. I love those things. I love cinnamon and hot stuff. Always have. There's a Cajun sauce that was produced for years. Not quite sure where it was actually coming from. But every time the guy showed up at the fair that we had, I was invited to sit with him behind his booth and munch all his really spicy stuff. And he'd bring all these special meats to put them in. So I'd be eating all these Cajun hot sausages and using these hot dips and making sandwiches out of them. I love that stuff. Can still eat it from time to time, but I can't go gun ho like I used to be able to. I do still eat my hot salsas, but I have been upped. So I have a Mexican family friends that I visit quite often, and they put out some really spicy hot salsa, and I was dipping it pretty good. I was getting some product on the chip and dipping it into the juice fairly good. And then these little 3 and 4-year-olds were coming by, just completely sinking the chip into them and filling them to the top and munching on them and not having any issues at all. And I was drinking quite a bit of water and stuff. And these little kids just put me to shame. So I've only had that happen to me one other time. I was at a Thai shop. That was where one of my martial art classes were. And the shop closed by the time I was done with my class. It was a 3-hour class. And me and my buddy would drive together. It was in another city. And we got to become friends with the owners of the shop. So they'd open their doors for us and let us in there. It was just when they closed and they would be feeding their families. And we couldn't ever order anything. We'd had to eat what they were serving everybody. So that's, oh man, I tasted some of the best food, things I would have never ordered on my own. And their little kids were eating those hot sauces. And me and my buddy would give each other's a hard time if we couldn't eat this hot stuff. And then the little kids just put us to shame. Pretty funny. Mr. Monkey Swag, how you doing? Sorry I didn't see you come in. No, I did see your saw a comment that you had made in somebody's video and reminded me to go to your thing. So I jotted down a note. I've got a little note around here that says to check out your site. I'll definitely go check it out. You always have some great stuff. If you guys, there's only a couple people that I put at the top of this hobby. And I think Michael Kittle is quite a ways up there with his knowledge. He knows tons. But Mr. Monkey Swag and him go off, and it is a lot of fun to listen to the knowledge that's passed between them, going back and forth with their stories about coins, and Mr. Monkey Swag with the history of and ancient history things, and it's pretty cool. You should check out his channel because he's got some great stuff on there, and he is a very intelligent guy. Certainly going to be one of the coin dealers to come, I'm sure. This one has some toning. Not focusing too good. Well, Mr. Monkey Swag, I think you hold your own pretty good with Michael. And yeah, he is really, really smart when it comes to U.S. coins. But it's also neat hearing somebody that has such a broad spectrum of knowledge for things, and not just coins, but tons of stuff. It's funny because I was doing my streams, and Michael Kittle would be on my stream almost every night. And then when Mr. Monkey Swag would get on there with Michael, the rest of us would just go quiet for an hour at a time because they were just rolling and so full of knowledge. I learned so much when these two were chatting. It was really fun. That's some of the best streams I've ever had, is the two of them chatting and just going back and forth on the coins and their knowledge and the history of, and pretty cool stuff. And Mr. Monkey Swag's a young guy, college age, and Michael Kittle's a little closer to my age, old guy. So that says a lot. All right, let's see. Omega, take it easy. Thanks for stopping by. And I should start streaming again regular, so you should start seeing me up there. Normally right around midnight or so, West Coast, till the early morning. So normally Michael Kittle doesn't even get on here till about 2. So the one thing you guys need to keep in mind is the hobby is a really neat hobby. You can do a lot of neat things. There's full rolls of BU coins that can be had for fairly good prices. You just need to be careful. If you're buying off of eBay, make sure they have a return policy. I wouldn't buy anything off of eBay that didn't. Compare those prices to other things that have already sold on eBay. Don't buy something because it sounds like it's a great deal without doing your homework. That's the key to this hobby, is you really got to do your homework. Make sure you know what you're getting. And if you can't get the information, it might be for a reason. There may not be a good reason to purchase that coin, or why those rolls haven't sold before, whatever. Most of the rolls, though, are a good thing to get into because you get so many coins. And as long as you're not paying too much, the best thing is to get the gray sheets and use those. The gray sheets is what the dealers and bigger, or smarter collectors use to buy. It gives all the prices for what you should expect to buy or pay for from a dealer, or more average prices from like eBay. And now they're giving 3 different prices, I believe. So I need to start my subscription up again. I normally do it for six months or so at a time. Yeah, Craig, eBay has gotten pretty bad, and you do have to be careful, but there are a lot of good deals to be had on eBay. You just have to really know what you're buying. I did really good buying penny rolls on there. In fact, some of my coins that I got graded MS67 reds were rolls that I got off of eBay, 50s and 60s. But you got to know the rolls. I've been studying them since I was a kid, so I have a lot of knowledge on the rolls. I collected the wrappers. I collected the coin wrappers on purpose so I would learn the different years of wrappers, because that's one of the biggest giveaways is when you have coins from the 50s and 60s and wrappers that weren't done until the 70s and 80s. So, and I can tell when a roll's been opened and put back together. I've got a video about that, probably a couple videos that gives some really good information. When the ends are bigger than the center, when you see fading from the center to the ends, a lot of times they take brand new wrappers and they have to age them. So they roll them in sand and stuff like that to give them age. So you just have to learn all the little tricks. Now this one's really cool because it's got some really nice die breaks. You see the die breaks by the states. And as I turn this coin, I think this one you'll see it most of the way around. Yeah. United has it. Kind of weak there. A little bit on one. So quite a bit of ways around the coin. So these coins you can look up on the VAM website for all the different types of errors for these coins. I bought the book, but now they have the website's really well put together. You can look these things up. I don't know the website offhand, but just look up VAMs in YouTube and you'll find a listing for it. Because so many people use it. This one's not in very good condition. Got a lot of luster though. You know, when I was selling on eBay, I was selling mostly silver lots, $40, $50, and $60 lots. And I'd sell it for $1 or sometimes $2 under spot. And you would think that that's a good way to lose money, but I was actually getting them really cheap and had a couple guys that had, one had the big 50-gallon drum barrels full of Kennedys. So I was getting a really good price. Yeah, my email is in my about. It's just my channel name with at AOL.com. So richcali21 at AOL.com. So, but it's all there. I have a PO box and stuff too. Just send me an email with what you're after and we can work something out. Thanks for joining us, Rosa. Oh, is Al going to? Oh, sorry, Al. Just spotted it. I give him a hard time for going to bed so early, but not early where he's at. So take it easy, Al. Yeah, you guys should check out Al's channel if you aren't familiar with him. All these big goodies, he's really smart with his coin stuff. He does tons of videos. I think he has like 300 videos. And his biggest problem is he gives his coins away. But that's not a bad thing. I truly believe karma comes around for people like Al. So he's really good at the foreign coins. And knows his stuff with the foreign. Head to the Numinicus, how you doing? Just going through some Morgans. Just did about 10 of them. 12 of them or so. Got another 35 or 40 to go. Again, the eBay. The one problem is a lot of new collectors don't know what they're after. And that's a really good place to go to see coins you didn't know existed for US coins. Start looking up for the half cent, the half dime, the 2 cent, the 3 cent silver, the 3 cent nickel, the half dime, I think I said that one, the 20-cent piece, the flying eagle. If you're a new collector, sometimes you haven't heard about these coins yet. And I always tell the new collectors to pay a few dollars and get a typeset folder. You don't need to get an album. You don't need to pay $20 for an album. Just get the folder. Cost you $3 or $4, and get the US typeset. And that'll give you one of most of the coins that were minted in US. Because the one thing you don't realize is you may not have found your favorite coin yet. You may think you have with a Franklin or a Walker or a Standing Liberty quarter, but then you find out that there's these trines, these beautiful, let's see, I have one right here. This one's not in very good condition, but has a shield in it and a star. It's upside down, I think. That's a 3 cent silver. They called them trimes. Really cool coins. I really like those. Or something like this. Let me do it on here. Sorry, my camera is on a suspended copy stand for photography. Oh, my camera's messing up. Let's see here what's going on. Huh. All right, give me a second. Let's see what's going on here. Maybe I wasn't close enough. Okay, it just doesn't want to do close focus right now. Anyway, so that's 1837 half dime. There's some seated Liberty. There are just some really cool coins out there. Get this back to these Morgans. There we go. I think it was the light. So it's picky camera. So eBay is a really good place to look at coins you didn't know were around. Or look at some of the YouTube channels that show their typeset albums. That one's got some odd color. Gotta be careful of the ones with odd color. If it's not color you've seen before, you should really be careful. I don't think there's anything wrong with this one. I think it was probably with some other coins. Because a lot of these coins were kept in the raw next to things like nickels and steel pennies, and sometimes that can do a number on these coins for their tones. All right, you guys want to keep looking at these or look at something different? Let's see what people want here. Got some nice walkers, got some full bell line Franklins. Give me just a second here, putting the last coins away. Okay, anybody have a suggestion for what to look at next? No suggestions? All right, I'll show some Franklins. Again, here's a box of 50 of them. I love storing them this way. It's a great way of doing it. Now you have to give me a minute once I get the first one down so I can get the camera situated again. Oh, that's not so bad. And if I go closer, I'm sure it'll go out of focus, right? $63. I think I need to set up the light just right to get the full bell lines. Now 63 is the last year of the Franklins, but with full bell lines, it just puts them in a whole nother realm. They got some really good value. But if you get the older ones, I think it's the 52 and the 53s that are worth just ridiculous money. With full bell lines, like 10 grand and over. I did a video about those because most people didn't realize the values. That's full bell lines. There's a couple little issues with the line going across, but I think for the most part that one's a good one. That was a 48. Yeah. So I do have some of those dates. They're not 67s though. Now that one's got some issues, but it does have most of the bell lines. Oh, history questions. I love history questions. Don't know that one though. Oh, here's a 53 too. Now, take a look at the coin really close. See some issues on his cheek. A little bit on the upper cheek. A little bit on the top hair line above the ear. Down low, there's some issues right there. But the fields are pretty clean. There's some toning, so that's what the spots are. Oh, there's a little scratch right about, let me get my pen. Nice to have a good toning device. I'll just use paper. So there's a scratch right there. Right there. And there's another little one right below the hairline there. That's not too bad. The cheek, of course, is the worst spot for it. I love those bell lines. Well, there's a little bit of a line across the right there. But if it's minor, which that one's not too bad and doesn't go all the way through all the bell lines. I think this one would pass as a full bell line. There you go. Oh, there it is. So definitely has a rub though, and that affects them really bad. The rub is on the top of the bell right there, and one right there. Now this could be from other coins rubbing up against it. Could be something else. What I find is the issue normally, and probably the case with this one, is smaller coins. Smaller coins that got in there and rubbed too much, or just a big strike from a close to same size coin. I think that would still grade pretty good though. And if you look that one up, an MS65 full bell line on that particular year is probably fairly good money. In fact, just 1 second and I'll look that one up. So 1953 Franklin $50. Let's see here. So that one's actually a D. Yeah, that one's a D. Now the 53D in MS65 is $85 for a non-full bell line. A full bell line, MS65, oh, isn't that funny, is the same price. So the money doesn't happen until you get to 66. And that one's really odd because most of these with full bell lines, MS65 would be a little higher value. Let me see what 53 is. Yeah, a 53 full bell lines, and this must be the year I was thinking, is $650. But if you make it to 67, oh, none has never made it that far with PCGS. But a 66 plus is $9,000. So let's see, is this a 53 Philly? No, that's a D2. So it's interesting just how much these things jump. And like I said, even in 65, and 65's an, I wouldn't say easy grade to get, but it certainly is one that's possible. If you have full bell lines, that means you got a better coin. So that one does not look that good for the bell lines. Looks like there's some rub going on there. So I would not give that one a full bell line. 59. Oops, that one's a proof. Shouldn't have been in that box. Because this box I thought didn't have any proofs whatsoever, but I haven't been good with putting those things away. And just out of curiosity, let's look up what a 48 really is. Oops, is it really? Yes, it is. So 48, the first year they made them, and a full bell line. And MS65 is 110. And I knew this coin didn't have that high a value. But if you make it to 67, and that first coin I showed you is probably a 66. It's 66 is 400. 67 is $3,000. And some of them hit 20 grand. It's just crazy on the full bell line Franklins. Pretty neat that coins that you can pick up that could have been picked up in the last 10 or 20 years can have that kind of value. 63. I have a bunch of 63s. That one doesn't look like it has its bell lines. I think there's more lines there than what it's showing, but you can see a lot of damage across the back of that one. Let's see. What is a 63? We'll do a 63 Philly, an MS67, no full bell lines. Oh, they haven't made it that far. A 66 plus is $1,300, but with full bell lines, a 65 is $1,200. A 66. All right, you guys ready? A 1963 Philadelphia Franklin with full bell lines, and 65 is $1,200. In MS66 full bell lines, it's $20,000, and they haven't got a 67, but the 66 plus got 4 times more than the 66. It's $85,000. That's the last year they made them, and it's worth $85,000 for full bell lines. People can find those. I mean, you think you can't find them, but I know I have a couple here that are close. I've put a bunch of them in my grandkids' packages because I knew they had really high values. I don't think they were that high a value when I did it, but I'm not surprised. 39. Full bell lines. There's definitely some issues going on. The Liberty Bell is certainly supposed to have a crack, but it doesn't go horizontal. So that one has some issues, which the scratch would reduce the grade. And there's a little bit of something right there in the top, but that one could still get full bell lines. It just depends on how clean those bell lines are. Oh, it looks like there's a couple more scratches right across here. Oh, now I'm seeing one down here too. But keep in mind, a 65 could get away with that. As long as those scratches aren't going through those bell lines. I think what the key thing is on the bell lines, and I'm not an expert on them, but I think when it only goes through the top section and stops, focus. When it goes through the top section, like this line right here does, and not through the bottom, that's something that they'll allow if the scratch isn't very deep. If it's a minor scratch, but the scratches that start at the top line here and go all the way down to the bottom of the bell, those are the ones that ruin the full bell lines grade. So, and I've seen a lot of coins that I felt should get the grade. So just do some research on those. If you have one that has those scratches, it might be worth sending it in just to see. So this one unfortunately has quite a few scratches on the bust, the collar, a little bit on the cheek. It's kind of spotted from getting some small dings. Not sure if that one has bell lines. I think most of these ones should have the full bell line, but I might have got them mixed up a little bit. Oh, that one doesn't look like it. Shouldn't be in the box. And did the full box have full bell lines? No, but most of them, or more than half had full bell lines. The other ones had most of the lines. Like this one, it's just hard to see. And that is a key to the full bell lines, is when you do have the really prominent lines, it tells you you have the better coin, because it's not so hard to see. Oh no, this is an S. 52S. So 52S. A 67 is $1,100. Ooh, they even have a 67 plus that got $4,000. And with full bell lines, 65 is $750. A 66 is $1,750. And the 67 is $10,000. Now let's talk real prices, because looking at these, the last one that sold at the last one that sold at a 67 full bell lines was in 2016. So that's kind of too far away to be an accurate price, and it sold for $8,000. In 2015, one sold for $10,000. In March of 15, one sold for $21,000. And in November of 2014, one sold for $25,000. So they only have, isn't that funny? There's 4 prices and it shows a population of 3. That's funny. And that's old. Now, here's a good example of PCGS not keeping up to date the way they should. They have 4 prices for MS67 full bell lines, but they only list 3 in their population. That's sad. That's 4 years old, and they still haven't updated it. I wonder why. That seems so strange. Well, I do like Klondike bars. Midnight. How you doing, Midnight? Just showing some Franklins. Show the back of this one again. Bell ends are pretty weak on that one. There's quite a bit more there, and what you guys see, they are fairly weak. Moving on. Now that's some nicer bell lines. And we have a D. I see some Mars or things or something that's messing with some of the bell lines on the far right of the lower bell. Not too bad a condition, a couple dings here and there. Not too bad in the field. 57. Now the 57s, I don't think their values are very good. Check. Yeah, it's only $70 for a 65 with full bell lines, $170 for 66, and $14.50 for a 67. Oops. Yeah, that's for full bell lines. So that's a little low. There's certain years, though, that they were just common to have the better strikes. So the prices aren't as good. Well, I see a lot of issues with this coin. A lot of bell lines, but look at all those little things. So this is one of those coins that was kept in a baggie. Or, sorry, Craig. This is what happens to your coins when you keep them in a group, in a bag or a box or a can. That's why you should keep most of them in rolls or in flips and airtights, because this won't happen. And the chances that this happened after somebody collected it is huge. A lot of people kept them in a drawer with a whole bunch of coins that they opened every single day, sometimes several times in a day, for 10 and 15 years. This one's probably not that bad of coin to be the 10 or 15 year one, but yeah, a couple years being used a couple times a day, that'll screw it up. And look, this one has most of its bell lines and should be in a lot better condition. Chances are that is because of the way it was kept. And that side's not as bad, but in fact, that side's pretty good considering what the reverse looks like. So this side was probably down. Preservation is so important for your coins. If you've got some good coins, take care of them. Save them for your generations below you. I truly appreciate you. I know I had a couple coins passed down through the family from great grandparents and stuff, and well, unfortunately for me, most of them kept them as pocket coins. So although I'd never sell them for any type of money, because it was something my great grandfather had used as a good luck piece. In fact, I was told when he played his poker, it would go on the table on top of his cards. So it got handled a lot, and it was in real poor condition, but it was nice and smooth, no dings and dents and stuff. and a coin that's still in the family. I'm doing pretty good. Still have my cough that is still messing me up. I was trying to stream yesterday, but I was coughing so hard. I think I streamed for a short time, but P52. Is that an S? Sorry, guys, I can't see. Yeah, 52S. Let's see what this one is. It's got full bell lines. Let me see if it is a true full bell lines. Nope. And this is the frustrating part. Now, you might see more bell lines than what I'm seeing because sometimes the camera picks up real faint lines. But right there, there's no bell lines when I look under my loop. And sometimes the shadow will show up when the light is moved. I've got the light down on this coin. But what a shame, because that's a pretty nice coin. The fields are super clear. Okay, let's see. This is 52S, right? Let's lift that one up real quick. Oh, yeah. The 65 is 750. 66 is 1750. And the 67 is 10 grand. And would it get it? Last one sold was 2016. Oh, we did this one before, huh? You're there. This is the same price as that last one. Because it's 8,000, 9,000. Oh, yeah, it is. Because it's got 3 populations. Sorry, guys. Didn't mean to duplicate. That one's not in very good condition. $59. No, that one doesn't have much value even with the full bell lines. And it does look like they're there. A little weak on that bottom. Oops, another proof. These proofs don't show it very well. Uh-oh, hitting a couple proofs. Yeah, I got another box around here that must have the rest of my non-proofs. My business strikes. That's what I meant. Here's another coin that got put in that darn top drawer. And I think 62 is a really good one to have in these higher grades. Looks like the bell lines are there, but boy, there's so many little dots on that other side. After the last coin, the dots were on this side. This one has it on the purse. What a shame. Worth grading? Well, if 65 got a good value, then you might squeeze a 65 out of it if this side's super clean. Which it has a big scratch right here. The rest of the coin's pretty clear for this side. So you just gotta really check them out. Because if one side's really good and one side's not bad, but definitely has some issues, sometimes you can get closer to the grade of that opposite side if that opposite side is really clean. 53. Couple marks in the cheek. Those are nice bell lines. Yeah, those bell lines show up pretty good. Now see the... No, that's not so bad. Okay, let's see if there's anything to be had here. Okay, this is actually a good example. This one in hand does have full bell lines, but they're weak. Now, they're strong on the right side on that upper one, but the rest of those lines are pretty weak. Poor strike. I mean, there could be a couple reasons why this coin has issues. The strike doesn't look that bad. The letters look pretty good on that bottom part, but sometimes there's certain issues where it just doesn't give nice, clear, clean lines on the bell. And of course, that's the key to these coins. I used to tell my grandkids when going through my coins that, of course, we were always looking for keyed eights. And that full bell lines are kind of like keyed eights. They're definitely worth checking out. I have a whole bunch of full band dimes, Mercuries and Roosevelts. Tons of Roosevelts, hundreds of them. But the Mercury dimes, I probably have 100 of them. Maybe not quite that much. Maybe 50 to 75, something like that. Oh no, I've got to have more than that. Because I know I have at least a full roll of them, not including what I have in a couple of my boxes. But the Roosevelts, I've had some graded. They just don't sell well, even with full bell lines. Full bands. The full split bands on the dimes is a fun one to find, but they've got to be flawless to get the good coins. And I wish the computers were doing the grading right now, because I think that we would all be getting better grades or more consistent grades than what we get. I've seen some coins that it's just a slap in the face to a person that considers grading important, because the full bell lines or the full steps and stuff like that PCGS and NGC and PCGS and NGC are the only ones you really should be paying attention to for the high grade coins. Annex will grade them, but you won't get the values out of them. But some of the ones I've seen are just absolutely not full steps, absolutely not full bell lines. And it makes you wonder, because they talk about it a lot with certain dealers just get the best grades, whether the coins really deserve it or not. Or some of the earlier ones that were done, they just were far from consistent, and there were certainly friends showing up with groups of coins that got graded by their friends. And I'm sure PCGS just would deny that, but And it's kind of obvious. I've seen some collections from people that have a bunch of graded coins, and you see it consistently through their collection. Not too bad on the bill lines. There's definitely some marks there. No, I think this is one of the ones that is really valuable when it hits the grade. Let's see here. I'm going to get this a little closer, see if it'll start focusing a little better. Oh, there's a, see it? Now it might be on the plastic, but I see a scratch through most of his face closer to his ear. No, hopefully my coughing doesn't start. Okay, come on, camera. This is a 54S. I don't think it has bell lines. Nope. That one's really weak. But I do think that 54S is one of the ones that's valuable. $1960. Just a second, let me look that one up. 60D. One has made it to 67 for full bell lines, and it's 20 grand. And it never got sold, so we don't know if it made its value. There's 766 pluses that did not sell for their value, and the last one that sold, which just sold this year, this year, January 2020. God, that's so weird to say. Sold for $38.40. And PCGS has them listed at 6,500, so it was almost exactly half of its value. And only 7 for population. That should still be getting a lot closer to full value. Let's see here, and it's so strange, and this is a good example of what Blue Ridge Silverhound was saying. Here are the 66s with full bell lines. PCGS has them listed at $1,500. There were 47 of them. That's a lot. Now, I wouldn't expect them to be making their value, but the prices are erratic. One sold in August of 2019 for $870. One sold 2 months before that for $960, and then 2 months before that one, in April of 2019, one sold for $6,300. I mean, it must be some monster tone thing. That's just so ridiculous. And then $840 in the same month. So one sold for what, $5,500 more the same exact month. And that's, $5,000 more than what PCGS says they're worth. That's weird. What do you guys think of that? What do you think is the reason for something like that? That's crazy. That's why it's so tough selling coins these days. PCGS is who I've always gone by, and normally their prices were really pretty consistent. And you were able to look at the last coins that had sold. But yeah, you just don't see it. And the thing that might explain this, and I might be part of the reason for it, is because I sell my coins to a private dealer. It never gets shown on PCGS. It doesn't reflect PCGS prices, even though it's a sale of that coin in high grade. So I'm sure there's probably thousands of people like me that are selling coins to dealers. And then those dealers are going to the auctions and selling them when it's a valuable coin or a couple $1,000 coin. And these coins are probably sold 3, 4, maybe even 5 times before getting to one of the auction houses that will list it under PCGS prices. So that's got to be the reason for it. But I can't explain the one that sold for $5,500 more in the same month. That's so weird. All right, 63. And it looks a little weak on the bell lines. Could you get a look position? Yeah, it looks like they're there, but there's a little bit of issues with this coin. Nice toning though. Or start of toning. Okay, if you guys are tired of looking at my Franklins, let me know and I'll switch to something else. There's another 48. I've got a bunch of 48s and 49s. I probably have 7 or 8 that are full bell lines, 48 and 49. Maybe just a couple more 48s. So that one does have full bell lines. It's just in the shop for a while. Oh, it's weak, but they are there. Now, there was a reason some of these were in white and the others were in black, but I don't know anymore. It's been too long since I've done these ones. And that's the unfortunate thing about them being in these type of holders. I wish that the slots were numbered in the boxes and that there was somewhere to put information. So you could write, reasons for grade or the actual grades of them. And this one has a lot of marks. Looks like most of the lines are there. And there's an S. Number 52S. I have a bunch of those. Now there's quite a bit of the lines in this one, but boy, it has a lot of marks. Fields are pretty clean. It's mostly on the device. Prices. Ooh, a 55. What a shame. All right, which one is this? Come on, focus. 55 really. Doesn't want to focus. Just a second. Sometimes my camera's not straight. Oh, looks like that was the issue. Okay, 55 Philly. Well, there was no 55 Denver or San Francisco. Only Philadelphia for 55. That's right. That's the mint set that looks bare. 130 for a 66. And 67 is 1,250. Full bell lines. A 66 is 250. Oh, but 8,500 for a 67. Now 13 are in the population, and 3 have sold last year. With the last one in September, and it sold for 6,100. The 2 before that sold for 7,000, and the one before that one, which was in July of 2018, sold for 9,400. But then several months before that, March or April of 2018, 7,200. So really strange. And the NGC ones were selling for, one sold for $6,000 in February of 2019. So it pulled the same value as PCGS one, which that's crazy because that never used to happen. So strange the way our times are changing. It's sad because PCGS was so far above NGC there for so long, and now things look like they're starting to change. I think it's because so many people like the NGC holders and can't afford to get their coins graded at PCGS. So there's more coins that are NGC, which has slowly allowed them to take over on, more population isn't a good thing. It's a bad thing, but that one has full bell lines, but there's some issues on that bell. I don't know if it's a rub or what, but it's an S. 52S. My goodness, I have a lot of 52S's. Another 48. I bet the rest of those boxes are 48s and 49s. Ooh, look at those bell lines. Now there's some rub there, but man, those bell lines are nice and sharp. Let's see what those look like here. Looks pretty nice. That tongue makes it a little hard to see the luster. And will that affect the grade when it's got, as far as eye appeal goes?
Normally the toning allows the luster not to be as strong, and eye appeal still fairly good because normally the tone helps the grade. But this is kind of a poor toning, just yellowing. So I don't think it would help much in this case. Of course, can't be a flaming bright colored neon monster tone. Has to be yellow. So those bell lines look pretty good. A couple scratches in that bell up high, but I don't see anything in the bell lines. Another S. Uh-oh, is this another 52? It is. Oh my gosh. I must have 6 or 7 52S's now. That's crazy. I didn't think I had that many. I wonder if this is from, because I had almost a full roll of them. Maybe that was from the roll. Just a second, guys. Alrighty. Sorry about that. $63G. I think that's the one that was worth all the money, isn't it? And I have to check because I forgot if it was a. Oh, I think it was a Philly. Yeah. It's the Philly that's worth 85 grand. Let's see what the Denver is. Sorry. Hopefully that's not too loud. Oh, it's still pretty good, but nothing like $80,000. It's 22 grand. There's only been one and it hasn't sold. And one sold last year in March for NGC and it was 11 grand. Sorry, guys. Trying to cough it out here. Oh, we're down to 6. My goodness. We had 16 or 17 people there for a while. Boy, have we dropped. Oh, now this is a real interesting one. Take a minute and look at this coin. Tell me why you think it looks like this. Because there's a very specific reason. Darn it, starting to cough. Any guesses? Hector, you want to take a shot at this one? I think you might have seen one of these before on another type of coin, a Kennedy. Why would it tone so spotty? So inconsistent. Uh-oh, we even lost a person. Now we're down to 5. No guesses? You guys still there in chat? Oh, fingers. You know, that's a real good suggestion. Not
not the case in this, or it's not in this particular case, but fingers could cause something like this. I've seen it before, normally with copper. This one was in, hey, Coin Captain, a cellophane holder that somebody had. It was like a that material they use for stamps. For those of you that knows the stamps, that yellowish plastic, and it had a whole bunch of holes in it, and had been rubbing up against other coins that had rubbed little holes, little pinholes, and it created this kind of toning. Those little pinholes allowed enough air through for the coin to start toning, and over probably 10 or 15 years, maybe 20, this is what happened. Now, I've had Kennedys, well, I still have them, that have this same type of pattern to them, and they came out of the modern day mint sets and were because of little pinholes that allowed just enough air in to start toning. It's kind of cool because if you had coins for your kids that you wanted to pass down, you could actually put their initials by doing this kind of thing, little pinholes. But certainly would ruin the coin. The kids might enjoy seeing their initials on them in a really beautiful toning, though. So that's something we've talked about a lot before, is the tones. The coins with toning are so cool. I really love collecting them. Let me change the camera just a little. There we go. Pull bell lines. They're pretty weak on that side. They're there, but they're just really weak. A lot of the coins that have the bullseye toning, which is the radial toning that goes around the edges in different colors, and they're in layers. Turn it just a second. Sorry. Anyway, the ones that have that bullseye toning, a lot of those came from the Capital Plastic 2x2s that are the both thick and thin plastic holders. They're 2" by 2". Capital Plastic made them. And they had two different types. One was really thick plastic, something you guys have probably all seen. And then they had a thin one too that was, maybe a 3/8 of an inch thick. But what happened is the big ones, the real thick ones, allowed just enough air in, fairly even all the way around the coin, and that started that type of toning. There's a ton of those coins that were started that way. The other ones were out of the older albums that had the thin plastic that went over the back and front of the coins, and those ones leaked air pretty bad. And a lot of those are album toned rainbow, or the rainbow effect, but they're bullseye toning. So if you ever see those old holders with coins still in them, check them out. Could have something really valuable, because some of those are with the bullseye toning are pretty valuable. What a shame. That one's in pretty poor condition. The bell lines are all there, but there's so much wear on that bell. 48. Now the front is mostly toning that's making it look like that, but there's a little bit, well, there's actually quite a bit on this cheek. Jawbone cheek. And this is a nice luster coin. Full bell lines. D is in really good shape. You see a little bit of a ding there next to the crack. Sorry. Oh, there's my computer trying to restart. Just a second. So if my computer restarts, or if this stream stops, just look for it in a minute. Couple minutes. That's a nice coin. What's it going to be? What year? '53. All right. We've had the 52Ds. Let me look up the 53D. Hopefully my coughing's not too loud. Somebody tell me if my coughing is loud and I'll make sure I don't do it again. Wow. Okay. So this is definitely worth paying attention to. The 1953D, if it makes the 66 with full bell lines, $425. But if it makes 67, it's 25 grand. Let's see here. And 2 sold in 2014. There's been no sales since. Only 6 have been graded as 67 full bell lines. 1 sold for 19 grand. And 2 months earlier, 5 months earlier, 1 sold for 30,000. So 5 grand over the estimated value. But keep in mind, the estimated value was for this year, because those change every year, or they change fairly often. But in 2014, it could have been a higher price, because there's 6 of them. There might have only been 1 or 2. Interesting. Okay, guys, there's 7 of you here. I've been showing Franklin's for a while. You want something else? I have about 7 more Franklins if you want to see the rest of the Franklins. No? Yes? Anybody there? Am I just talking to myself? Did everybody go sleep on me? Okay, let me see here. Let's see. Thank you, Coin Captain. Yeah, that one's not very good looking. A D. And this bell line, but bell has some issues. Thank you. $63. Yeah, be fun to come across a 63 Philly for you guys. Show you a really cool coin that has some serious value. For 80 grand, even I would get that sucker graded. Just keep in mind, a lot of these coins I have didn't have those kind of values, 4 or 5 years ago. As they get older and there's no population. Turned the wrong coin. Oh yeah, that one has some nice bell lines. And that's a nice clear coin. Wish the toning was a little nicer. Oh, a couple of issues in the battle. Oops. Huh. Sorry, guys. Have a nice, beautiful new phone. Sometimes he gets away from me. Hope that wasn't too loud on you guys. Sure it was, though. This mic picks up really well. Yeah, the 1963 Philly full bell line is an $80,000 coin. Super Silverman. How you doing? I didn't see you in the room. In the chat. How you doing? Nice to see you on here. Well, that one's got some really nice bell lines. That toning is not very good looking. Okay, let me change my position again. There we go. Those are pretty solid bell lines. Still alive. Yeah, I had to prove everybody wrong too. Streamed yesterday, or the day before, I forget now. I either did it 2 nights in a row or darn close. I've been coughing up a storm though. Did pretty good for the first hour. I've been having to mute off and on to keep from coughing in everybody's ear. Yeah, that's pretty clear, but that kind of tone just doesn't do any justice for you in grading. They like to see bright colors, not dull yellow. Dull yellow is the one tone you really don't want. Now this one's okay because it's a brighter yellow, but that one's a little weak on the left side. Here. Yep, just it's there, but very weak on that just left of the crack. Another 48. It's only a couple of issues. It's pretty clear. The problem on these is normally the cheek. That one's really clear. Beer Can Burr, how you doing? Now, I'm spoiled for a favorite coin because I like shoot, I'm not even going to remember the name of it. Here, give me a second. The 1795 flowing hair $50. But unfortunately, it's 80 grand for a very low grade, so kind of a tough coin to be in my possession. The coins in my possession, I have a bunch. Really like half dimes, especially the older ones. Now, you subscribe to my channel, and you probably haven't. No, I take that back. I have shown these a few times, so it depends on what you're watching. But there's some nice coins here. The date on that one, 1808. Looks like a really damaged coin or a low grade, but even in low grade, it's fairly valuable. Not positive because I don't have my paperwork here at this moment, but I think that's like a $300 or $400 coin. But yeah, I like Flying Eagles. I like the Trines, the 3-cent nickels. They're all pretty cool. I'm not picky. I'm a typeset collector, so I really like them all. Let's see here. Got one that I pulled out. See if it'll focus this time. It didn't want to focus last time I tried this. $1937. And thank you for subscribing. Sorry, I meant to say that. Really appreciate it. That's a 1837 half dime. It was actually in the junk foreign silver bin. I picked it up for a few dollars and then went back to the shop and paid him much more. But I didn't have my glasses. I was pretty sure I knew what I had. But I don't rip people off, especially people that I'm buying from that do good deals for me. I always try to be as fair as possible. And this is one of my story coins because I have a couple of them. Another one is my avatar. Oh, which I can show you because I have it right here. I think. Oops, wrong picture. That one. Nice diamonds. That's a beautiful 1903 Indian head. It's about an MS65. Could have got a little better grade, but there's a big mark on it and right on the temple area. And there's a discoloration mark that's from the way it was stored. This was in a postcard. It was a Happy New Year 1903 postcard, and there was this little manila envelope on it. It even had a little string. And inside that manila envelope was this penny. I bought the postcard for $3, including shipping. And the poor guy was a coin collector. I got back to him and asked him if he had any more of those postcards. And come to think of it now, and I didn't think of this the last time I told this story, I believe he said he sold one or two of them. But yeah, I paid him a fair value. Well, he only charged me half of what it was worth, but I was willing to pay a fair full value for it. Something I'm very careful to do because I truly believe in karma. I've seen her work, and she can be nasty if you're one of those bad karma people. So what's your favorite coin? Beer can burr. Nice handle. So you just missed. I just showed a whole bunch of full Belline Franklins out of my box of 50. Almost 50. Oh, it is 50. So that's the box I just showed. Most of them are full Bellines. So I showed my Morgans earlier, or some of the Morgans. So what do you guys want to see? I'll leave it up to you. Matt, how you doing, my friend? Well, you can still hear me coughing a little bit here and there, but at least I'm able to stream. It's kept me from taking care of a few people at the post office, but that's coming soon. But yeah, I've been sick as can be the last 3 or 4 weeks. It's been really tough. Been wanting to stream and nope. So I had a few unfortunate things. The reason why I stopped streaming there to start with, I'll tell you guys. 9 in the room. Thanks, Matt. I appreciate it. Hope everything's going good for you. I know you've had a few changes in your life. I hope it was for the better. Last November, at the end of the month, we had a 2-pound baby girl born into the family. She was so little. It was so sad to see a baby so small. And luckily she's home now, but she went through some real rough times. Actually lost some weight before she gained weight, which I guess is kind of common, but when they're only 2 pounds, losing weight is a life or death thing. And has some other issues. Johnny Ray, how you doing? And then we also have a little 5-year-old that has terminal cancer. And that kind of destroyed all of us for a while. Kind of hard to do anything because even now, you can hear it in my voice. So, something no little child should ever have to go through, or parent, and it makes it really tough. Beautiful kid, and to know that they have terminal cancer, or that they're not going to even survive a year, makes it really hard. And we all have these things, unfortunately. I don't understand why children ever get something like this. They should be carefree to the age of 13, 14. But unfortunately, it's the way our world is. And I won't speak of it anymore. But wanted to share, I know a couple of my regulars are on here that I was streaming 8 and 12-hour streams almost daily with. And just wanted to explain why I disappeared for a while. And then I ended up so sick in December that it's kept me from really doing much. But enough sad talk. We will continue on. Hope everything's going great with you guys. Hope it was a great Christmas and New Year's. And I have to give you a call, Matt, and catch up with you. Yeah, I know, Matt. It's part of why I explained it to you, because you had talked to me before. It's just unfair. That kind of stuff. It's like, give it to the parents. Us parents will take that crap. Even if it's fatal, don't give it to our little babies or our little toddlers. It's just so heartbreaking. Sorry. No more. We'll go back to coin talk. I don't want to dwell on that kind of stuff because I'll end my stream and I'm not ready to end the stream. So what would you guys like to look at? I did just do my Morgan dollars a little bit ago, but I didn't go through them all. I just showed 40 something Franklin's, mostly full bell lines. That was kind of cool. I've got some walkers. Got some nickels I can show. I don't think the full banded dimes will show up. They're kind of little. And most of the pennies don't show up too good on this camera. And I don't have my microscope set up right now. Chances are it'd plug right in, but I'm not set up for the light or anything too well right now. So, let's see here. Thank you, Hector. Important to realize the ones that go through that kind of stuff. And it's strange because, like I said, I wasn't going to talk about it anymore. Okay. Let's see. Let's do piece dollars. I haven't done my piece dollars too often. Actually have a lot of 22s, though. That's the only issue with my piece dollars. Unless there's something else you guys want to see, just let me know. Oh, and there's a couple Morgans in this box. I'll show the Morgans first. That's not a piece dollar. Oh, need to back this off a little bit. There we go. Nice chest feathers. Looks kind of like a strike through in the middle of that chest, but I think it's just the way those feathers are. Let me get past a few of these. Oh, here's a nicer one to show, and then I'll get to the piece dollars. 78. I think this is an S. No. All right. Okay, I'll just show the peace dollars. $19.22. Frustrating scratches through On God We Trust, or In God. Pretty good feathers there. A little weak though. So one problem with the peace dollars is a lot of them were weakly struck. Okay, what's going on here? I've got a lot more Morgans in here than I should. This is a little better of a strike. Still kind of weak though. Full strike will be really even details all the way across. It's what you're looking for when you're going through coins. Because if you have a coin, when you're looking for high grade coins, and the strike is not even, you won't get any high grades. In fact, most of them stop at 65. And I'm a 66, 67 kind of guy. I love getting coins back with 67 of them. I've had quite a few. So I'll mention this again because I had talked about it earlier, but it's been a while, a couple hours ago. If you don't watch Blue Ridge Silverhound, you should watch him. He's full of really great information. He has a video in the last day or two about coins that you should stop collecting. And he has some really good points on the ones that he mentions. I don't want to spoil the whole video for you, but he said, and the reason why I like watching the guy is he's a super honest guy that's willing to share the blame when he's to blame, corrects his mistakes, doesn't bother him to say, hey, I researched not quite enough and didn't have the full answer, and now I do, and this is it. Or I was a contributor, which is what he said in this one. The 1950 and 60 high grade pennies over the last year have taken an enormous dive for the high grades and even the top pop coins. And it's really frustrating because those of you that know me, that's my money maker. I make all my money every month off of selling my MS-67 pennies. And right now I've taken a pretty big hit on a lot of them. Luckily, I sell to a private dealer and we're able to haggle the price back and forth quite a bit. Plus, we're trading other coins and stuff that end up getting to equal the values out for me. But this one's not a very good strike. Should be a little more strong. The coins, one of the coins he was showing, I think it was a 51D, and he was showing a 67 plus. And
last year, in the beginning of the year, it sold for 2,300 or something like that. And then 2 months later, another one sold with the same grade for $1,000 less, almost half the price. And they've been coming down since then. So unfortunately, it's a good time to buy these coins and those, but wait until it hits the bottom because they could keep going. It's unfortunate for me because those of you that know me know that's where the biggest part of my collection is. I have hundreds of pounds of those years. In fact, I probably have close to 500 pounds of those years. So really frustrating. But and Silverhound said that, you know, he really pushed people to buy those coins, and he felt bad because now those guys that had purchased them have just taken a huge loss, more than 50%. And yeah, they can hold on to them for a while, and yeah, after like 5 to 10 years, the price can go back up. That wouldn't be uncommon because the older they get, the not more rare, but harder to come by. Normally when people have those coins in those grades, once they sell once, they normally stick with that person for a while. You know, the family collection being passed down to their kids, that kind of thing. That one's not very pretty. But yeah, I've been selling those years of coins for the last 5 years. 2 coins every month. I mean, it doesn't sound like that much, but keep in mind, you know, that's 24 coins a year. So I did 125 roughly coins in the 5 years that I've been selling. Those, not all top pops, but I certainly did have some top pops. But I had lots of MS67. Well, they were all MS67s, with a few getting a little higher. Unfortunately, you know, there was probably a couple dozen people like me doing that, and that was enough to ruin the market. Once you get 8 to 10 coins in those upper grades, the value comes down because people want the coins where only 3 or 4 people have them. You get to 8 to 10, and you know that kind of saturates the market, and it just messes it up for everybody who's doing those top pops. So it'll be interesting to hear what Michael Kittle has to say about it. Did you just crash your computer, Matt? Cajun, how you doing? Didn't see you come on, man. Sorry about that. You've been on for a few minutes. 33. 4 minutes ago. I'm so sorry, Cajun. Been blabbing too much. So it's nice having you up here, buddy, so you can tell me when I'm not paying attention to chat. Makes it hard when it's you, though, and you're not up here. Come on up if you want.
More than welcome, Cajun. Be nice to have you up here. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it was the 51S. I remember it was the 51. Well, the tone ones, unfortunately, pennies are the ones that you don't want to have toned. Because if they have a tone, it less than 1 out of 10 will get graded by PCGS. The rest get red-brown, and that ruins the value. So, unfortunately, if you have them toning, that's not what you want. Hey, Cage.
Hey, Rich, how you doing, man? I hadn't seen you in a while.
Yeah. Long time. All right. Give me a second here.
Super Silverman. Oh, he's got his YouTube on or something.
Somebody's echoing. Oh, everybody's hey, Melissa.
Yeah, Ruby.
Was Wi-Fi hooked up yet, but it's turning on at the moment, so my connection.
No worries.
Hi,
Yeah.
Rick. Hi, Cajun. Hi, Silverman. How's it
Hey,
going?
Ruby. I forget when I pop out my YouTube chat, when I'm setting up a stream, I'll forget to, once I pop out the chat, that means my YouTube site is up. And, so what I do, I usually just hit the back button. I'm on my channel, but I'm in my home page of my channel, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That way I don't get no echo or, less problems. But sometimes I'll forget to hit the back button and my audio comes in myself. It doesn't take me but a sec to realize it.
Yeah, that's what I try to make a habit to immediately mute it before I click on somebody else's stream.
All right, every device
Hey,
I
calling
own
Captain.
that sucks Wi-Fi is now off.
Yeah, I don't hear no echo right now.
So did you have a happy birthday, Silverman?
Is Silverman's audio just a little low, or is it me?
No, it's his. It's always that way.
Oh.
Hey, what you got? What you got? Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
What happened?
Doggy's got something. That little doggy's more trouble than he's worth. Everybody's tripping on him and stepping on him.
Chewing on it?
Uh-oh, even Missy's getting involved.
Where'd that come from? Got it somewhere.
Oh, that
Now you found
little puppy dog.
I knew what you were doing. Just didn't know is it a boy or girl?
A little girl.
Didn't know what she had, but knew she was taking off with something.
Well, no, she was actually chewing on it right there. I thought it was some, picture paper that you print pictures on with your printer. I thought it was that, but it wasn't. But it was an envelope with pictures in it.
Oh, not good.
She had the envelope. Good thing. Yeah, when I'm gonna have to do something, block that
All right. Test
bottom
number
shelf
2.
on
How-
that.
how-
Try number 2, you said? What'd you say, Silver?
You trying to show something?
Am I audible? Oh no, I was just saying
Oh,
how my sound is.
Yeah, that's
Oh.
good.
Yeah, that
Uh,
sounds much better.
Yeah, I was just plugging in my headphones to see if I could fix my mumbling ass.
Hey,
Now-
beer can Bert.
Make it a little more vocally clear, you know.
I know what you mean, but I gotta tease you. Your headphones isn't your mic. But I know it probably
These phones
is.
actually are.
I figured.
Yeah, so these are that stupid little clip, and they're telemarketing headphones.
Keep in
from
mind, I'm old.
Network.
Well, we never used to have headphones that had microphones because we only used them for our stereos.
Right. Had the individual mic you plugged into your tape recorder. I remember when Mom used to make tapes, cassette tapes. They had a mic input, and she had one of these mics. And it wasn't a cheap mic neither, but my aunt and my uncle owned a radio and record shop. And she got it at cost, you know, because it was her brother. Well, her brother-in-law that owned it, so he gave her a nice mic at cost. Back then, a $10 mic was an expensive mic at
Right.
wholesale, you know, because you're looking at $20-25 retail. So she would plug the mic in and then just turn it on, announce the song, the next one coming up. When the record fell, she had a stack of 45s and then albums on this big old long piece of furniture, you know, with all that added in, you know. And I got one like that over here too, with the big speakers in the front, on the sides and stuff. But she would announce the next song. And then that was her party tapes. You know, when you had guests over or whatever, you know, that mixed music, you know, country, French, a little disco, you know, some fast songs.
An eclectic collection.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I actually had an 8-track with dual inputs for the microphones, and it recorded on 8-track.
Yeah. Mama had that too. It was you can record on the 8-track.
I always felt that if you got pulled over, if you played a good enough song, you could get out of a speeding. Appreciate
You would think
when
of
you
ways to
picked
get out
good
of things.
enough, you can get out of a speeding. I swear by this.
Yeah.
Plus token, it is, isn't it?
Shenanigans.
If you got like some
Honolulu
what,
token,
some
it's shit gets shipped out now that I am working again. I found something for Sheldon.
Nice.
I've
Those
never
are hard to
seen
find.
I've never seen a Honolulu Rapid Transit token from 1924.
Yep. I've looked for those for a long time and never found them.
I found it in the toss bin. It was actually not bad.
Here's one
It
of
was
the.
next to one other really. I'm glad you knew what that was. That's cool as hell because I had no idea.
This
Oh
is
yeah.
Oh wow. Well, there you go.
still full roll, and they look the exact same. Oops.
That's super cool.
Yeah, can't get it to focus in too close, but yeah, they look exactly like yours. These are a little later though. These are late 30s or 40s, and
Here's
still
the other
strong.
Still strong rapper.
Yep. We talked about those last night, 2 nights ago.
Yeah, my favorite rappers.
Now you've got me wanting to find more like old school ones like that.
Okay, Jane, you got a question on screen?
Yeah, I'm typing it in right now.
There you go. And here's one of my steel drones. These are valuable. There's a lot of people that like to re-roll the wheats in these and sell them for a lot more money.
Just like
Lots of those ones.
It's like the
Yeah,
people who rebuy the GSA certificates. It's just rude.
Yeah, but these are original. These are not copies. These are real that are that old that Rich got years and years ago.
Yeah.
And I don't know why they don't bring back the roll that, based on the size of the coin, it distributed the amount on the roll.
That was the window.
That's the coolest thing I've
That
ever
was
seen.
that was the window wrappers you're talking about.
That was
Yeah, that's
big.
the coolest thing. That's the coolest thing I've ever seen. I don't know why that's not still around. It just seems retarded that you
Big
hit
with the
perfection.
brand.
You hit perfection and just went backwards.
Because you can roll even dollars in them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
and
right.
you would say $1. That's the coolest thing I've ever seen. The
Yeah,
dude who
they're not
invented that is a genius.
Here's
And
one
not-
of my more valuable pieces. Oh, this is why my camera's messing up. Just a second, guys.
I know early Australia coinage is hard to find, but I didn't know if early Austria coinage was hard to find. Very
Oh my gosh, what's going on there, Rich?
Yeah,
He's highlighting my comment.
No, it's like blinking like gangbusters.
Yeah, you can do that to get somebody's attention.
Oh, well, it worked.
my camera's been
Did you
messing
feel
up.
like you got pulled?
I didn't know why, and I had the wire velcroed to the pole. So every time I raised up my camera, it yanked on the cable.
Oh, so that wasn't you doing that?
No, that was just the camera messing up and me. Well, I was probably leaning on my mouse or my keyboard.
Oh,
Here's
oh.
a full box, unopened, of those red window labels, multi-coin wrappers. And I don't have a loose one right now, but
Oh,
Ah.
I do.
I was gonna
I
say,
do,
I
but,
would like to purchase one of
the
those.
one that I showed you last night.
One of those.
Oh, you showed yours last night, Melissa?
Yes, it's very flimsy.
Oh, because I don't know where mine's at. We got ready for the holidays, and I Missy put stuff up, and I got to look for it.
Oh, I mean, I'm talking like a single wrapper.
this is 1,000 of them.
Yeah, that's what I picked up what you were putting down.
If I sold this on eBay, it'd sell for over $1,000.
Oh, easily. And that's why I would love to ask for one, but I would have to see you with an open one, because who could
Yeah,
ever
and I
actually open
do.
something
I
like that?
do
It's crazy.
have some loose ones. I probably have about 600.
Let's see. Hi, Beer Can
Oh,
Bird.
whoa.
I guess I didn't
That's-
say
that's
hi to
more
you
than a-
yet.
That's more
Hey,
than
Matt,
a few.
you're
Rick.
back.
Yeah, Matt's in the room.
Hey, sweetheart.
Oh, good.
He was messing with his computer, so he might not be on this
Oh,
minute,
sorry.
but he's listening and repairing his computer.
He just jumped on. He just jumped back in. I mean, Matt.
He needs to be able to hit the basement so I can give him my damn phone number. 'Cause
Oh, I
can't
can-
put
I
anything
can-
in public.
I can text him your number.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, put it in
Wait,
private chat.
I think
That's
I
what I'm doing
got
right
your
now
number.
as we speak.
Wait, I think I got your number. Let me hold on. I
I
might be thinking of somebody else.
I'm taking care of it.
I figured you were already still typing it anyway, just because I was already too far
Yeah,
back.
no. I was thinking of somebody else. I'm sorry, Super.
Oh, don't be, bro. Ouch. So yeah, I went and traded in my collectible silver ounces, like my Aztec round and a couple of my like grand cards, so I could experience variety hunting again because I hadn't been to a coin shop for shit. I don't even know how long until my birthday on Sunday.
Fog bound without a computer. Nice. Yeah, you guys would crack up if you knew how many of these darn coin wrappers I have. I know I have 100 boxes that are unopened, sealed boxes. And I have a lot more that are, well, probably not more than 100 open boxes, but probably close.
You did say
Why
those were
do I-
the best ones.
But why? It seems weird that you would have 100 open instead of finishing one at a time, because that just seems like what you would do, Rich.
Well, they're different denominations, different.
Makes
'Cause-
sense.
Yeah, the last one the one I just showed you does all coins, but most of them are only one coin. So nickels do nickels, pennies does pennies, and such.
Yeah. Why?
And it's
Yeah,
strange
they
that
hit perfection with their roll, and they're like, nah. We're just
Yeah,
gonna go
Rich-
backwards. This is way too easy.
well, a lot of the banks were doing it by hand. So those coins were being put in their rolls with the helper that they had that would fit on the edge of your desk, and you would put a tube up into the holder, and then you would slide the coins in. And there was no regulation
Whip.
of how many coins, so you had to count your coins. Then they came up with ones that counted the coins first, and then you slipped your tube in, and then you pulled it out and folded the ends. And then they started with the machines in the, well, probably late 20s that started doing the shotgun rolls. And that's
Yeah.
the style.
Was that
shorties.
the one with the cardboard back?
Yeah, a lot of them did the cardboard in it because they were scratching coins.
I've still never seen. I've never held one of those. I'm hunting one of those down at the next show I make it to.
I have several of
because I
those
wanna see
rolls
one.
with the cardboard plug in them.
Yeah, me too. Not handy though.
Yes, I've never held one.
They feel the same.
I mean, I'm sure they're not very good for it. It's one of those cool things. Like
Oh,
the
shoot,
Chase mini rolls. It would be. I've never had a 25 penny roll.
You guys can see my embarrassing coin, and nobody even noticed. Here, let me remove these ones. Oh,
Do you know anything about early Austria cents?
no, I'd talk to Al. Oldies.
Yeah. He's the only other person I could think of who would know about early Austria cents.
Oh, it's not showing up. So I didn't even have to show this. Darn it.
What are you talking about, Rich?
Mr. Nixon.
That's a pretty picture.
He had such a profile.
Yeah.
He looks like one of the Beavis and Butthead characters.
It does.
That's exactly what I was going to say. The profile of a king or queen. Certainly not a coin I paid for.
Picture. Not too.
Well, anybody got any good finds lately?
I think I do. I think I got extraordinarily lucky with a 62 proof set that somebody had broken the Benji out of already. Like, it makes me want to know what the Benji looked like because the rest of the coins in it were just flawless. But because they broke that Benji out, I got it for like $10, which was really cool. Because I think this is one of the proofiest proof 1962 Lincolns I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's pretty shiny. Good luster.
I mean, yeah, I was absolutely amazed. I have held it next to every other proof scent I have, and it blows them out of the water with its just how watery the fields look.
Yeah. When they're well sealed and nobody messes with them for many, many years until just like 6 months ago or less, that's what they look like.
I bet
And
you'd even look
everything-
better
yeah.
out of the flip.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The reason I did is because I noticed that because somebody had broken open the Capital set already, that the dime was turning a really unpleasant milky tone just extraordinarily fast. So I pulled it out of the set and set them up to send out for grading. Because here's the quarter out of that.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
I mean, this thing was absolutely beautiful, and the reverse much more defined cameo in there. Come on,
I'll tell you
there
what.
go.
Nice.
Midnight. He's been finding a lot of silver lately.
That's great. That's a great way to find
I've
them.
only found 140%. I've only found 140% in any box hunts really.
Any of those 790s, or are they all 40s?
I think it's beautiful.
Sounds
I think
good,
that
Matt.
and it's much more. So I've learned that I like the safe flip little things more than I like the guardhouse ones. They don't attract as much everything. Like
Which ones?
a dog. There, these ones right here. They're much clearer. They're still the Mylar PVC free, but they don't attract as much Riddick hair. Because that damn dog, his white hair is the most coarse stuff in the world. It'll scratch coins on its own.
Yeah, Guardhouse makes those.
And even in the flip, they still show pretty well compared to the other brand that I ended up with last time.
Are those more stiff or more the pliable ones?
No, those are the
These
stiff
ones will
ones.
still snap on you.
Okay.
Yeah, they're thinner, so they seem more pliable, but they'll absolutely snap on you. Like
Oh,
you can
yeah.
fold them in half better than these ones that also snap when you do too much.
Yeah, the safe flips, if you're putting them in a box and you're not messing with them, not going through them often, they do okay. But if you're constantly going through them, they scratch pretty
Nope.
bad against each other's.
Yeah, that's why I was
they
thinking
actually go.
the pliable ones would suit me better anyway.
I
They
stopped.
go straight in. to go straight in the high grade book for sending out when I can actually afford a grading service. Because I've been reading up on my numismatic grading standards, because the first 100 pages of this book are incredibly important, detailed reads about why they did things and how they did things and aspect of value and terminology, and just absolutely insanely good little paragraphs. Let's get specific. Lighting and magnification.
So the
Secrets for grading
stereoscope
success. Yeah. I don't know if this one does talk about the stereoscope, actually. Because this is
No, I
that
think-
new book.
I see your cherry pickers there. Is that one of the older ones, or did you buy one of the new ones?
I got lucky and got it right before the movie.
Oh, that's right.
Volume
I remember
1, volume 2.
now. Yeah, because that's one thing that Blue Ridge Silverhound had said is don't buy those expensive ones. A couple more months and then new books will be out.
Yep, they're going to be just like the Dancos, because they're going to have every author hit up the cherry pickers with full force. It's going to be a much larger book. I think they're going to do it into 3 editions. The word that I've heard, I think.
Cool.
And
It's a shame because I don't understand that they show a certain value of coin, and there's so many other errors with that same value, but they only show one of that value or a couple. I wish
they
show
skip
all.
whole years.
Oh yeah, lots of years.
I hate that I can look at a proof set and find a double die that I am positive is what I'm looking at, and open the cherry pickers guide, and that's not even a year that they covered.
Yep.
For any strike, let alone proof sets. And that's when I started getting the most frustrated, because I was doing a lot of proof set hunting, and I can find small varieties on the Ikes, but they don't list any of them. So then I started trying to figure out how to designate a proof Indian from a business strike Indian. And it's harder than the 1970 small date, I can tell you that.
Matt,
Was the puppy being that bad?
No, that's me packing my cigars.
I was teasing.
come on in. Matt.
When I did it, I said somebody's gonna say something about the puppy.
Hey, take it easy, Hector.
Oh,
Oh,
Hector's here. I didn't even know he was here.
He's been busy.
See you later,
Butthole
Hector.
should have been up here.
Yeah, I tried. He was
What are you hunting, Hector? I know you got.
he was cleaning his room.
That man hunts stuff just like I do.
Hey, Rich, I'm gonna jump out of here for a little bit. I got a few things to do. I just woke up earlier.
All righty.
So,
Cajun.
yeah, I hadn't been up all night. I just got up about 45 minutes ago.
Well, thanks for coming out.
All righty. Hey, Matt. I see Matt just
Good
joined
morning,
us.
Cajun.
But I'll be back up.
Hey, Matt.
I'll be back
Howdy,
up
folks.
later.
right on, Cajun.
Yeah, I'll probably be on for a while. Take care. Watch out for that little dog.
Oh yeah.
Give
What's
it a
up?
little hug.
What's up, Matt? You still fog bound? Or you fog bound
Yeah, I'm
again?
fog bound. It's dark out here, so the camera really don't do no good.
Yeah. Man, it is yesterday, which was, yesterday because I just woke up, so it's morning. And yesterday we went to the doctor. It was warm, humid. I'm like, and the first thing I thought of, I was like, I bet you they still got some fog down there where Matt's at.
Yep. It fogged out day before yesterday. It only got like 30 minutes. They had where you can see maybe about a mile. Other than that, it was shut out all day long.
Go.
Yeah, I used to live on the river, man. When the fog hit, man, it put your vision down to a couple feet. I mean, it was horrible. Well, about 10
Yeah, about
10 feet.
yeah, I've seen about maybe 100 feet for almost 24 hours straight. That's why my computer crashed a little while ago. I can't see nothing coming. I was trying to hurry up and get it back running so nobody runs into me over here. I at least yell at them before they get close to me.
Right?
All right, I'll see y'all back in a little bit. I'll be back up.
Take care, dude.
Yeah, take care.
Okay.
Oh, he must be really coming back. He didn't do the hands.
Yeah, he did do the hands when he came up, too. He always does his hands. His little way first.
That was kind of our ongoing little joke back in the day between me, him, and Blues Coins. He'd always be like, bye. Like,
Yeah, I like Blues. He's a funny guy.
yeah.
So, any new coins, Matt?
No, I've just been buying everybody else kind of stuff. I've been going kind of retarded with giving stuff away lately. My wife's not too
I
happy.
need your address again.
I gave away like $2,500 last month. My wife wasn't too happy, so I gotta calm down a little bit.
Holy shit. I tried not to cuss that. It's still
You kind of scared me last night when you were like, there's a pile with your name on it. And I was like, oh, Matt.
Hey, Rosa. Welcome back.
Hello, Rosa.
It's boring out here. I just go shopping and buy people stuff. I mean, I'm out here. I'm making money, spending on somebody. My kids are ungrateful as can be, so why not send it to other people?
Right. Oh, I was going to ask you, do you still have
you
those
type
red
your
seals
address
and stuff?
into
You guys doubled up.
What?
Try again, Melissa.
I was asking Matt if he still had red
Yes,
seals and stuff.
Yes, I do. I have a bunch of red seals.
Cool.
I can
I'll
send you a picture of a whole slew of them. I put them on my table the other day. I think I had $570 face value of silver certificates, red seals.
Right on. I need to holler at you then.
Yeah, I kind of started getting crazy. I wanted to buy a bunch of them, and the only way I could find them at a decent price was to buy like 50 or 100 at a time.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I did that.
Because I told a guy I know a guy, so.
Yeah, no doubt.
And
I have. I
Now
know I
we
have
all
at least
know that.
$52 red seals that are uncirculated, like perfect, and then another 50 of them that's near perfect for sure.
Right on. Because I know you wouldn't mind selling some and getting more cool stuff, because why not?
Well, yeah, because like I wasn't really even into them things. The reason I bought them is because I seen it was a decent deal at the time,
Mhm.
and some people kept talking about wanting some. So I was like, look, I could buy this and then sell it and buy some stuff that I want. But I haven't sold anything yet. I sold one thing on eBay, and I sent the dude like twice as much stuff and free stuff. I'm a terrible salesman. I'm horrible at it, so it's pointless.
Right. That's because
Yeah.
you have such a big heart.
I wanted the guy to be happy when he opens his stuff, so he bought like a Silver Eagle for like maybe $45, something like that. And I
Mhm.
sent him silver certificates. I sent him probably $100 worth of free stuff with it. So yeah, it was pretty pointless, but anyway, I bet he was smiling when he opened the package. That's all I thought
I
about.
swear, you and Sheldon are the like. Well,
Yep.
Sheldon's like, get on camera so I can see your reaction, and they're like, Now I'm
Dude,
getting stuff,
Sheldon's
I'm
new
like, who the
videos.
hell did this?
Sheldon's mail calls with Paisley on it. Oh my! And if I'm having a bad day, I watch one of Sheldon's new mail calls because that little girl melts my heart every time. She is adorable.
I don't remember what one it was, but it was one where she was saying, "Thank you, Uncle Matt," and then she went, like you could hear it real quiet. So I totally put in Sheldon's comments. I was like, "Yeah, the dad instead of Paisley and Dad show, I was like Toots McGee and Dad."
I remember that video now you saying it. Yeah. He sends me some little videos on Facebook Messenger of her when she opens her stuff and stuff like before she started doing the mail calls. Oh man. It's too much, man. It makes you want to just keep sending her more stuff so you can watch videos of her opening it.
Yeah, and I love that little bracelet. It reminds me of one I had when I was little. That was like a gold wire, like braid, and I was like, "Oh, how cute is that?"
That's a pretty good excuse.
Right?
It's the most coin-looking non-cash value coin I've ever seen. It's got denticles.
Is that the Cuban one?
I have no idea. All it says is no cash value.
It's the Dallas Cowboys. Hello.
With the Colts and Dallas, and then the other side just says no cash value with a old looking eagle.
Yeah, because some of the Cuban coins that I have a star similar to that.
That's more than I had found because I had no idea. I just thought that it was a pretty cool good luck coin because I'd never seen one before.
Yeah,
Ever
there's.
tell you about I'm scared of the dark and right now I'm in the fog and it's really dark outside. I want chicken. Keep
You
looking
have like
outside
1,000
waiting for Ruga
headlamps?
to come get me.
Well, I meant to send you the vibe that we're right behind you.
Oh, man.
You want to hear something super sweet?
Sure.
So Parker kept telling me. I think most of you know who Parker is.
Yeah.
He said, I sent you a package. Did you get it yet? Did you get it yet? And I was like, no, I haven't got it yet. And he sent me a 1 ounce copper round that has the Mercury dime obverse on it. And I thought you were just too sweet. And then said, here's some stuff for your auction. And sent like a 1955 penny and a 1954 S penny and about 14 2019s that a lot of them have the cracked skull on them.
Nice.
And I just thought that is so sweet. I was like, he better know. he's getting a serious plug, the Parkers.
I just sent Tristan some stuff. I don't know if y'all know Tristan, but man, I told this kid I was gonna send him. He mentioned in his stream he didn't have a W quarter, so I was like, I'll send you one. I had a couple at the house. Well, I've been at work so long that I hadn't sent it to him, so I felt horrible now because it's been like 2 months. So I went and buy him like $100 set on eBay. So he ought to be excited when he sees that. Get all 5 of them instead of one.
I know how you feel.
Yeah.
I need your address. So I've had to fill up all kinds of extra shit out of feeling like shit. But I was also trying to work too.
Ouch. Yeah, I actually decided and started doing a spreadsheet of everybody's addresses that I already have last night. So somehow I ended up with half of Matt's and not the whole thing.
I hate when that happens.
I know. I was like, how did I don't even know.
I have a real bad time of reversing numbers. So when I do numbers, man, I check them 3, 4, 5 times, making sure I got it right. And I still get them wrong.
Oh. kind of
I did
like,
the same exact thing.
well, I'll do this. I wrote someone's name, and I guess I was worried I didn't write down their name and address, so there it is again on the next page.
I save everything at home, and then I want to buy everybody's stuff while I'm on the boat. So instead of asking my wife for somebody's mailing address, because I know I'm gonna have questions after that, I just wind up having to ask them again.
Well, I'm like the semi-appointed secretary, according to old Craig Durbin. So I have
I have probably 10 of y'all addresses saved on my Amazon account,
yeah.
just so I can go straight to there and just send it straight from Amazon.
And I'm so bad at it that I just keep everybody's returned or the envelope they sent and just keep them.
Well,
That's
see,
what I do. That's what I have in the house also. Everybody, I cut it off the package because I'm too lazy to write it down.
they just tape it to a piece of paper and put it on the list.
Yeah. Yeah.
I finally figured out you were the crinkly culprit, Rich.
Oh, yeah, I guess I've been not paying attention. My mic is so sensitive.
Well, I wasn't on a stream with you, and I heard. I was like, I never knew exactly who it was. I was like, maybe somebody was getting a snack, because it was quick enough. I was just like, yeah, it's no big deal.
Hoping poor EVG's been on the backstage.
Uh-oh.
Hey, EVG. Oh, he's muted. Up there he is.
Hey, what's up?
How you doing?
Yeah, okay.
Well, I hope
What's up
so.
there, mob boss?
What do you
What?
prefer, Matt? Peace dollars or Morgans?
Morgan?
Yeah.
I like anything. I'm very simple. I'm not very good with receiving gifts, but yeah,
Oh, I know.
you're not gonna hear me complain about something for sure.
That's my job.
Oh, good. And I didn't say good as in good not hearing you complain. That's just my reply to most conversations. My apologies. I realized how dickish that sounded afterwards.
It's not a big deal.
It caught me like way afterwards. I was like, that sounded like a dick. Good.
I'm glad that Mike got his new job because if you know the story, yeah,
I think so.
you know the story like why Matt left his old job.
Awesome.
Probably he told you guys.
Not exact. I think he did, but I kind of forgot. I
The
know.
one recently?
Yeah.
The one where he got treated like a temp on his 10th year
Yep. Yeah.
for
Yeah.
doing something that anybody.
That he was not responsible at all. It's like it was.
I feel that. Yeah, and you get treated like you just walked on the job for the first time. Fuck you guys. Sorry for the language, Rich. Sorry, I forget how I will refrain from those.
Yeah, knock that shit off.
On panel in a while.
That's funny. I did the opposite. I was on
Thank you.
con.
Thank you,
And
appreciate
then I
it.
was like, oh, sorry. He's like, let him fly. Oh, okay.
I like that one.
So
Ooh.
at the LCS, the one that I don't really enjoy, he's got a bunch of Stone Mountain $50 and a bunch of 2-centers that are all like mid-grade for like 20 something bucks for the 2-centers, and I didn't get to see all the prices for the Stone Mountains. But
Yeah,
I know
be
that
sure
those
to
two
price
things are pretty sparse.
Be sure to price those out because a
that?
lot of them available and the prices have dropped, especially for mid grades.
Okay. On the 2 centers or the Stone Mountains?
Stone Mountains.
Hey, UVG, I put my
Okay.
cell number in
'Cause
the
I
chat over here,
just-
bud, if you want to check it out.
Okay.
Ken supports the 2 centers all through and through, so I'm always looking at those. And then
I'll ring you up and just not answer that. You'll know that it's my
I
phone
saw the
number.
Stone Mountains because I like my $50.
Roger,
Manic Coins video on it like 20 minutes later.
Well, guys, I'm gonna have to get out of here shortly. I gotta do some paperwork before I get off watch in an hour and a half. So I hate paperwork. I always wait to the end to watch to do it. I always procrastinate, but it has to be done or I can't go to sleep. So I'm gonna y'all guys later.
Good to hear your voice.
Glad you made it up.
Did you
Hey, Matt, calling you up
Nice,
right now.
nice
Did you
chatting
take
for a
my number?
minute.
Just
Y'all take it light. I'll probably come
what
back
is
in the
that?
stream and just listen in, watch the chat.
Right on. Can I hear a peace dollar out?
Peace all out, folks.
With
Yay!
my phone number throughout.
yeah, actually, Matt, I think it's like not valid number.
Now, take care, Matt.
Yeah.
Hope the,
I'm in.
hope the fog sets you free.
I'd rather stay here. That means I ain't gotta go nowhere.
That's
Until daylight.
Here we go. You have a ring? Yep.
there's the one Hector likes so much.
That's cool.
So hang up and yeah, it's yours. There we go.
You.
I like this eagle.
Wait, does that look like the one I had the other night?
Yeah, I believe it was. The larger, because this one's like the size of a quarter. Isn't yours a $50 size?
I had 2 of them.
Yeah, because they have the ones that are hexagons too. They're not round.
Yeah, I think there was one bigger and one maybe smaller.
Yeah, because it seems like they have like a 20-cent piece and a quarter and then the 50-cent piece or something like that. Because there's like 6 or 7 different coins in there run. Something like that. I have the same guy on a couple of the Olympic ones, the dollars.
I don't know. Mine has like a lot of crazy stuff on one side, but has the
Oh, the calendar?
no, actually. It's like more like a body.
Oh, okay. There's one with the Zodiac calendar that's really cool.
Oh, yeah. I think I've got a big one of that.
This one's pretty cool. I think that's an Impala, but I'm not that good with those animals.
That's pretty. Very nice, very nice.
Very nice.
And most of these are in pretty good condition. And mostly 50s and 60s, with a little bit of others, but
Yeah, I have the Libertad with, I believe, with the Zodiac on it.
yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. That was part of my birthday presents for birthday week. That was pretty sweet.
Now I've seen the gold piece with that Zodiac calendar, and it's awesome. It's so beautiful.
Oh, I bet. The luster on those are great. Like I'd expect any less from you, but you know. It's still worth saying.
Well, I was lucky because these weren't stored very well, and a bunch of them were in the coin envelopes, the little manila ones,
Oh,
and it protected them pretty good. I was
Oh.
surprised.
I wonder if we convinced Craig to buy any protection for his coins.
Yeah, I had to give him a hard time.
I was like, Steve, it's not just me and Byers saying it. Now Rich said it. That's somebody with some authority around here.
It's like, I think I've talked to you before. Yeah, I'm the one that has all the coins and Ziplocs. Oh, yeah.
This
It's
second
sad
you
that
realize who he is, you're like, oh, I'm going to change how I'm doing this right now.
time to show you how this should be.
Right.
And the sad thing is people have offered to give him flips. Just give it to them, just to make sure they're safe. And
Oh, yeah. I mean, he has no problem or issue with, getting them and doing it. I don't know. I think it's just part stubbornness by now.
Not real. Buy it. It's his thing.
That's why Byron, I said we were going to tie him to a chair and make us watch him put them in the correct storage.
yeah, either that or he's going to be selling flips because 40 people send him 2 packs of flips.
Right.
I was trying
He's
to
gonna
find
send me back
my
with plastic
Cuban one.
So, do you do much with currency, Rich?
With who?
The
Oh.
currency? American currency? Like
Oh,
the dollar, like funny backs. I came across 2 today and I was like, well, that I kind of eyeballed and I was like, well, I'll think about it. But it was, let's see, a silver certificate, I believe it was 1934 A series.
I'd be interested.
Yeah, and then it didn't have. I think it had very, very light creases in it, if any. I really can't remember, but the other one did definitely have creases in it, and I believe it was I want to say a B, or if there was a C, I don't know, but I know it wasn't an A for sure.
Yeah, and I don't have problems with the ones with creases. I'm more after all the different series and just having one of every type.
Yeah, because I thought they're really cool, and I was like, well, I'll think about it, because I'm pretty sure if they've stayed in the vault since everything's getting cleaned out, I was like, he'll probably just stick them aside for me since I said that, hopefully.
Yeah, I think I have about 320 or 30 pieces.
Jesus, man.
Yeah. I love the condition on that one. That
Holy
one's
shit, Batman.
95.
Easy.
No, wait. I'm gonna have to put that on my TV. My eyes, all this coin thing is starting to wear on my eyes too. Finally.
Yeah, I've been dealing with that for a while. It's so frustrating. My little grandkids, I hand them coins, and they're like, "Oh, here's the date. Here's the mint mark, or it has this or that on it." It's like I can't even see any of that.
Right. I'd be like, cool. See you next weekend.
10 times magnification contacts. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I can't do contacts. My eyes just don't. They're super sensitive, and I tried for a while, and it just tore me up.
My husband said the same thing when he got contacts, and I said, like, just keep them in, because he kept wanting to take them out because they didn't jive with him, And I said, I'd had mine since probably the 6th grade. And I said, it feels like a blade of grass poking downward and, behind your eyelid for, a good half an hour. was like, but you get used to it. And
Yeah, and my issue
I got
wasn't
so
the
used
eyelid.
to it though.
Mine was the surface of the eye. I'm borderline diabetic, and all my grandparents are diabetics and had major issues. So I thought maybe it was because of that, because diabetics normally have pretty weak eyes.
yeah, he's type 2 and has an astigmatism.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, he always says they're
Yeah, so-
dry or they're bothering him.
Yep. And I
So used to wearing them that I didn't take them out. That when I finally took them out, the feeling of my eyelid going over my eye for the first time in months was actually painful, and it was unpleasant. I didn't like it.
That's a neat piece. It's in a half gun holder. Oops. I always mess up the Canadian ones.
Me too.
Hey, Sped, what's up?
Spectacular.
there's
Good morning.
Your voice is audible chocolate in the morning sometimes, I swear.
Did not say hello to who? Got Butchie Harding. Good morning. Jason Patton. Good morning.
Thank you, Melissa. Hey, Butchie. And Jason.
Hello, everybody.
They snuck in there on me. Oh, yeah, Butchie, my eye doctor threatens me about me not taking my contacts out and says that.
Oh, yeah, they get so I feel you.
That one's part of a proof set I had. That one's interesting. Wish I knew what it said.
Like, they have that. I hear that one app works really well. I think it's Coin Finder or something along those lines. But you take a picture and it is pretty good with foreign coins.
Yeah, I tried using it, and it wouldn't work for me. It got like one out of 10 coins, which was really
wouldn't get any American. It wouldn't get any of the quarters, the new state park quarters. It wouldn't read a single one correctly, but every foreign coin I put under it, it gave me the right listing in the first 5 options at least. But it wouldn't give me LOL to save my life. I tried like 15 times just to see if I could, and it would not give me LOL as a possibility when I took a picture of LOL. Wow.
Okay. Anybody out there good with the dates on these ones?
No.
I'm not even
Nope.
good at what country because they all the same.
I go, you just said, nope.
Isn't it Britain? I'm pretty sure it is.
Show me Russian ones.
Pretty nice coin.
It is.
It's got wonderful patina. John, how you doing? Still streaming.
4 hours and 2 minutes. What's up?
Hey, that's what mine says.
I know that I'm reading yours. I don't know. I might have been here 45 minutes. That's the first time I've been on in weeks.
I like that one. Probably upside down, but
We'll never know.
so I have a bunch of the little square ones too, or the little rectangular ones, the little tiny ones.
Oh, that reminds me.
I think they're like 1860 and 70s.
That's beautiful.
Well, thank you.
Yes, Butchie. But let me check my yes.
Here's a little black book I hear. So
Your last sale.
No, I don't know. I can't remember what that
the Great White Buffalo.
whatchamadoodle, those GSA Horde ones that I sold were, what years they were, off the top of my head.
Guessing 83, and I don't know why. That's just my guess.
I have
One
82,
GSA. I
3, 4, and 5. Unfortunately, I only have one of the 5, but I got doubles of everything else.
Puke.
The 85 is like $800 or $900. And it's toned.
Some of us like toned.
Especially on a Carson.
One of the big things. It's pretty.
East Africa.
That is cool.
Yeah, the color on some of these is really neat because it's really deep bronzes and golds and
It has more like dimension to it.
coppers. Yeah, they're pretty cool. I was lucky they kept them in the envelope.
It was like fire. The way.
I don't know, Rich. I look at gray sheet in 1884 Carson City's 200 for blue sheet.
For 84, yeah.
Yeah.
But
So that 350 is a little high.
his is a proof like.
Ooh, okay. Well, that changes things.
Oh, that drastically changes things. That involves. Does Gray Sheet have that? The PL designations in there too? So if not, I'll go to Coinfax. Because the Coinfax is pretty super sweet, and I got that one downloaded now. So if you can't find it, give me 1 second, I can help.
Yeah, that's a negative Foo Fighter. I did not see the proof like on it.
Yeah, there's a scratch on the left.
Say
Yeah,
what?
There's a scratch on the left. Like left
Oh,
in the
okay.
middle of the coin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got another one on the top right of the number or the dollar.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a 1 cent there, so it's the one. Actually, there's two little ones right up there.
Yep.
Too bad because the other side's really clean.
Dolphin.
Not cleaned. I always make that mistake. Need to say clear, crisp, but not clean. Piggy time. Oh, and little piggies. Mama pig and baby pigs.
So a proof like 64, they're going in between 2,500 and 3,500.
I thought it was
According
quite a
to-
bit more.
We'll show eBay. Hold on. Yeah, we'll show eBay too. So 63 this year or last year sold May of last year 2,280, and then two in 2017 were 2,750 and 2,585, and then
Because he said MS64.
proof 66 is 80.
Oh, well, no, wait a minute.
Yeah, the 64 that's
And they're not proof, they're proof like.
yeah the 18. See that's. Let me see what these holders say when I go to more images, because I'm interested on what Coinfax qualifies a proof Morgan, because I didn't think there were legit proof Morgan, because that was all proof like or deep mirror proof like. I didn't think there was actual proof Morgans.
And I
That
didn't
could
think
be
there
my-
was a deep mirror proof like. I thought there was only proof likes. I know
The
deep
dimples?
is on the proof coins, but not the regular ones.
Yeah,
'Cause
and I
I
think
mean,
they
that's a-
judge that solely on, they judge that solely on how far the fields reflect an image, according
Right,
to
but
the bits that I've read.
the coin
It
he's
has nothing
talking
to do with
about
frosty.
is a business strike coin, not a proof. It's a business
I-
strike that's proof like.
It's true, but do they have just proof Morgans? Because I thought they were all graded as PL or DMPL. I didn't think there was an actual proof.
And
grade.
I don't know on the Morgans.
I'm gonna go through some of these holders real quick, looking at this price pop, because that's it, very interesting. I've never thought about it, so now I'm thinking about it pretty good. Show me your holder. I don't want to see just holder.
Coin back.
It really did a lot of good upgrades with Coinfax this time. Okay, so yeah, they have a proof 65 cameo on an 1884. So it's not PL or DMPL, it is straight up. It is a PCGS PR65 plus cameo CAC edition.
Yeah.
This is absolutely nothing about.
The business strike one.
Okay.
And
Now I learned something. Cool.
In proof like is $360, and the last one that sold this month, this year for $384. But one sold in October of last year for $288.
Nice.
And the same month, one sold for $325. So there could have been a little better quality of proof like.
And Carson City only has one proof coin, and it was in 1893. And for proof like 62 is 85 grand.
Right?
For a proof like 64, it's $145,000. And for a
Oh, that's only
65,
right.
it's $250,000. And the best one they have is a 66, and it's $375. Now that's just regular branch mint. They have a branch mint cameo of that coin, and a 64 is 150, $250,000 at 65, and not that big a deal. 67 is 345, so not that big a difference. But whoa, beautiful coin.
It's just a house. It's just a house, you know.
Or 5, depending on where you're at.
Oh, yeah. That's true. Location,
Yeah, I meant
location,
my
location.
gray sheets. I always go by the gray sheets, and my subscription ran out in the end of December, and I've yet to renew it. Already missing it.
I asked the dude at the LCS the other day. I was like, "Do you have an old gray sheet? Can I buy it? When's your new one coming, buddy?" He's all, "I'll get a new one in 2 months." I was like, "All right, whatever. I think you're lying, but I'll take it."
A lot of times they'll sell you one that's like 6 to 8 months older, and normally the price
I
is
think
good enough. Unless you have some high dollar coin that you're dealing with, the basic price is just pretty darn close.
so. I got to find a coin worth over $1,000 because I have a free auction or a heritage auction entry with no commission because I filled out a little survey.
And
Or
you
I
haven't
can
found one
do
yet?
One. Nope, it's for the years, the entire year of 2020.
Come
I
on,
can use
dude.
it at any point in time for the year of
We're
2019 or 2020, and I get a free commission-free auction of something worth over $1,000.
We're 2 weeks into the year. What's going on?
I know. My lack of really rare coins. I find varieties. I don't afford cool stuff. I find cool stuff. Cheaper.
Now, what is that? Hold on just a second, guys. Let me look at something here. I've been holding all those coins. I finally had to do something with them. All right. Let me get a close-up of this. It looks like it's a lizard and a seagull.
He looks happy.
Dinosaur. It's an iguana. It's totally a dinosaur.
Yeah, they're always stoned. You know the kind of plants he's eating? He's stoned 24/7.
Yeah. And then he swims in the ocean and hangs out on rocks because he's gangster. Because he's not the seagulls.
Yep, the seagulls fly in the hard to reach stuff, and they just hang out at the beach.
That's a rough life.
Every iguana I ever had was a total butthole. So I genuinely believe that.
You had seagulls?
No, I've had 4 iguanas and they were all turd.
Good
Bearded
answer.
dragons on the way to go.
I try.
That's an Inca, right? Pretty sure.
Found a baseball card today where the dude's last name is Noonan, and it just reminded me of growing up.
Did you say ginkgo?
Noonan. Noonan. I found a baseball
No,
card
Rich.
where the
I
dude
thought he said, is that a ginkgo?
Incan.
Sorry, I was trying to stay on topic. I don't know.
I said Inca
Oh,
or Mayan. Not sure what I said now.
you must have said Incan or Inca. Excuse me.
Guys, I think I'm out.
You threatened me.
Yep.
Adios.
Oh, hold on a minute, Silverman.
Merc.
Hey, did you ever email me what I need for fishing?
I think I did.
Okay, well then I'll check. I'm real good about checking emails, just saying.
Yep. But if I
cheap.
didn't, just send me another one.
Okay.
So yeah,
Good looking.
But yeah.
All right.
Well, guys, it's way too
Yeah.
late.
a little bit of damage, but the field's pretty clean.
It's early.
No, it's way too late. It's not early. It's too late.
We're in the same time zone, so it is late.
It is late. It's almost 5. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, good night and good morning.
Yeah. Have a good one. And yeah, if I didn't reply to your email, just send to me in. Because probably it could have been lost or whatever.
Oh, throw me back just for 1 second. I actually got it out of the flip so you can see it.
I knew you did. I was just hassling you.
So, yeah, it's the one that show, but it's because I'm finally sending it in.
So
And you were
frustrated.
talking about the
Come on, I want to go to bed and you're showing these coins.
I finally pick up your sense of humor better now. It's so much easier after I like talked to you instead of just watching your stream. Like, okay,
Yeah.
I get you now.
it's there. It's just dry and toneless. I love it.
Right? But I get it now.
Then yeah, we talked for,
See, those are the
about
two-
like almost like 4 minutes or so. Maybe more.
Maybe.
Yep.
but I think I might have found the best proof grade Lincoln I've ever found.
Wait a minute. You already showed this one.
I know. I still want to have out. Oh no, it's a lie. That's a lie. We have
Is that the
we have
1970s?
the stuff
Going to
that
come through? It's
like
great.
Okay, guys, I'm out.
Yeah,
I
it's
can't
just
stand
the
here anymore
non-
because like you're showing like cool coins and I need to go to bed.
You guys watch the playback.
Good night, my friend.
I will watch playback, but yeah, I can't stay any longer.
Okay. Oh, I sent you an email, so hopefully that one went through this time.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
All right. Good night.
Thanks for hopping on.
Yep.
Yeah, it's always nice.
What hole is
If I
that?
could get this to grade, it's an SGS. If I could get this to grade from anybody reputable and stay at a MS 68, I would say red, possibly red brown. I think this still has all of the red luster.
It still looks pretty red. I didn't see it flashing too hard.
No, if I could get this to stay in that grade, I haven't looked at it recently, but I know that that is actually like your kind of money we're talking about here.
It's tough because the pixelation is just a little less than what we need to be able to see it nice and clear for that kind of grade.
I know.
Well, to
So
get
if I judge it,
a
continue
68
on, Rich.
year, it's got to be flawless. You can't see anything on it. I mean, one spot maybe on each side. anything more than that, no, not a 68.
I believe that. And I matched, the only thing that I compare to it is out of that lucky roll of 54S's.
Too bad it wasn't a Philly.
And my 54S's blow this thing out of the water with just everything. I mean, the centering, this one specifically doesn't. I have a brown spot, but the other ones in the middle of this roll make this supposed 68 look like dog doo-doo.
Well, I have a pretty good video of the two MS68s I had, and although they're not the wheat backs, it still gives you a pretty good idea. They don't have to be quite as perfect as the older, because they're 88 and 89, but still it gives you a really good example of how close you need to be to flawless.
I think my 89 proof set I want to send in just because it's my birth year, and I kind of want to. But that was the first coin I ever started looking for in a really high grade in my pocket was an 89. I think I've accumulated a few.
And the 89's a couple $100, I think, for the 68.
I
170, something like that.
As a time traveler did a live stream where he was looking at, I think it was early 50s. So it inspired me to pull out all of mine and line them up and go through my best ones and see if I actually felt comfortable sending one in. And out of all the years I found, I think this is the one year that I do have a couple that I don't think would be a waste of money to send to PCGS.
I've sent, almost 300 coin pennies mostly in, and only got 268s. I never
There's
even
very
got
few things.
and the pluses I think I got twice.
As I've learned based on everything I've watched that toned coins will receive one of those higher 68s faster than other ones, than non-colorful toned. So the dimes that have this blue to
that's definitely a favorite color.
once they see that blue in there.
Yeah, but normally it's over the entire coin and it's a pretty solid tone.
Only reason I think I could do it is because I have two that were in the same album, luckily. I have a 60D and a 59D that toned almost the exact same way.
Now, just keep in mind, eye appeal plays a big part to the tones. So if there even has a little spotty spot, the little circle, clear circle on them, which a lot of them do because sometimes it's a little slight piece of oil off somebody's finger or something else that creates some of these tones. So you see that one little circle that's really clear and perfect and has no toning on it, and those ones they won't count that one as a high grade. But if it doesn't have
continue on, I'm learning.
And I think it's saliva, to be honest with you, from somebody breathing over a really high-end coin and then putting it away. That looks nice.
Those two I bought from DLCS. He had them in his dime folder, and they were just the only two that looked beautiful, so I grabbed them up. And then this one was the only Indian head I've ever bought off of eBay.
Yeah, I remember
I'm
you
still
telling
trying to
me.
figure out. I'm really trying to figure out how to designate proof from Business Strike on Indian heads. That's
Yeah,
like my mission at the moment is to learn how to do that.
beyond me.
I've read a little bit on. It's a little bit on where their eye level sits, like the entire shape of the head factor. But I would like to find something easier, like change up how many bands are on the back of their head or something sweet and easy.
Well, it's more than likely going to be the rims, the flatness of the rims.
Yeah, the reverse has sorry, on proofs that I've looked up, the reverse has a flat line, more of an actual rim before the denticles begin, and that's
Yeah.
pretty consistent on all of them. But on the obverse, like the shape of, if you really look at the two side by side, the shape of the head is different. Where the eyes are leveled and looking is completely different. I mean, it's you would
And
think it would be easier.
it's not really different. I think it's what a really true full strike would look like if you ever got a full strike on an Indian head. But I don't think they ever really did too well on getting a complete full strike.
No, I'm
So
saying the only thing I think makes me want to beg to differ is the chin. The shape of the chin, it seems more elongated on one and like really short and blocky on the other. That's the only thing that I think that really looks that different. But I do think it does look pretty different. But I agree on the full strike thing because they did that Longacre doubling where the dude was genius and figured out how to quadruple the life of his dies. I need to get that in a flip.
yeah, you need to get to a shop that has a couple so you can do some comparison and take some pictures.
That's actually, I'm going to go to the one I enjoyed tomorrow just because, well, I'm going to try to get a job there again just because it's what I do every time I walk in. Eventually he'll be like, yeah, let's do this. But everywhere I've been so far does not, and even if the place I went for my birthday, even if he said he had one, unless it was slapped, I wouldn't trust or believe him anyway. He has partially cleaned written on some of his 2x2s and still has full price for that grade and date. That was the dude who had the 70 proof Kennedy with no cameo and nothing, no variety, for $70. He's kind of a greedy fella. Well, all right then.
Oh, I'll put you back if you had another one.
Oh no! It sounded like a coin waterfall. That's what I was all writing then.
I dipped my hand into the bag of these world coins. I got a huge gallon sack full.
Sounded like a little airtight explosion.
Yeah, I keep forgetting how sensitive my microphone is.
Yeah, the only other person I've ever heard that has one like you is Trey. Sounds like he's swimming in his slabs anytime he starts jostling those things around.
Oh, there's a good one. 1884. 10 centavo. Yeah, Butchie, I think about that all the time. I do a lot of video stories with my genealogy, and I send it to, I've got like 75 kids under like 13, 14 years old that are doing school projects and stuff like that in the family. So I make these videos with all the history, and I always talk about and show the money that were from the different generations. It's really fun. I've actually got private bank notes and stuff from like certain New York areas that our families were from, and talk about some of the change that would have been in their hands and pockets. And for most of them, they didn't see dimes. It was all nickels and pennies or less. And pretty interesting to think about that.
Do you know they finally made movies like accurate with their money? Before, you would see movies from like the old Western times, and they would have green money, like we would have. And now, like as of I think last year, they started having accurate like accurate money. Like if they're in an old Western, you're seeing like horse blankets and stuff, and it's actually it's cooler. I appreciate it a whole lot more.
Yeah, and I've seen so many that don't, that either make up their own money or they use something completely wrong.
Yep, it would be like it would have been cool to have accurate money shown for time periods, because I would have known a lot more about money.
Yeah, or drawn an interest quicker, seeing something you didn't know existed.
Yeah, I didn't know Merc Dimes existed until last year. I didn't know anything existed.
See, I was buying candy with Mercury Dime. Well, that's not true, because it was so cheap. Nickels is all you needed. But
my 70 Chevelle, I'm throwing away silver dimes like candy. I wish I was born in that time frame.
But when I bought 2 candy bars, I'd use a Mercury Dime, because they floated around for a long time.
The cars and the money.
Yep, and I own some of the nicest cars.
I know. I've listened to those stories too. It makes me super jelly.
Yeah, I was a Dodge person, and my Dodges beat everybody. Even got to the point where because I lived in Napa, which was near Sears Point. And so we were going to Sears Point constantly, doing the quarter mile and the road track. And, it was a lot of fun. I even had a buddy that was a champion driving the Mazdas, and it was a semi-pro class. And he was a national champion, was for several years in a row. And well, when we were doing our private race thing on the same track, I beat him about 50% of the time. And he was a national champion.
I actually got lucky by association in my first long-term relationship. Her uncle raced in and wrote and did the photography, like editing for the Colorado Grand, which is like the old like dirt race that has the old Aston Martins and the Howards and the Shelby, like the old like speed racer style cars. And it's a cross country race. So he got I used to drive the new Ferrari one time because of it, and I've never got to see a Howard until him. And I think that's how you pronounce it. I don't even know enough about cars to know that, but it was like It's like the original Aston Martin if Aston Martin was in the Speed Racer movie or built by a box car. Like it's open axle looking, like a 1 foot windshield with no roof. You're still getting hit with anything that comes your way. It's like driving a Willy.
And that's why a lot of them had those double windshields.
Yeah, but he had one of the original Shelbys until the dude passed away, and then somebody called him and offered him like double what he paid for the car. So he, yeah, I'll mail it to you.
Nice.
I want to be you.
I did get to drive a real Shelby. It wasn't the big block. It's still cool as hell.
Coolest one I've driven is the 2014 hard shell Ferrari convertible with the slap shift and the sensors underneath, so when you went over a curb, it would raise the front and then lower it and then raise the back. It was cool as hell. And that was only because he let me drive it one time.
They call that bagged.
Yeah.
The airlift systems.
I think 2014 must have been the first year that Ferrari implemented it on like that model or every model or something, because he was super proud of it.
Yeah, I got to drive some pretty cool cars because my buddy was the caretaker for a billionaire. He was actually the oh shoot, what's the name of the area that did all the tech? Starts with an F. Something Valley, Silicon Valley. He was the main investor, the first investor in Silicon Valley, and he got ridiculously rich. He was one of the heads of HP. He was in when the first home computers got started. He was right at the very beginning of all that. And I got to meet him. He's the one that married Danielle Steele, the writer. I've talked about him before. And I got to meet her a whole bunch of times. But he had $2 million cars in his garage, and I got to drive them both. One was a 30s Jag that was just an amazing car, very rare. And I got to drive a 30s Bugatti. And the Bugatti was specially built for an Italian race car driver, just to his length. And when you turned the wheel, the wheels would lean, the headlights would turn. It was a crazy car. It was beautiful.
A 30s Bugatti. It's just, that's the stuff that half tubs are made up. I don't know how else to put that.
Yeah, it's one of those cars that is responsible for the technology that some of the cars still going today.
Yep.
They were that amazing. Bugatti is really
and now Tesla has the cars that have the retrieve button where your car will fucking drive itself to you when you press the button on the remote. Cops are pulling them over. It's sweet. You can check them out on YouTube. There's videos. It's hilarious.
That's great.
People are Batmaning their Teslas. Come to me. I was drunk and I don't know where you left you. Which is safe. I mean, it's smarter than driving it. But they drive themselves, so you could have just slept the whole time, because I've seen those videos too. People passed out unconscious doing like 65 on the highway because they're in a Tesla smart car who has a route program.
Oh, we lost Tubi. Let me know if you want back in, Melissa. Yeah, I know that Porsche just made their elite electric car, and it beats them. I wouldn't say fairly easy, because when you're that close in time, but their car doesn't sound neat because it doesn't make any noise. And theirs does. You can hear the winding up of the electric motors. They shift gears.
Which one are you saying is silent? The Porsche?
No, the one you were just talking about.
The Tesla. Yeah, the Tesla.
Yeah, the Tesla. They're really quiet. But the new Porsche has a
gear box, so you can hear it changing gears, and you can hear the whine of the electric motors, and it sounds really cool. It's a different sound, but it's still, you can tell it's badass.
How often people stare at their phones and walk across the street? People need to hear a car.
Oh, absolutely. If the cars went silent, our death toll rate would triple.
Oh, at least.
What's that look like to you? What's that say?
50.
No, the words, the letters.
Let me do a little zoom in action. Napa?
That's what I thought. The heck is this?
Yeah, I'm gonna say definitely APA, and I'm thinking that's an N. Yeah.
It sure looked like it. Nardona. Yugoslavia. Abidan.
Narnia. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's really cool. I hadn't noticed that before. Because Napa's where I grew up. Napa
wow.
is where I had my furniture shop.
Nice. I think I do want to own a coin shop. I think I am gonna either find a partner, work my way up in one, or do a mass sale of all my varieties somewhere one day and just buy a ton of stock. Nothing makes me happier.
You know, it's crazy because, you know, this billionaire that I knew, he was really down to earth. He raced 175-foot yachts and won the World Cups and did just crazy stuff like that. He said he slowly went from cars and motorcycles to planes and then special jets and slowly raced everything. And then got back to cars and elite cars, and it really cracked me up because when he got married to Danielle Steele, they were both widowers, and it was a real big deal for both of them to find somebody after that. And he wanted to get her something really special for a wedding ring. And, you know, she wasn't quite as wealthy as him, but she's damn close. She sold like 500 bestsellers for her books. And she did like 8 movies. And
Wow.
she had $500 million in, about 10 years ago. But he got her a 53 carat ring. It's called the Blue Moon of India, something like that.
I've watched a video on this, and they actually shaved it down and resized it like a while after that for some reason.
It looked ridiculous. It was so big. She was so proud of it, but my goodness, it was so ridiculously large. It was beautiful. And it had a luster that didn't compare to anything else. But, yeah, that's just crazy size.
That's big.
Her house in San Francisco, well, they lived on the island just across from San Francisco.
Their own island, you know.
And she spent like $50,000 or $60-something thousand a month on fresh cut flowers for the house a month. You know, it's just was nothing for them.
So when you walked into their house, they had 4th and 5th century items all over the house that you could accidentally knock over if you weren't paying attention.
Yeah, they didn't throw house parties. They went elsewhere.
Well, actually, no, they did have some pretty amazing parties because I got to. That's right, I did drive some other cars that were pretty cool, and I don't know that range of cars well enough to know exactly what I drove to park in the field right next to the house, but I did park a whole bunch of cars a couple times, and they would clear out a lot of the floor antiques to make room for people. But most of the party would go on in the backyard that overlooked the valley, Napa Valley, because they had a winery right below them, and Mondavi's was right there, and yeah, some pretty neat stuff. But crazy stuff. And I remember they had a onyx lion, the Chinese lions. It was like 80 grand. They just had them sitting on the ground outside as decorations. 80 grand a piece.
I actually had the privilege of moving a 7-foot marble Buddha when I was working at the warehouse. It was one of our random items that came in.
Cool.
No, cool as hell.
Well, wait a minute. You touched Buddha? You're not supposed
I rubbed his belly.
I think you were touching elsewhere.
We broke the rule. That was also a 6-foot like granite Jesus. That was incredibly detailed. That was a weird truck.
Oh, that one's interesting. That's kind of like the one with the sword from earlier. Oh, and that has two cross swords.
Oh, that is a cool one.
Colorado coin hunting. How you doing? Sorry, I didn't see you come in. I'm kind of paying attention. Sorta. Midnight. Okay, just a minute.
I get it, you're calling. Stop it.
Midnight, do you know the Gigi Jesus Little Helper? Because if not, you might get timed out. I try to keep it really clean in here because I show my grandkids these videos.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think you're done. He's gone.
Who? Oh, Midnight?
Jesus
Hey, that
Little
was it.
Helper.
Oh, my live chat froze at 2:38. Huh. I wonder
Yeah,
why nobody had said anything.
Yeah, guys, just tell me next time, and I'll definitely take care of it. Yeah, because I didn't see all that. Sorry, Little Helper. We don't need that kind of help.
No, you need a wee bit of a call.
Yeah, I just wasn't paying enough attention. I saw it once and I should have paid more attention. But I thought people were talking to him, so I normally let it slide if some of the people in the room know the person and are trying to communicate. But
That's true, because people normally wave a person down pretty quick, like on your stream.
and the one mod that I always had that was always in the background, she isn't here now, Rhonda.
Is she MIA for the time being?
Maybe for good.
Oh, really? Is there more trouble that went down, I suspect?
Well, I didn't hear it all, but yeah, it sounds like she got herself in some trouble or has some issues that are gonna take a while.
That's unfortunate, but I know how life goes.
Okay, midnight. I just give people a chance. I know people cuss a lot, and sometimes you got to remind them. You got to remind them too many times, time them out. Try not to delete them from the channel without giving them adequate, unless they're being totally foul or rude or have their own agenda.
Or straight attention seeking, yeah.
Yeah.
Aiming for the pinpoints.
So you're a mod. So and I'd mod you too, but you're up here. I don't think I can go back that far.
I think that's normally the reason I'm not modded on anybody's stream. It's because by the time it's a thought, I've been on panel so long that they can't find my fucking name in chat.
Yeah. Would you want it?
I wouldn't ever use the power. I don't even know what to do or how to do it. I've never used my authority in the YouTube world.
Yeah. See, for me, I'm pretty lenient. You can do quite a bit of stuff. You know, say your piece, think your way. But when you start doing heavy cussing against the other people in the chat, that I don't go for. And normally give them a warning. If they do it again, I'll warn them one more time. If they do it again, they get timed out. If they do it again after they're timed out, they're gone.
Yep.
Try to give as many chances as possible. But most people don't care for that stuff. I know I don't. And like I said, my grandkids watch this, so.
Until you make me watch an ad.
Yeah, I try to give people a wide berth until they totally blow it.
I feel you.
So just watch out, because a lot of times these trolls have a couple accounts and they come right back in.
And by a couple, he means like 40.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I wish I wasn't serious when I said that, because I am. On like 45 accounts. Our local friendly troll, Mike, Mr. Mullins, has like 15.
And I felt so bad because one of my guys that was always on here, and I had made him a mod, and he never did anything out of line, and then he really got sideways one night, and it's like, wait a minute, and you're my mod. Well, it was somebody that copied his his icon. So when I deleted him as a mod, I was deleting the real guy, not the fake.
Which he might have took offense to.
Yeah, well, I explained myself and apologized a bunch. So he may even be in the lurking in the background, and if he is, I'm sorry again. Honest.
That's a side effect of troll. That's a little victory,
Oh,
I guess.
so frustrating.
I feel you. I'd share that frustration for you. I've been pissed. You're okay. Makeshift desk. Get off my lap.
That's a pretty nice 49. And that's a half-time holder. I like the little coins. I don't know why, but I've always liked the little ones.
No, I have that 1873 Penia.
What country?
Al actually looked it up. I don't remember, but he said it actually held a little bit of numismatic value, which is rare for Al to throw out there. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
He was like, that one's worth like $6 to $10, man. Put that in a flip. And I was like, oh, wow. You mean I don't need to burn it? Whoa. I miss Al. I ain't talked to him in a while.
He's a good guy. He gets snotty sometimes. You just gotta
I'll give it right back.
knocking him back in his place.
Oh, always, yeah. Oh, yeah. I grew up, I've worked in warehouses where there's 20-year veterans who work on morning shift and hate everybody. They're the same way when I was tired. I mean, it's still kind of funny, a little turdish, but all in good fun.
Yeah, I had a great grandma like that. She was stuck in a wheelchair, but would use a cane to get around by pushing the wheelchair with it a little bit. But she mostly had it to swing at us, and I tell you, I got hit by that thing a couple times.
I had some grandparents that I wasn't allowed at their house anymore because the grandpa used to hit me with his cane all the time for no reason. For on my stepdad's side, yeah, I guess his dad didn't like me because he used to hit me with the cane for no reason, and like I was banished from his house by my mom's doing. Like, she's like, you're not allowed to go over there anymore. He's a dick, and he hits you with that cane all day. And I was like 6.
We learned pretty quick. We were only like 5, 6 years old. But one of us would taunt her while somebody snuck up behind her and put her brakes on.
Oh.
Either that or use one of her other canes to go through the wheels and lock up her spoke.
That's fair game.
Hey, even the adults didn't question it.
That's fair game.
Oh, this is a cool color. This is part of one of my mint sets.
Do you follow Dan Hurd?
No.
He's a gold prospector. He had companies or businessmen would pay him to go prospect land and give them advice on where to be digging their claims. But he's super. He's easy to watch. He's very informational, and he does a whole lot of different kind of gold panning videos. Like, shenanigans.
Recirculate, and it won't add any more water. And I'll do just very brief. If it starts leaking, I'll stop and move the pump.
All right, it saved me.
So I'm sure it's that same guy that's just come back. over and over.
Meters from the river. I do have a permit to do this. And I am making sure no water gets back to the river. Following the regulations of BC.
Yeah, I know a couple times I had them causing so many problems in chat that I just started a private stream and invited the 10 people that were still chatting into the private chat.
Gosh dang it. A little higher. And I think this.
And Midnight, you don't have to time out that guy that keeps coming back. Go ahead and just delete and ban him from the channel. Those bans are kept on my account. So if he uses those same accounts sometime down the road, he'll be blocked.
It'll be closer, it'll be noisier, but oh well. At least it won't get sick. I've been running a fan underneath the output there, just catching
And if you get tired of doing it midnight, let me know and I'll just take care of it another way.
There is a speck of gold in here. Not a tiniest little speck. So nothing is making it through.
So the one thing a lot of these new guys don't realize is a lot of us old timers were the original computer guys. My very first computer came from Radio Shack. They weren't even selling computers for the home, and I had a computer. And I had to learn all the backdoors and all that stuff to make it work. And all the computers I got after that, I was doing what hackers did because that's how you got around. So,
We have a.
I also have some really cool hackers that'll do anything I ask them to. So, hopefully these accounts aren't connected to an IP address. Chances are they are. Most of them don't even know enough to keep that from being an issue.
And there's still room for stuff to move down.
Jimmy, Mom, the computer's going slow again.
I know that even if I disturb some gold, it will get caught the next level.
Gosh, snagging, what was that?
Well, I did 20 playlists that were on a repeat for some of the YouTuber friends. And, well, actually, I didn't know enough to do a full 20. It was 10 of them twice. And started StreamYards with all those ones going in the background. And my computer only went up to like 30%. This computer just loves hard work. I don't think I've ever given it to it with that. Well, that's not true. Some of my real high-end 4K editing does.
Tailings pond's dropping a lot when I'm just recirculating from it, so I might have to go back to the creek before long.
So you got something else to show, Superman? I'm great.
All right. It's 66 SMS activity with tripling on the trust. You guys just have to go for a little fly. It's cool because I can never just work. You know what I'm saying? That would be too easy. Let me just zoom in here so I don't have to move my phone so I
Oh.
don't get all shaky.
Sorry, Colorado coin hunting. It's Silverman, Super Silverman.
Hey, buddy.
I even saw your question, and it just didn't even dawn on me to realize what
So
you were
that's where
saying.
that's one of the strongest places it sticks out is this T right there.
Yeah, I see
You
it.
can see it on the, and then the bottom of the S right here.
And is that just tripling, or is there more than that?
It looks like it's a triple die, like because if I can get the right light, which this little Walmart light is the best effing thing in the world. I can't stress that enough. That little $4 light. But if I can get it, and I'm backing up a little bit. This S comes out, and you can see it almost looks like tree bark how it's split there. And I actually don't think it's the most rare because out of the 10 sets I bought, I found 2 of them with the exact same die.
Well,
And I
keep
know
in
because
mind now, if those sets were part of a box, then
very true.
you know that would be common. But
right here.
you know, if they were loose, that's different. But sometimes when you see a whole bunch of sets for sale, they just opened a box or had a box that you know they were using.
And I believe that this seller was doing that. He had just bought, I think, either 50 packs or 100 packs of all of the SMS sets and was selling them off in chunks of 10.
Yeah, I've seen them in 50s. I don't think I've seen 100-piece box. But
I think it. I agree with you. I think it was 250s when I saw the 100. Because I've seen 10, I've seen 4, I've seen 5, I've seen 50.
Yeah, and I've seen 2. I used to get or had several of the 2s.
See, that's the first I've heard of a 2, but I think I've seen a 20 before as well.
Yep, I've seen 20. And my 68 and 69, somebody was saying, you know, because I have the 69S's, the mint sets that were on sale, and he said that he felt that those should have sold for like ridiculous money. But they just didn't. I mean, even though they knew there was a big error available, nobody would really pay those kind of prices. So
Right?
I still have a couple of them that are sealed, 69S and 68s. Or, yeah, the 69S mint sets.
This was one of the better 60. This is the really, really, really good 63 I grabbed yesterday, actually. I have face reveal on this bendy.
Yeah, looks good. I kicked myself. I had a chance to get a whole bunch of SMS sets. And I don't know why. I had the money. I could have done it with no issues. And I think it was 20 each boxed.
Oh, wow. That is a good price. That is a really good price. I'm looking for a specific set, though, because it has a variety. I haven't looked at all the ones that I grabbed yesterday. I just went through, and I have to get 56 and 55. And then I'll have every mint set from 55 till I think 92 or 93.
Cool.
But I'm missing 88 and 87.
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
trying to break those.
think I'm complete past 80, but I think I go from 52 to 80 for proof sets.
Here's a good variety. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. So that is the RPM 001, the one that PCGS will slab. And the cool pickup point of this coin, which I didn't know about until very recently, is the most easy thing in the world to look for. Look at that.
Oh,
C.
nice.
Look at this. Look at that little circle. It's on every single one that has the RPM. If you have that
they
little
won't-
circle on your,
And they won't slab it?
no, they will. PCGS will slab this RPM. It is
Oh,
the
okay.
one from 1970. This is a mint set. This isn't a proof set. I just put it in here because I didn't like the cello. So this is
Congrats.
just a
That was cool.
regular little one I grabbed from the coin show. The only one I've ever went to. The only time I ever bought a mint set from one. And we got lucky with the one that they actually tell you in the Cherry Picker's Guide in the Red Book that this one is commonly found in mint sets. So, but they took them out all the time because they weren't cameo or proof. And if you see that little circle on that C, and it is clear as day.
It's nice when
But
there's
you
such a solid marker.
Yep. You have a variety that if regular grades $25, if you pulled it out of change. If you have one that you pulled out of a mint set, depending on how that looks, I would potentially send it in because if you're hitting 66 or God forbid a 67, you have actual money.
Yeah, really cool.
Not that one. It could be this one. Let's see.
Yeah, thank you, Min. I appreciate it.
No, that's a way messed up case. So it's this one. Nope, that's my 67 set. All right. There's only very few of these with cameo on my dime, so it's pretty easy to find the one that I had originally. And there it is.
Yep, I remember.
Yep. I'm putting together the set I'm getting to ship out to him, which is why all these are super prominent right again. Because I wanted to find them. Oh, Jeremy. Okay, I have a question then. If Midnight's still here, or people who do a lot of the variety hunting, when does incuse doubling become a thing? How bad? Let's get the slide out here because now we're doing something else. All right, I gotta put my spike back in the table. Shenanigans. All right. So this coin. Because they say that incuse doubling looks exactly like a regular double die would look, but that's because it means nothing. And that's the most confusing thing to wrap your head around. But once you do, it's understandable. But out of an entire uncirculated box of these here George Rogers Clark, I found one. And I'm looped every effing one of these damn things looking for a new variety because I was sure I was going to get my name in the book for a new one. Because these hadn't had one listed yet. And then I pull this thing out. It just looks double to all hell, especially over here starting at the R and K.
Cool. Well, you know the one that Midnight had, that double clash.
Yeah, the Jailhouse Lincoln is the new sweet variety from Grandma. Yeah, I remember.
65 and 66 is on his grades.
How many did you end up sending in? I actually
I think
watched
he
your
did like
video.
7 or 8 of them.
Yeah, because I remember the last video of his I watched about those because I stay current on yours, his, and you know the people who do a lot of the grading stuff because I'm heading to PCGS and I'm gonna try to hit up the Colorado Springs and be a grader.
Yeah, he said. Here, I'll put his reply to you up.
Sorry, my chat froze at 2:38 this morning on something you said actually, I think.
Yeah, it's up on the screen. Yeah, he sent in 10.
Yeah, it's MD, yes, but it looks exactly like a double die. You have 2 completely separate serifs on devices, and at a certain point, when does that become an actual variety? With how aggressive, I mean, I guess you can't mimic it, so it can't be a variety. It would still be just an error anomaly. But damn, it looks so clear that you would think there would be more just exactly like it. You would think that it would be a variety.
Yeah, I have a hard time with it. I've seen so many that, you know, they call machine doubling, and then I see some of the double dice that look so similar. I mean, of course.
Yeah, I can't start going through Wexler's because he'll have some that he actually has attributed as worthless doubling. That's how it's listed on his site. And then you have some from a different date that look exactly the effing same as DDO 003 or 4.
Yeah. Yeah, the only way you can become good at it is to have an example. And that's the only time you can be sure. That's why the errors that I've come across, I find more of those errors because I have one in hand to compare it to.
Just because W's are so prominently in the news lately, I do find it my job to make everybody aware that there is a 2015 proof W dime that you can get for your W collections if you are working on building them. So there's the 96, the 2015, and you know, then the quarters and now nickel, 3 pennies, because they have the regular, the proof, the reverse proof on the pennies.
Yeah, when I bought this huge bag of Merc dimes, and it was an old bag from the back of a coin shop. It'd been there for a while, sealed.
Oh, that's a win.
And I paid pretty good money for it, but oh my gosh, I found 3 42/1s. One I sold for $750, one for $500, and the other one I kept.
I don't know if I can talk about those right now, only because I think I have one, 42/41D. So it's the one that's not near as easy to say you have.
Send me a picture of it.
Gladly, I will find the one because I separated a group out and then went through that group and then watched Robert Lawson's unboxing video where he did his NX grading unboxing, where he had one that graded a very fine or something, or a 515. Mine looks very similar enough to where it raised my eyebrow and made me search through them all over again. I'm pretty sure, based on seeing that, because I'd never seen one in such a low grade before, that was actually attributed with that variety. So Robert's recent Annex unboxing video, very helpful. He does. He sent out some cool stuff that I didn't ever look for, and I love finding new stuff to look for. This is my purple 57. With the old tiger striping from the albums.
From the album or the Whitman folders?
The Whitman folder, yeah, that waxy thing on the back, yeah.
Yeah.
You're the one who taught me about that.
Yeah, I've gotten quite a few of them too. Now, the one you're talking about is not the one that I had before. I had the real obvious one, not the dude.
Yeah, the Philly, the one that you can see. It looks like a whole new letter.
It was really obvious, but I think I could tell on this one too, because that one's pretty prominent.
When they get to a low grade, it's pretty small. There's a little notch that comes out of the bottom of the two. It could be this one. Hold on, I have these set out for going to Robert anyway. So it could be literally right here in front of me. Sorry. Gotta raise you up a little bit. Wee bit. So this was one of the potentials.
Yeah, because that 4 should have a definite leg.
Yeah, this little extra swipe that comes down. It's not the strongest, I agree. Let's see what the other one is.
4's pretty strong.
And then this one has a little bit of, that one just, I think that's just a deteriorated die on that one, to be honest.
Yeah, because I didn't see it on that one.
Oh yeah, that other one, no, I agree with you. Let's see where the potential tube went.
Yeah, the whole key on a worn one, as long as your letter has this, pretty much the full width of the number, it should be pretty clear.
So I think this is a DDO variety, but I don't think it's the 42 or 41. And what makes me think that is the big notching I have right here at the bottom of the two.
Yeah.
Zoom. I know that's not the 42 or 41, but I do think that one is something.
Yeah, I see the serif split.
And I've been looking at a lot of 42s the past week, and I'm gonna tell you that's definitely an anomaly from most.
Yeah, it was so funny because I worked really hard on the dime bag, and I was about halfway through the bag when I hit the first one, and it was the best one, the higher value one, and it just jumped so much. Because, I normally need glasses I definitely need glasses to see the dates on a dime. And
what's your opinion on
it just jumped.
Do you think this is PMD, or do you think this is one of the most aggressive laminations that I've ever... It does mimic a lamination that I have seen, but damn.
Yeah, see, I never try to guess on those because I've seen some really crazy ones.
Yeah, I was just mad that this one was a 42. And I can very clearly see that it's a 42. But you're not getting any other info out of it other than that. Because you can see a 4 and a 2.
Yep.
42. No, that one did not. So my potential tube was pretty small because it only had my 42s and then a few of my earlier 30s in it.
So, Hoobie, we've got a troll in the chat. So, let me send you a link.
This one made me quit.
Hold on just a second. I'm doing a quick email.
Oh, you're fine. Dude, you're fine, my friend. I will go through the rest of this little wee stack of notes.
So, Hoobie, I sent you a link if you want to jump back up here in your email. Midnight, I had read that. I thought I answered your last email, but I didn't. So I'll get back to you in a little while.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Well, you didn't have to tell us in the hot tub.
Hey, baby.
You bet. Anytime, Alyssa. You're always welcome. Sometimes
This was
midnight,
enough.
I read them, I hit reply, and it takes me a while to try to come up with what I want to say. And then I check somebody's channel really quick to see if they're done a video or see somebody, because I follow a lot of the First Amendment stuff, so I'm constantly jumping over to those channels.
America. So this is one of the possibilities that I felt as well.
So, okay, Melissa, you can tell us whatever you need to tell us. Whatever makes you feel good.
Tickles the old fancy, as it were.
Yeah, I think my granddaughter grabbed my 42/1 because it's such an obvious one for the filling. And of course, she didn't need glasses. She could see that sucker really easy. Maybe just
Quit being difficult, Scope. I don't like your attitude. Thank you. That's it. FS 101 on the 1970 proof.
Cool. You know, you've done pretty good for yourself because you certainly have an eye for this stuff. You catch a lot of things, so
Yeah, I got a lot of bless your heart when I started because they thought I was looking at everything as, you know. I even had someone recently say, well, everything you have seems to have something on it. I wish the amount of stuff I touch versus the amount of stuff I show,
right.
Not even close.
And that's something that a lot of people weren't giving me credit for when I was talking the higher grade coins. Is, you know, you talk dozens of MS-67s. It's like, yeah, but you don't understand. I've got 600 pounds of rolls.
Went through 33 rolls to find that 67. Damn it.
Yeah. So, and my rolls are original bank wrapped rolls that I personally grabbed at the bank during those years.
Right.
So I know how they've been stored. I've watched them all the way through, and unfortunately, I have lost tons to brown toning. But even those, because I of course keep all those, because even in brown, those high grades will still be worth money.
Oh yes,
It'll just
yes.
be another 10 or 20 years to start seeing it really change.
That's where I put those.
Now, were you?
I like how
I was talking about the high grade pennies losing their values for the 50s and 60s.
kind of.
Yeah, Blue Ridge Silverhound did a video and he was talking about it and said that he was looking at a 51S that was a 67 plus, and it had sold for in the beginning of 2019 for 2,100, I think it was, and then 2 or 4 months later, one sold for $1,000 less.
Did it? Did you talk about how many new ones have been graded at that level in that time frame, or if it was just because the proof set game has in early 50s, we'll say, it's been seeing a lot more attention the past couple months than I've seen it in all of my time collecting, which isn't long, only a little over a year. But
yeah, no, these weren't proofs. These were the.
But even the trying to hit the lottery on that 67 grade has been getting a lot of attention. Like OBW rolls, I can't find them anymore. I can only find them on eBay right now. I shit you not, I can't, or Chuck, of course, but I'm not quick enough with the draw because his auctions fill up and go off fast, bro. Like within under a minute, sometimes he has an entire box gone or every cent in a roll gone in seconds. And I'm trying to find more of the W rolls because that's my favorite thing to do is go through them. I got lucky and I got a 54S roll, and I've gotten 3 or 4 70S rolls.
Now, who are you buying from? In Copper Coins?
No, I've only purchased. I got all mine from one seller at the coin show, at the Denver Coin Show last year, the 3-day big one. It was the last day of the event, and all of the good Morgans that I was hoping to get were gone. So I was just walking around, and he had this little box sitting off to the side that he just had. Everyone was in a tube, so even if it wasn't or was an OBW roll, either he had the roll in the tube or he didn't anymore, and he had them all listed as what he thought they were and whose they were, because I'm thinking he was there for a few people. Like he had a couple dealers load up the box,
Right.
because some of the 70S sets or 70S rolls were different price. I had one for $2, I had one for $3, I had one for $2.50.
Pretty fair
They
price.
were all really like two. They were all really like $2 or $3. The only one that cost me any good amount of money is I had one 70S roll that had brilliant uncirculated gem written on it, and I think that one was like $7. S roll was I think 11 or 13, but that 54S roll was by far one of my favorite things I've ever searched through. Going through that tube, where I mean, it started off with, I think this was one of my first ones out. So I mean, I had the black spot on back, but it's a quality scent.
Well, now
And-
I have seen some graded coins with that spot. So if it's, unless it's really dark,
I justified putting that entire roll in flips, airtights, or like made sets, because that entire roll was worth it. Sorry, but that entire roll was beautiful. I mean, it looked like it had never even been jostled around. And that one was just a tube roll. We'll say it wasn't an OBW roll. This is a 58. I got a 58 roll as well that day. Because that was right after I had watched the Coin-Op video where that 58 double die got super popular out of nowhere.
And thank you, Majestic. I look forward to getting it. Majestic just sent me a 54S original bank wrap.
Oh, that's awesome. That was my funnest. It was the funnest roll I've ever looked through. And my favorite scent is the 70S. Or favorite, really, anything to go through, because that has been what has paid me the most. I say, or it's given me the most thrill because it's what I found first was that 70 proof set where the Kennedy had the FS 101, and that was the first proof set I ever bought. I was so damn excited I didn't know what to do with myself.
So I've been pretty lucky. I've got like 3-gallon Ziploc bags full of my pennies that have errors that I need to go through again. And they're full. They're completely full. And they're all in airtights. I made sure that I protected them just in case.
So you did proud of me now. So my loose coins are not loose coins anymore.
Good for you. Yeah, they don't cost that much. You just need to bite the bullet and get them taken care of, because preservation is everything. It's everything.
Yeah, it's everything. Yeah. I guess the easiest way for me to wrap my mind around that is dollar bills. If you put that dollar bill in your pocket one time, don't worry about getting what it is. If it's a low print star note, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If you put that thing in your pocket one time, expect 20 to 30% loss of what you could have got.
Yeah, if you're lucky.
If you're lucky. And that's just that's not even folding it. You just set that thing in your pocket. You've already lost 20 to 30% value of what you could have had. If you think of your cents that way.
Yeah, that's a good way to
have you may have a wrapped roll, but every time it does this and moves a little and you hear no noise, there's potential for an abrasion. You could have,
and that's why
in there could have moved.
So you just need to use those punch outs out of the airtights and put the penny ones in your rolls because I put them in the bottom and the top to tighten the roll.
Yes.
Well,
and most people don't know.
Yeah, sometimes you can only put one in, but when there's enough room, I'll do them top and bottom just to make it nice and airtight.
And you're one of the few people who know pouring these nickels out. These nickels weren't even needing the tube. I was doing them a desperate one. But most people don't know that you can get a nickel tube and a bank wrap roll. You don't have to unwrap the ones that are in quality rolls, your old school rolls that you speak of. But like the older ones, they were waxier. They preserved better. If you like toned scents, you can leave them in there and they will tone by the themselves just because they have seen air already. But you can put the roll itself in a nickel tube and it doesn't mess up your coins near as bad, and you don't have to open it at the moment, and you can still save it.
Yeah, I've even gone as far as to take like my half dime size insert and stick it in the ends of the penny rolls, the shotgun rolls, so it kind of plugs it up.
That's very smart. I make sure that if I have something that's going anywhere, I overload it. I mean, this thing I've packed too tight, and I've made sure that the one on each end is not one of high grade. And I think I even put a penny at the other end of this one, just because I didn't want to be mashing a high grade with the turning of the lid. So I threw a 51 Wheatie on top, just because I didn't want to put a high grade silver or a dime that could have an RPM that now you have a wheel mark and you can't grade because it's just details now.
Yeah.
So I'll pack them tight and throw a penny at the end just for extra safety, because I'm not trying to damage something that could be worth even more.
Just be
Especially
careful,
with
because if it's a toned coin or a red, brown, or brown coin, that can affect the roll.
It's true. Copper is poison. I learned that watching, I think it was either Salve or somebody, but he got a gold coin, and it had a copper spot in the center of the reverse, because the minting copper coins in the same room pretty in a similar time frame of when that gold coin was minted, and the copper in the air poisoned the penny, or poisoned his gold coin. I don't know if it's copper in the air, but I mean, however it did, it poisoned it. Like, even how it was described in the whole long explanation is, yeah, the copper in proximity of other things can do bad stuff.
Yeah, I really pushed that in a lot of my videos, talking about people that were putting coins that had any green, well, the copper, of course, any green on them, even if it's a little spot, on putting it in with the rest of their brown coins, because that stuff grows like crazy.
That stuff I actually do know a bit about, because that's penicillin right there. Basically, that's mold at a certain point almost, and that stuff is poison.
Yep, it'll travel across the whole bag of coins in a couple of years.
Yep. If you have a Bancraft roll that has a dirty spot on the edge of your end set, if you sit there and you leave that in that roll, you will watch that spot transfer in the exact shape from coin to coin to coin to coin through that roll.
Yeah.
I watched it on my 73S original Bancraft roll. It was one of the ones that was in an original Bancraft roll still. I unrolled it, and my top 10 coins had a little brown triangle across the obverse, because that is how the end coin was. That is how it was affected. The following 10 coins were affected in the exact same shape all the way through, because of that spot poisoned over and over.
How'd you lose your roll, Majestic?
I wonder if my chat works again. I would like to.
I put it up on the screen.
Because I've been watching him and his toned sense too. This guy, he was pulling out 70S rolls, or 70S cents, that it made me go through mine, because I've got a few that made me feel the same way, where I was just like, damn, wow, that's got to go somewhere.
He had some really beautiful 30s and 40s red browns and a couple reds that I had checked out for him.
Yeah, I saw his last little update video on them toners. So that was beautiful. Oh, shenanigans.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. Just get rid of them. Said he just put them back into circulation.
And 5. There you go. So I don't think these are replated, honestly. It was a wartime set. So I have
because around the real fine letters, you see a little bit of a doubling edge, or almost like a deteriorated dye around it.
Let me go to a
and it normally stands out pretty well. But no, that one
zoomage. I know. And all three, because it was a wartime set that I love my LCS. He gets so busy because his location, his inbound is so much more than he could ever look through for outbound. He doesn't. So he's got an entire 6-foot bookshelf full of commemoratives, foreign, and just random. And underneath it, I find cool stuff. And this little wartime set that had all three was in that little underneath it. Where did I put the other two? There it is. Yeah, this one was the. Let's get you back a wee bit. And one of them has corrosion on the back because the Steelies like to F and eat themselves sometimes, even if they're stored decently. And it's the most evident thing you'll ever see. And it's not this one either. It's going to be the last one I show you.
Yeah, and I've seen it because of nickels and just pennies being stacked on them. And it's like they had a little bit of oil or something on them. And the mix between the other metal touching it just causes it to start eating.
I guess it was the first one I showed him because these ones are all right. And the one that I have, it's the bottom of the obverse and then the entire upper half of the back is just starting to just pockmark away. But it came in this set. That's how I found it. I've replaced the set with. And these are actually pretty cool, and I know why they rainbowed is because this set, this little plastic thing has something that I did like. It has a piece of plastic. It has a piece of plastic on the back. It doesn't just pop in like the normal ones that we're all used to. It actually has a little shield in the back that helps for protection, and the plastic in it gives some really, really beautiful rainbow tone.
Now, keep in mind sometimes when they put letters on that little piece of cardboard, that cardboard goes through a couple processes to make it accept that easier. And sometimes the chemicals used to cause it too.
It's true. I really want to find my shot. I found my first.
Because cardboard is stacked paper for the most part, compressed.
It's layered and it has to be stuck together somehow.
Yeah, they use adhesives to put those together.
Yep.
That's why the corrugated stuff is horrible on coins.
I found my first counter stamp today, and I'm gonna find it right now because that made me so effing happy.
Yeah, they're cool. I always keep them.
It's one of the coolest ones I've seen, and it fits me. I couldn't have planned finding a cooler counter stamp on a Lincoln, and it's on a 64D. I just found it today. It's gotta be. It's in a big flip. All right.
I remember a friend in junior high being all excited because he had found a counter stamp with his initials.
Oh, that's pretty cool. And that's a cool one. That's a win, I would say.
Yeah, and that's a rare one because how many people find their own initials? It's not just to find one, much less.
It's like finding your,
Well,
it's like finding your phone up.
he found it in a coin shop, but still, that's awesome.
He found it in the. He found it
Yeah.
in the wild.
It's a coin shop coin.
I'm gonna find it. Because I was so happy. Because that's the one thing that I was surprised that, and no matter how many boxes I'd been through and how many cool things I found, like I found 270 small dates so far, and I find that to be a sweet accomplishment.
Yeah,
I don't think.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I take that as an accomplishment because I think Rob has yet to find one, which that man goes through. I don't even know how many boxes of pennies, and that is one of Half Dollar Mickey Holler's signature moments, and one of his proudest finds is finding a 70 small date in the wild. And I found two. I got one in pretty low grade. I got one that would probably push an MS62, I would say, oh man, that's awesome. Makes me really happy.
And it kills me because I have, probably 50 70S large. I do have one or two rolls of the small.
Did they come in 4 rolls of the small?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. See, the 70S is my favorite. That's what I immediately. It's where my eyes go. It's what I hunt for first. If I'm looking at somebody's inventory, if he's got 70S rolls, that's what I'm gonna probably spend the majority of my money on.
And it's really cool. I really like the 82s because there's so many varieties in the 82.
I still have a 5-pound Crown Royal bag of 82 cents I haven't gone through, and it's like half of them.
It's something I hoarded really hard because it was a big deal at the time.
It's I think I have a little mason jar of BU 82s too. Yeah, I hoard my 82s all separate and weird.
Yeah, see, in 82, my business was running pretty good. I had just bought my own shop, started my own brand, and I was doing really good. So I had a fair amount of money. So, I was going to the bank, grabbing up rolls constantly.
You're not helping me at all right now, Light. This is a pretty sweet woody.
Love them woodies. Ooh, and
yeah.
Nice. I only have a couple Indians.
It's not even a cleaned woody, which the Indians get a lot. I've noticed where they get all super duper asininely shiny, and then you get that. So I started making a collection of my woody Indians, and I've gotten. I have 4 or 5 at the moment, actually.
Cool. That's more than I've got. Oh, nice. I like that one.
That's the coolest thing. That's the coolest counter stamp in the goddamn world.
Yeah. And I have one of these.
Yeah, I've seen this one, and that's how I knew it was like it was a real counter stamp, like a popular one that had been around, because I had seen this with the 2 little hoes. Oh, this thing makes me happy. I'm so fucking stoked. That is such a cool.
There's a ton of
class to do.
With a little bust of Kennedy, or profile rather.
And I thought it was weird because on the back of this one, right here, what the F? It looks like I have dropped initials almost. I don't even know. But the scent doesn't really have damage anywhere. Yeah, and they're shaped just like letters. SG.
Interesting.
But other than that, it's not a nicked up or damaged to the point it's brown all day for sure. But yeah,
Cool.
took me a year and a week because I started
Oh, it's-
collecting on January 1st last year was the first day I ever started collecting, like really going through stuff.
Cool. Yeah, because of those 75 rolls of Wheaties that I got, those brown ones that started in 1909, I have added so many Woodies to my collection. I'm up to almost 3 rolls.
My favorite Woody. I'm pretty sure I can get this one to show up even. Come here, light, you're needed.
Just showing the Indian.
Yeah, it's almost like it. Pull it out. It's almost like it has red wood grain, only in the fields.
Huh.
I'm gonna show that one too because I think that's one of the coolest, funny things I've ever seen. The back of this, I don't think it's a counter stamp. I think it's more like a Jesus in toast moment. So we'll show this one first.
Well, Craig, that's one way to do it.
We got Craig Durbin
Yeah.
talking about minting plastic coins, butthole.
Yeah. Says he's going to upgrade his plastic collection to coffee cans full of Sears.
I
Seriously,
didn't even have to read what he said to know that he was talking about some sort of plastic coin.
Yeah, that one's cool.
Don't mind the warehouse hands. This is just what I do. And up here is what makes it the coolest. That is some solid wood grain.
Yeah, that one's interesting.
That was one of the cooler ones. I actually just recently got another one that made me think of Sir Frank and Craig because they like their woodies pretty hard.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen a wood grain that didn't go completely across.
This one I've held for a while. I've actually showed this one to Ken once too, and that was one of the ones where he was like, "Yep, flip it, flip it and save it." And where is that 36? There it is. There's the lube.
Interesting.
Be the first.
Nice. The ones I like is what I call lacy, when it's got a whole bunch of characters, like 2 or 3 tones,
Yeah.
or the blonde streaks. I like the ones with blonde streaks.
I don't remember where I've. Yep, the other one hasn't crossed my path in a while because there was 2 that I had found this day. Because this one was one of the better ones where it's almost like right in half and has the streaks. Out of the way, light bar. Ugh. But where did I put that stuff?
Well, Craig, the one issue I have is it's one thing to have them in those plastics for 10 years, but for 20 to 30 years,
I understand.
time to get to work.
Let's see, I've got a lot of quality. Hey, look, I found it on accident. Cool. Decent quality rosies, and I've been looking at some of those are really worth it when they're that quality struck for 62 and 63.
That sounds really cool, Majestic.
Come here, light. Thank you.
Cool.
That was just a weird, not quite, yeah, not quite woody, but definitely an odd one. Okay, we'll show that. So, safety first, dimes. You don't have my weight.
And I don't care about the plastic part. It's the PVC part that I worry about. And the softer that plastic bag is, the more PVC is in it. That's cool. Oh, I think I've got one of those.
It's a Austria, is what the flip had said was written on it originally. But this thing has some really cool like fire tone to it. I was really happy with that one. That was one of the 40-cent junk bins. I love those 40-cent junk bins. Because that's where I got that other piece that you said are kind of hard to find, and I'm going to send on over to Sheldon. That was 40 cents. That Honolulu Rapid Fare token.
Cool.
And I think 40 cents isn't bad for something like that.
I didn't realize it was an air token. Or that had that value. That's cool.
Turn this way.
I guess transit means whatever transportation they need.
Tell me that's not a face.
That face.
That's a face. That is just a spot that is on the back of this Wheatie.
How funny. You know, our
like
mind,
Jesus in.
That's what one of the first things our mind tries to convince us of is a face.
Oh, no, that's a face. I've looked at this thing for over and over, and I'm telling you, it looks like Michael Jackson in Thriller. I got MJ on my effing coin. But I thought that was cool. I've never seen a toning spot that looked so much like a creepy ghost face.
Well, at least you got something in there, Giants, Greg. Says he has his Trump coins in him.
Hoovie, I think, sent hers out to Red to get them turned into rings or bells, one of the two. I can't remember. Or just poured into a copper bar. I can't remember. So the
Uh-oh.
girl who introduced me, into Star Notes, which started my collecting last year. I had missed her birthday this year, so I went and saw her on my birthday, which was Sunday. But I gave her my first silver round, which happened to be, where are you, camera anymore? One of these.
Oh, cool.
And then every time I go to the called a coin shop, the first thing I walk in and see is something Superman related that I either just got rid of and need again, or the first time I went to an LCS and saw anything, I picked up this from him, and it was the only one he had.
Yeah, it's really cool.
And then I give away my Superman round the night before, and I show up, and she's like, "Oh yeah, I just bought a tube of these. Set them down yet? Do you want one? I'll give them to you for a discount. It's your birthday." Hell yes, thank you.
And Durbin has a message for you. I put it up on the screen.
That's not a bomb. I don't have the water pip. You know why? I'll show you. Because of that thing right there.
That's great.
He's addicted to playing tug of war, and I thought it was smart to get him a giant rope with knots in it. He's given himself 3 black eyes, shattered one window, broken countless glasses. I thought he was gonna hit a TV up the other day. I've seen him leg swipe people with that damn rope. He shakes that thing hard. It's hilarious.
Time for a Nerf rope.
Yeah. He just tore apart his monkey. Kind of hurt my feelings. He's had that thing for like 6 or 9 months, and it had stuffing in it for 9 months.
Wow.
What?
Craig says that.
Well, I can't get that.
Judge Judy.
I'm telling you, the more it's there, the more you're like, yeah, that's a face. There's no way that's not a face. And it's creepy. It even has a neck. It's creepy. I like it. So I was talking to the girl at the LCS today, and she said that she can't sell Dan Carr rounds to save her life.
Well,
So
darn.
if anybody who doesn't live in Colorado is in search of some Dan Carr rounds, I got you all day. We're talking pores. I can go get you his hobo nickel, where he does the safari dude with the scruffy beard on the nickel. She's got one.
Get me some prices. I'm interested.
Absolutely. It blows my mind because I see them at the pawn shops, and I get them for pawn shop premium prices on a generic silver round. So we're talking 22 to at most $30 for things like this.
Yeah, some of the ones I'm interested in is the 64 Kennedy or Franklin.
Some of those, yeah, because I'm on the hunt for the 64 Franklin, the 22 Morgan or 23 Morgan he did. God, that one's cool.
Yeah, it's 22.
And 22. I didn't know about that one until recently, which is why I think that one's so genuinely cool.
Yeah, anything like that I'd be interested in. Or the Kennedy that he did.
The broken.
Yeah, and I forget
I
what
was noticed.
the date play
I
is.
was heard
Cool.
I was heard called as the broken Kennedy or something. That's just what I always heard people call it. But I know what you're speaking of.
Yeah, he's done
And
some cool stuff. I love the
I
stuff.
know that
Michael.
the little gold quarter ounce and 10th ounce gold Indians that he remade. I do know that I can get some of those either only. I know I can get some slabbed because he had like a bunch, but I might be able to get some that aren't slabbed as well. But he had where he remade the old 1910 Gold Indians, but he changed the reverse.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm not sure I'd be interested in that just because of the price.
It's true. They're like $270.
That's on a reel. How much is it?
He had one of them for $270. I don't know which
Okay.
weight
Yeah,
it was.
a little more than I want to spend on those. You could see any gold I get, I sell because I'm not interested in gold. I sold all my gold for buying couple rolls.
I agree with you. The only real gold I'm truly interested in that I feel that is even in the realm of possibilities is the $10 Gold Indian, just because that is my favorite design on a coin. That Indian himself, the one who's a younger male with a really tall headdress, is my favorite obverse of an old coin.
Morning, JC.
Besides the crazy California and Colorado gold coins that look like alien hieroglyphics that Craig's going to show me a plastic one if I keep talking about it anymore. Because he's got one. I know it. But I don't own gold yet, so that's my goal, is to turn my varieties into actual rare key date coinage, finding stuff worth money and then turning that around and getting stuff that is a profitable market to invest. Because I don't care what people say, the longer you hold on to a variety coin, the less expensive that thing's going to be worth, because the more chances of more being found, which do nothing but diminish your value by leaps and bounds. It's like people are hucking fireballs at you every time they find one. So turning and burning varieties, I think, is a great idea, because the longer I hold one, the more scared I am that it's going to be worth hundreds of dollars less if it's that valuable, or tens and $20s of dollars less every year, monthly, according to how PCGS has been doing stuff. But key date coins don't do that. Key date coins go up.
Yeah, and I kick myself because in the 60s, I was going through penny rolls to fill my books, and I remember finding a bunch of 22s that I just didn't know.
Exactly.
So,
I recently talked to a guy who half runs a coin shop, who has the best Indian head collection I've ever seen in my life. We're talking 67 over 67 in MS64 red brown. Has two 77s, 1877s, that is. Great. One's like an MS62. I mean, just
oh my God.
Absurd. I literally, he opened this book and I went speechless. Because
yeah, that's a giant.
The front page was just red, brown, and just variety Indians. 67 over 67, the 94 repunched date, just insane stuff. And then it proceeded to have an entire Indian head book completely full, with the lowest grade I saw was like an AU50 on the lowest coin. And then on the back page, he had this 60 D over D repunched, the 1960 small date over large date in like an MS65 or something. Just absurd grades on these. And what made it more offensive is that he didn't bring in his best stuff, he said, because he didn't want to piss me off that much, because he said he had 2 55 double dies at home that he had found in 55 when they happened. So I couldn't even imagine what grade we're talking about, because he found them in 55.
Wow.
And with what I saw in that book, I actually believe him now.
And there's
I
such an obvious error that one would have stood out like a sore thumb if you found it, or even if you looked at it in your hand or change.
And the amount of MS-60 whatever Indians he had in that little collection of books he had makes me believe that, I genuinely believe he could have had a 55 double die in 64 plus quality based on what I had seen in that man's possession. I'll never go to that shop for Lincoln Cents anymore, though, because he doesn't own the shop. He just basically lives there and goes through all the Lincoln.
I know a couple guys like that.
Even when you go talk to the owner, he's like, "Oh, you got a question about Penny? Talk to this dude. I don't fucking care about pennies anymore."
You see, that's like I get to go to my buddy's house, and his gold collection puts museums to shame.
I see, that's super cool.
He's got coins that there's only 3 and 4 known, and normally he has half of them.
Only because the guy who owns the last one's being a turd.
No, it's crazy, and they're all high grade. And he's got all the California gold sets. He's got all the private bank sets.
Those
U.S. gold.
Those are the coolest coins ever.
Yeah, but then he's got world gold too. He really got into the Mexican stuff. He's got 63, 65, MS-65 grade coins. It's just crazy.
I think I'm gonna jump and grab the Mexican 20-cent piece and the Mexican Trime, or the Cuban Trime, because I see them more often than I see any of the Americans. That's be real here, and I find them in pretty decent grades in some of these like random little auctions, and they're not $300 like I would expect to see a regular 20-center from the United States in one of our auctions.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out how much money he had invested in it. Probably more than 10 million, fairly easy. It's just crazy. And he's the one that I brought my US typeset to that I was so proud of and didn't realize what he had. He just said he had coins.
That's how they get you.
And he looked all through my book and was very polite. And, I had $7,000-8,000 probably, maybe a little more, probably closer to 12. And then the first set he pulled out is worth like hundreds of thousands of dollars. Pretty crazy. Yeah, Craig, I got to see one of them. I forget which one it was you showed.
So I guess my family exaggerated about the coin collection because I talked to my grandpa the other day and he's like, dude, the only thing I got is fucking a bunch of $half and they're clad. So what do you have them for then? What are you doing? What are you doing, old man? He's like, yeah, they're in grocery bags. What are you doing? Get your shit together. So when I was a kid, we had food stamps and fractional currency and Benji. That's like all I remember seeing out of that is those three things. And now you're telling me nay. Like right when I'm old enough to respect it and want them. It's offensive.
Yeah, and that's why I started my grandkids' collections the day they were born.
So he had a little Indian, like original Indian, sold that when I was old enough to ride a motorcycle. Way to go, Bo. Sells his vet and moves to Mexico as soon as I get a license. Way to go, bro.
Yeah, as soon as they were born, I matched their weight in silver. And then every birthday I added to it. But
I like butter too.
My oldest daughter, her last two boys are mooses. These boys are big boys. They're going to be well over 6 feet. And they're already, well, the one, he could throw a regular sized baseball by a year and a half. His hands are so wide. It's crazy. He's a natural baseball player, and he can pitch like you can't believe already. He's almost 4 now, and he's about to start T-ball for the first time. And his dad thinks that they're going to just push him right on through to the upper leagues because
They
he's going to be
probably
on
can.
T-ball.
My little nephew just turned like,
And he's been the catcher for his brother for the last year and a half, 2 years.
so my little nephew, I think he just turned 17. He's in junior college with a full scholarship to baseball right now because my aunt and uncle kept him in baseball. They kept him going.
Yeah, that's great.
Only reason I'm showing this is because I just watched a video of yours where you were talking about the milked toning on some of these that you just enjoy. You're the only person I've ever heard say they enjoy it. And I was like, I got the milkiest Kennedy ever. And this is the one that has that double dialburst.
Now, see, the ones I have are like they poured the milk right over the eagle and it just evenly flowed throughout the entire coin.
I think this is going to turn into a rainbow.
And almost all of them are 71s. But I'm sure if the 71s did it, there's going to be other years that are similar. Somebody told me that's when they started doing a special wash.
Yeah, and the 70s proof set that had the bad glue that turns their effing Lincolns into rainbows. And I'm going to find one. The 70S is my favorite scent. I'm going to find one of those in the wild. I don't care if I have to buy a 40-pack of 70 proof sets. That'll be more beneficial anyway because I'll find so much stuff out of that. I'll be inside for weeks. But is this the beginning of a rainbow bullseye? I mean, is this the beginnings of that toning?
Well, normally the first ring is a color that not white. I haven't ever seen.
Okay, I see. Okay.
But the rim looks like it's a solid color. Is it red or is it orange?
Orange.
Because that could be the start. Because I've seen them do it from the rim.
Yeah, I would say definitely orange, and then it wants to turn into a little blue right when it hits the air loop.
Yeah, and remember I was saying that some of the holders are like 3/8 of an inch thick or a little thicker than an eighth of an or a quarter of an inch.
Yeah, this one was in a
same size. What's the name on that holder?
This one I pulled out of a regular holder. This was in one of the square bodies. Because this is a 70 proof set, so it comes in this one.
Yeah, it's a square 2x2 plastic. That's the one I'm talking about.
But it was, as you can see, I mean, my Kennedy was turning god awful white. My Lincoln has this moon of black growing on it. I didn't appreciate the set it was in. I didn't know where it was broken, but it was broken somewhere. And it was just unleashing havoc onto my proof set. This is a Whitman one. Sorry, I'll answer your question.
Huh.
I like the Whitmans more because you can feel them seal all the way through. And when you use the other ones, which I have many of, because I put all of my proof sets that come in cellos in these. I know people hate me for it, but there's a reason for it. Sorry,
Craig, don't feel bad.
Because
tell everybody their collection is junk.
they look so much better out of it. Craig, trade me for your plastic coins. I love you. I got some cameos. What's up? It's the best I can offer you, Craig. Wait, like this? What is a proof 66 cameo Benji go right now in 54? Because I can say that yes, this is a cameo, and I can say 66 comfortably.
A 66?
Yeah, I can say that with comfortability. That would pull a 66. Gosh,
I'm sorry, what year is it?
54, 1954. Come here, Jared. There's very few that if I'm comfortable with the grade, I'm truly comfortable with that grade.
No, that's
I haven't sent.
The most have been sent in. The population is 1,842.
I'm
$80. Yeah, even the
What is
67
the
is only 175. Normally, the proofs don't really get good money until you get to 67. So that's higher than I thought it would be.
Oh.
So 67 is 175 and 68 is 550. And there is a 69. There's one and it's $3,000. And it's funny because PPGS has only graded one of them, but NGC has almost a half a dozen.
And I've been paying attention to these a bit more. So this is a SMS.
That looks great.
Oh, it's got it's like a sunset tone. It's almost, and it's like a subtle little fiery to it.
See, I think for the SMSs you can get away with that.
And I think these, I think their cameo, not this one actually, the 67, I want to say is cameo because of the differential when you hit anything under the scope. So here's the 67.
Nice. Yeah, Majestic. I haven't heard of that one either.
And
if it's something that you like that much, that means you need to buy it.
Look at that differential. And I can't be playing with light when I'm under the scope because I gotta hold it flat. And that is a definite frosty to not frosty from field to face. Letters, chest, and reverse. I want to say it's just as strong because I put SMS 67 cameo on this like the second I found it.
And see, that's the one problem. Cameos, you really got to have it in hand.
You do. But
it's
what
really
makes
tough.
me happy is this scope in itself. So the 66 that I'm sure would not hit a cameo. If you look and I just look at the color differential, the light to dark, even if I take off all of my light. So I have no light coming from my scope whatsoever. And I only have basically this little Walmart light, which is absolutely amazing. And I just look at the color differential from that. And it's drastic. And then if I go to the 66, it's not.
Yeah.
They're raised, so it's going to have a little bit of something, of course. But my steps are the same color as my fields. It's just it doesn't change the same. It doesn't bring you that.
Morning, Lincoln. My chat was stuck.
And then this way, it's just it screams it to me a little bit more. But those are the this one I actually bought a distressed 67 SMS a long time ago, and I bought it solely because it was damaged over by the Kennedy side, and over by the Lincoln side this thing was just beautiful. But I know I got to start sending stuff in for submissions, because the longer I have it in my possession, the worse they're going to get, just because of who I am. I know this, and there's no reason to fire it. So that's got to happen. But I want to join the ANA anyway. That was a pretty sweet overrun. And from what I heard from Lil Trey, if you join the ANA, they give you an NGC submission, basically. They basically sign you up for NGC.
Huh.
Or something along the lines, or it gets way cheaper to do so, or they give you free submissions to them, something along the lines where it's easier to get in with NGC if you just join the ANA. And joining the ANA, you get invited to auctions that only people who are in the ANA get invited to. I don't even know what's in these auctions, because only people who are in them get And I think a gray sheet's cheaper once you're signed up, or you're automatically signed up for a gray sheet, because it's like $100 and something a year if you sign up for the lifetime or the platinum or whatever it is. But you get a lot of benefits. Free admission to the summer shows. You get a lot of cool stuff throughout the year, plus discounts and BOGOs and coupons. And
Yeah, they've got a lot of different options for doing the gray sheets now.
And there's like 6 levels to the ANA right now. You can do anything from like super beginner or youth to, like, as I said, like platinum, lifetime, gold member, where you get all kinds of sweet stuff and invitations to stuff and like all kinds of sweetness. The ANA is, you don't hear about them ever, but nobody ever talks about the ANA, the America Numismatic Association.
I was a member for a while.
Nobody really talks about it because they don't really have much bad to say. They do exactly what they say they'll do, and
I think it was part of the ANA back in the 80s.
That's awesome, actually. Because I want to start doing the grading tests and see if they scout me.
Yeah, you just want a gold ounce.
Oh, is that what you win now? Oh god, I do.
Yeah, that's what Michael won. Michael Kittle.
I was at the video I won. He won. The guy who won a proof large set. I don't even remember what year. No, it was like
That'd be cool.
It was like a 62 or 63 proof large set was what he won. And I was like, dude, that's hands down the best thing I could have ever expected to win.
Yeah.
You don't see those things ever. You see those in videos on YouTube from Couch. As he's showing you things that you'll never see.
Hey, Silverman, give me a minute. I need to go get something to drink. I'll be right back.
Come on, do what you gotta do, man. No, my chat is still frozen at 2:38 a.m. So I'll hop on YouTube with the other device and see. I got sidetracked already with fucking Ryan Upchurch videos. I'm already ready to press the button. Variety and Errors put out a new video on Franklin key dates and varieties. If you guys haven't seen that, Variety and Errors is the other half of CoinOp. His name's Kyle. Him and Dustin started it back in the days there. but he's all about the money. So if you have currency questions, Variety and Errors is the page. Super knowledgeable dude. Does a lot of 2-cent or $2 bill hunts, and he does a lot of the Federal Reserve errors. So if the stamps are wrong or the watermarks are wrong or off cut, off center, he explains every one of the actual errors that'll bring you any kind of premium. I heard somebody asking about currency earlier.
Really weird. My comments aren't updating.
Yep, yeah, I'm still stuck at 2-3.
Oh, there it goes. Yeah, Craig, my buddy has every Carson City and the other D, De La Vega. Shit, I forget how to say that other one.
The southern one. We're just gonna.
Yeah, the old gold mint.
I was trying to call Cajun. What do you call it?
Yeah, that's what we need. Talladega, something like that. He has every single coin, and they're all in high grades. 62, 63, 64.
Oh, yep. We're gonna mute me while I reach.
All right, I'll check it out. Oh, I've seen that one before. Yeah, that one's really cool.
All right, well, that was useless because that was a very slow updater. I'm just going to use the tablet and do it and mute it because that's the smarter decision.
All right, hold on just a second. I need to find something here.
The comical airtight waterfall every time. Spectacular finished his Mercury Dime album, it looks like. There's another. Oh, no, I watched that grading video. You need to do more years. People don't do near enough a quick snippet of a before, and then when grading comes back, just a little show and tell on it, because I watched those, and I've watched every single one that you can possibly watch that has any kind of educational value at least 100 times, and there is no new ones. The only new ones are from CoinGeek, CoinHelpU, and CoinOp are the only three who have posted anything of value about grading modern sets.
Hey, Majestic, look at the coin I have up on the screen. That's why that other coin caught my eye, because I thought it was so similar to this one.
Well, I have a farting that's gorgeously toned like that. I got lucky, and the LCS had a roll of fartings underneath their commemorative table, and it was a roll of every different date from 1902 to 1954. Missing a few, of course, because there's obviously not enough.
Yeah, I'd show your email Majestic. If I have some rendering going on in the background, and I don't think I'll be able to open those photos right now. But yeah, that's really cool. If it was the right price, I'd buy it.
Have you looked up Time Traveler Coin Exchange yet, Rich?
Time Traveler, what?
Time Traveler's Coin Exchange. He literally does minute to 2 minute videos on MS 63, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 MS grade Lincoln cents, and proof 66, 67, 68, and 69 Lincoln cents. And he has like 2,500 videos out, or just over 2,000 videos of exactly that. Nothing but that. Only Lincoln cents, and only a little snippet grade where he shows you the obverse, the reverse, and they're all PCGS grades. Every single one.
And he's a YouTuber?
Yep.
Okay.
He's actually recently made himself more like into the chats too, because I've been watching him for a while, but I didn't think that he, conversated or hopped around like we do. And then I started seeing him in everybody's stream.
Can you put a link in the private chat?
Indubitably.
Cool. Yeah, I'll definitely check that one out.
And he's actually on the hunt for any proof 68 that you can find. He will buy in a Lincoln cent. He says, yeah, if you have one, I'll buy it. Almost every little video he uploads right now, he ends it with, hey, show me, I'll show you mine if you show me yours, and then I'll buy it. He's like, I don't care what year. If you have a proof 68 Lincoln cent, I'll buy it. Because I think he just sold all of his on the eBay store, because that's what he does. He does this for a living as well. Except I think he is a part of a shop. Copy his link. Yeah, all day, every day. All he does is either buy graded Lincoln cents or sell graded Lincoln cents. He doesn't do much grading of his own.
Morning,
But
Mike.
he just recently bought 50 packs of proof cents. So like 50, 1955 proofs. And they were all cut out of the cellophane, all of them in cellophane squares still. Copy link. All right, now it's going to find you. Here you are. I'm going to type in regular chat real quick, and then you could moderate me. I'll just share it.
Sure.
I saved it to my other device, and I don't want to test coming into StreamYards on 2 devices. That'll just blow up everything.
There you go.
And it'll melt the system down.
Well, go ahead and just type it into chat then, because I'm sure everybody'd like to check that out.
Oh, yeah, I copied the link, and it is now in there. Cool dude, really soft spoken. His videos are really quiet. Cool dude though. I've talked to him a little bit in chats. I'm actually gonna get in touch with either his Facebook or him personally, because when I do start sending my stuff off for grading, he's the reason that I'm really starting to look for the 68 proofs, like in my proof sets, because I have 1,000 of them. It's my favorite thing to go through. I'm starting to really pay attention to the Lincolns, because he's very eager to buy and sell them. And he was talking about the last one he put up for double PCGS value, and it sold in 3 days. He said PCGS had it listed at like $500, so he put it up for $1,000 and it sold.
Wow.
I was like, what? He's like, yeah, I'm out. I don't have any more. This is my last one, and I don't want to sell it. So I'm going to put it up for an outrageous number. And then, like, the next video he shows, he's like, well, somebody bought it.
Yeah,
So
I definitely have some 68 proof pennies.
Oh, yeah. He wants them. He wants all of them. any year. We're talking from 2019 down. He does not discriminate on certain years. If you have a proof 68, he wants it. He makes that very clear. And I know he's got the money to do so, because we're talking, he went out and basically bought out OBW rolls from eBay. He molested over half of all of the listings on eBay one day. Just took them all, every single one. And I know this because of all of his, he started doing live streams of, well, he'll go through like 50 coins, and all of them will be cellophane proof 55s, or what was the last one he did?
So I have them for 68, 69. I know I've got the earlier ones from the silver sets.
I watch his videos almost every day, just because, well, because I don't have 2,000 slabs to look at in hand. His 2,000 little videos of everything totally help train the eye on centering and whatnot, because he's got more than one of the 54S. Like, that's how I knew that some of the ones I had, they're worth it. They're genuinely quality, because I watched 15 or 25 of his videos where they're all graded proof 67 or MS 67 by PCGS, and the one I'm looking at in my hand compares, or it has less counter marks throughout the fields, or it really does help. Created playlist. Proof 68. What was your last one? His last one was his 1963 proof, and this one is horrible looking. Even though he's got a really good camera and he zooms in a little close, so you see the direction of the fibers of the dye, but this one's got scratches all across his breast. Both, see, that's shenanigans. I guarantee you got like 10 better than this one, because I have a few better than this one. And this is the one he put up for $1,000.
Yeah, Majestic, nothing wrong with that.
Oh, hell no. I appreciate this, man. There's a reason I watch his videos all day. He's making a living, and that's my goal. My goal is to either write a book, get my name in listings enough to where I'm not going to go anywhere in the community, even if I go somewhere from the community. I want to be remembered, and not for being a turd. It'd be cool to be the next Snow or Stanton. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that'd be something.
That would be. I mean, that's reaching for stars.
But the problem is you would have already known by now.
I started late, and I know I'm not the only numismatist who has had a strong impact on the variety game who's came in late.
Yeah, and keep in mind, I agree with that, but
Is perfect example.
Their level that know all coins.
Agreed.
The bigger the bigger portion of them. That's a tough thing to do.
And a lot of that is because knowledge is power at this point, and these books that would do nothing but make me tenfold better at everything I do are effing impossible to find, because there's 8 copies and all of them are owned by the 8 famous people who are ahead of me. So I don't have a great, Chuck has one of the best books that anybody could ever want. It's a complete and total guide to dye stages or dye pairings, one of the two. It's one of those books that would just, that would be extraordinarily helpful. and they made something like 32 copies because the guy died, and they stopped printing it, and he's got an autographed copy. Oh God, things like that are what make me jealous these days. Or these books that these guys have, not the coins that they have. It's the books that they have that make me jealous. Because I got the eye. I can find stuff. I'm almost autistic with my similarity findings or anomaly, like noticing the differences in dyes.
It's definitely something. But now, are you talking about your reference books or at the books that they've published?
The reference books. I don't have. There isn't a good snow listing.
Well, keep in mind, you can, if you're part of, I think it's ANA, they have a library you can get books from.
That's why
Megabooks.
That's why I'm joining. That in itself is the reason I'm joining ANA, is for their long-term library.
Yeah, because that's huge to be able to get the books right in hand.
That's
and
a game changer.
Copies.
It's a game changer because there
It's
isn't a
everything.
good place to look. The best place for you to find snow varieties right now is listening to CJ and Ken or watching the 3 videos that CoinOp has. Those are the only quality things I've ever seen with good listings on snow varieties, and they don't list very many so far. The list of ones that I have acknowledged now is still not. It's nothing compared to what's there, and I'm positive of this because I've learned a couple more very recently that I think should have been very publicly known long ago, like the 94 double date or the 1887 repunched Liberty or America, where it's very clearly done. Those things pay out the even when even when the coin's been worn a little bit, or the die stages are on, they're not an A state or B state anymore. We're talking die state C, D, E, and you can still see it. But those listings they're not very promoted by any means, and they're far and few in between. And a little bit of that is knowledge is power, and we all like to cherry pick. There's reasons Kittle doesn't. There's reasons Kittle has a good dictionary of gold coin varieties, and I don't think he's ever indulged one of them. But he's made it clear it's because he still likes to go to shows and cherry pick for his income too, yo. Can't tell you everything. And Robert's the same way. He's got a few that stick with just him because, well, you got to make yourself a little birthday present once in a while. And if you have knowledge that brings you a couple grand every few months that is unknown to society, fucking go for the gusto, milk it for a while. I would.
Oh, sorry, Lincoln. I was going to answer you, and I ended up going and getting something. Only went through them a little bit. I'm holding on to them for a bit until I've got more time with my grandkids. So when I do stuff like that, I try to wait until I have all my grandkids together so they can all sit down and go through them. But looking forward to it. Got some really nice stamps from Lincoln.
That's awesome.
You did good, JC, on that Buffalo if you paid only $1,000.
Oh, wow. I gotta start looking at this chat. We're talking about very expensive variety painting. I like it.
Yeah, 18/7D Buffalo, VG10.
Wow. I picked up one of the actual, hey, my grandparent died and I cleaned out the attic. Here's some coins and currency and shit. So I put it in I broke the rules and put in a bid like the day he listed it. I'm surprised. A week later, I ended up winning, which I didn't expect. Is I did the math on what face value I could immediately go sell the very first page of what he had listed, and the first page had an 1878 Morgan, 1977 Liberty Lobby silver ounce, red 2, and 4 silver certificates, and I bid for $43 because I can guarantee you $43 out of just that. But then there was also 148 Wheaties, 15 Buffalo nickels, 5V nickels. Like it had a bunch of this extra stuff that was cool. But I think there is an incredibly worn 1920 that even though it's incredibly worn, it looks like the O is doubled. And that's the only clear number you can see out of the date. And it's still...
Hey, John.
Hey, buddy. Sorry, I ramble.
Yeah, yeah, no problem.
Oh, it didn't hurt my feelings.
I just tried to say hi to them when they come in.
Oh, you're good. Yeah. I was like, yeah, cut me off wherever. It didn't really hurt my feelings.
Yeah,
I ended up playing I had 3 1920s out of those 15 Buffaloes, and only one of them looks.
Can you see your screen?
Yeah.
Nice vibe, Majestic. Cool.
That is cool. The LCS that I went to today, where I don't really like the owner, has a bunch of the Stone Mountain half dollars and 2 centers. And I think he undergrades the 2 centers and his half dimes. And I say that based on my new sweet book and my old sweet book and countless hours of looking at stuff. But if you guys haven't seen this sweet little piece of reading,
cool.
It's a decent one. It's got every coin, every grade circulated to mint state, and the first 20 to 30 pages is very quality informational reading on why they do things, how they do things, the process on them, magnifiers, loops, lighting, terminology, concept of split grades. Like just decent informational read. The making of proof coins, grading proof coins, official grading terminology of proof coins. Really important stuff. And then once you pass that, you get decent color, full grade, and they do a little picture for every state. So they loop mint state into one picture, and then they do the AU, the fine, the very fine, the good.
It's
So when
kind
you're
of
picking
like
up
the ANA books.
Yep.
And, color.
This is actually the ANA, but it's the official ANA grading standards in color now.
Nice. Yeah, I've got a few ANAs.
Yeah, this is the new 7th edition. I just recently started seeing it. I'd say November is when November or December, but they're only $15 right now. So
Cool.
Worth it purchase. Just for the reading involved in the beginning, it's worth having this for a day or two.
Yeah, no, those have always been really good reads.
And then they give you, just like all of the good books, they give you a reference for other books to read. They have an entire page dedicated to other books to read. Hey, if you enjoyed any of this, you should read these 15 other ones. Because I got lucky in Mr. CJ. So if anybody needs a book, Mr. CJ sent me this one when I first started, and it's kind of like what I showed you, but not in color.
Yeah, I've got
But
that one too.
I actually did like this book. It's got a lot of good reading in the front as well. But the ones that aren't in color, they give you more pinpointed direction on what exactly they hit immediately. It's like this one has a little bit more photo info. And I agree with CoinGeek. He did a little segment on this where he thinks that this book is more informational than the other book I just showed you, because the black and white and penciled in, they actually do pencil in the arrows and they give you a little bit extra on everything. So he said that this one helped him on grading more than the photos in color because of these little tiny things right here. And I can say I agree. It did.
Cool.
It helped me. So if anybody needs this, let me know. I gladly continue on the free spirit of helping the community, because yeah, I got what I needed out of that book. I upgraded to the other book, and now that one can go help somebody else.
Cool. Hey, if any of you guys want to hop in, come on in.
And Trey and Dr. G got me on these proof coins for the early 60s, early 50s, I should say.
Yeah, the silver proofs, I probably have 100 or so from, well, I only have a couple of the early years from 52 up, but from like 56 or 7, I have, well, 57 to 64, I have over 100 proof sets.
That's awesome. I don't like my 64 set. That one that I got hit with a stock photo and didn't know it. But it wasn't bad enough for me to do the return and deal with that battle. So for me needing the 64 set anyway, it was all right. It was worth what I paid. I was just hoping for an accented hair, because that's what the stock photo was.
Right.
I was like, oh, this is very clear, because it was a stock photo of the front and back. It had the right FG. It had the right missing serif on the eye. Had the W in the hair. It was beautiful. It was very clear. And I got it to my house, and I was like, oh, well, this was not what I was looking at. But we got lucky. And we got the large date and small date 60 proof sets. I thought that was a cool score.
Yeah, the best part about that 100 proof sets is they're all cherry picked.
It's true, but you're not a variety cherry picker. So what you've done is you cherry picked
the cleanest proof sets I could find.
You've cherry picked a grouping of high quality mint sets and proof sets that I would die to go through, because you have done nothing but weed out the garbage that would do nothing but affect grading. And all that's left is okay money that is potentially high grade money. That is my goal. That's what I do all day, Rich. That's my favorite thing in the world, is to go through these proof sets. And the amount of stuff I found that isn't listed is quite a bit. A lot of it I would even say is too small to attribute. But they're double dial versus on proof coins, on Ikes, on Canada, on all kinds of stuff. At a certain point, I do think they are worth listing, being that they are proof sets and they only struck like 3,000 coins per die pairing at most, and that's crazy small for how many they normally punch damn die. They're pumping out 900,000 or some outrageous number on mint strikes or business strike, but proof coins, they do hit it harder, and they make it count, so they can only blow through a few. So the amount that the variety can hold is already a better URS.
Hey, John.
What's going on, my friend? Long time no see.
The Jeeping Man.
John, hey buddy.
So, Rich Cali, I've missed you, my friend.
Yeah.
That's like I caught you the other day. I saw you on stream. I was like, oh my god, I haven't seen you. I was like, I heard you not been feeling good again.
Yeah, I was, you were on the stream earlier, well, yesterday, and I was going to jump on there, and I was coughing so much, and by the time I finally calmed down with the coughing, you had jumped off. It's like, darn it, just missed them.
Yeah, man, dude, I miss you, bro. I miss your knowledge.
Thank you, appreciate you.
Good guy, man. I just woke up.
Yeah, someday I'll have to pull out my four-wheeling stuff and show you some videos of some grade 5 wheeling.
I've been blessed this year, man. Of all the foreign stuff, the Irish currency that people just sent me.
Oh, I saw some of it because you were showing it on that stream I was talking about.
Yeah.
Those graded notes. Oh my gosh, that 65 is gorgeous.
Big Flip, man. He is freaking a monster, dude. Beautiful heart, man. He's such a great guy.
Yeah, it'll make a great tattoo.
Yep. I haven't got a tattoo in. I think my last tattoo I got was in celebration of my divorce with my first wife. My second tattoo was in celebration of my vasectomy.
Oh, you definitely save them for the better things in life.
What tattoo did you get? I'm curious of what the celebration tattoo was for the vasectomy.
All not work, man. I have everything I've done. I keep hidden, so my tattoos are all on my back, and so now I can't even enjoy them. So
I keep the ones I carry on my chest.
Yeah, but because I always try to keep a professional appearance, believe it or not. When I worked at the hospital and surgery, I didn't want to wake up, somebody wake up and I have freaking tats all over me and, crazy stuff and piercings. And so, I just always, and the bad thing is I used to do tattoos and I had a lot of friends that are tattoo artists. I could have got stuff done for free.
Yeah.
Come on, dog. Yeah, you're getting your feet wiped.
It's actually, it's a lot more accepted these days, but prior, it was a big deal. People did have problems hiring people for, especially health care.
Yeah, I just don't care no more.
Healthcare used to be big with tattoo and looking down. I remember that in dentistry.
I always enjoyed all the tattoo shows that were on television and stuff, and Showtime and those. And I had a few buddies that did it that I always went to their shops and got in there and appreciated art.
Yeah.
How much did you send in for your bulk submission, Jude? And what did that cost you?
Huh?
How many did you send in for your bulk submission, and what did that cost you?
I won't know. Bulk submission is a little different than normal grading, but it's going to probably cost me around a little over 900.
Chuck always said it was about $1,000, so that's what I expect. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it all depends on what grade you're going for and percentage wise. I know what I'm going to get because. Go ahead.
So what I've learned or guessed really from what I've heard is that you send in, when you do a bulk, you say, hey, I only want you to slab the 67s. Don't fuck with anything else.
Yeah.
In more words.
Yeah, I did a minimum. Well, it's a percentage game too. Of you know, when you do the bulk submissions, like it's a certain percentage. If you get at least 60% of what you want, you don't have to pay as much for the ones that didn't get graded. But if there's more ones under what the grade you're asking for, you have to pay more. It's kind of weird, but it gets you them higher grades though. So what I did was I took some crappy ones and put it in there with my good ones. So because the highest grades I've been getting is 66.
Yeah, 67's got to be pretty flawless for the newer coins. I mean,
Dude, I've put some in and that's scoped, and I have no idea why I can't get above a 66. No damage. I mean, these things are like, you can understand my pool that I'm pulling from is over, you know, fucking thousands.
Right.
It's not like I'm just pulling whatever I get out of a row and spinning it. No.
The 67.
What you got to keep in mind is, of course, luster is not that big a deal on these because they've got tons of luster. But the strike detail, full strike, eye appeal, all
I
that
know.
is a huge
I've been learning.
part. Yeah.
I've been learning. Trust me, and I have, especially on it for a circulated coin, but still not to get 160. Oops, sorry.
What?
I'm lagging.
How many exist?
Not many. Not many.
The hard part is you can
Do you know
only
about the scam? They
high grades
undergraded
and have 'em.
Mercury drivers.
I'm sorry, what?
Silverman, your volumes
Well,
or
they
your
were-
audio is low.
Sorry, I was reading the back. There's also the theory that PCGS undergraded Mercury dims for like 10 years because they expected some to come out in better quality. And then when they realized that it just didn't happen, they started giving them the grades they deserved on the ones that they had submitted from that point on.
Well, did you see that Merc
So,
Diamond
like,
just sold
early submitted Merc Diamond?
22,000?
Yeah.
Oh, I did not. But yeah, the early Merc Dimes that were graded in the right when PCGS started got shit grades compared to the ones now because they either expected to find ones better or something. But I don't remember. It was a trusted source. I heard that. That's all I remember.
Well,
I think they could be doing that now.
Hey,
The
Rich,
domes. Go ahead.
I don't know if you know this, but I went a little ape crap on a BU row of pennies.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I spent it was a row of 55S unopened. I think I spent $110, $115 for them.
Huh.
Just to own them, or
for mine, because I was trying to do a 55 typeset, and I had everything but two of the pennies. So I was searching pretty hard, and yeah, one of them was pretty costly.
Well, I bought a whole row, and hopefully, if I have one in there, I can pay for the whole row. But we'll see.
And I
That's
think
crazy.
that the most I've spent is about $260. But I was able to look through the roll, and
Yeah, well,
it was worth a lot more.
well, hopefully, I get lucky because I've never. That's the most I've spent on some cents ever.
Well,
Yeah.
if it ends up a bust, let me know what you got, and at least you'll be able to make back some of that.
Yeah. Well, Robert Lawson said he'd help me go through them because I don't know much about the errors and varieties on them.
Yeah, and see, I'm not that great at the errors. I'm just good at the grades, the higher grades.
I might have a little talk with Chuck Daltrey too.
There you go. He's extremely knowledgeable. It's amazing watching him.
Yeah.
I have to get some of these 2019 Ds because there is a DDO on the 2019 D, and I have a few examples of it. It looks just like the 2019. It's just doubled the same way. It's not just the ear, but it's really prominent on the T and Y in Liberty and the G, O, and D in God.
Well, I got some BU 64 halves, and one of them I started going through, and one of them has awesome machine doubling. You know, it wasn't, you know, double, but the machine, the die doubling, oh my God. It's cool. I was like the first one I've ever found like that. So, and it's like really off. It's insane. I can't wait.
I've got machine doubling that goes all the way around the letters, almost on all the words on one side.
Mine's everything.
Yeah,
There's a quadruple.
I've quite a few of those.
But it's like it was in a BU row.
Yep.
So this thing is absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, that's all I go through. Well, that's not true. I do have my older wheat that I go through for my early dates, my 1909s to about 1925. But
Rich, I got I bought a bag of 5,000 Wheaties.
There you go.
And let me tell you, I was like so stressed about it. I was like, I ain't got time for this. Buddy of mine's local trapper man. He's new into the coin community.
There's a face. I love that face.
Oh.
It's too early. Go for it.
Yeah, they're busy dogs.
No, come on, no.
Is your dog deaf by chance?
Mine? No.
Yeah.
Try. She plays it.
He is completely 100% deaf. I only ask because the white.
So
80% of dogs, 80% of dogs that are born with all white, it's a sign of deafness.
I just want to apologize to everybody in chat. I can't see it. Let me try to do. Go ahead. You had dinner with you, gentlemen. That's it. I'm sorry. Full push. What's going on? Good morning. Let me try to catch up on chat right here.
Oh, full push didn't catch you there.
Yeah, I can't wait to.
So how far have you gotten into that bag of wheats yet?
So, you know, I'm doing quarters, and I've been on this massive hunt all year, last year. So, I had tons of boxes of quarters to go through, and I just didn't have time. So I went through, did mornings. I do like my morning coffee, coins, and chit chat. I would just go grab a handful out of it, and man, I did about 3-4 handfuls. I'm like, okay, I'm done. I ain't got time for this. I got boxes and boxes of quarters I have to get through. So Trapper Man is new to the community, and he's a friend, and he lives locally, so he loves the scents. I was like, look, dude, I'm ready for coffee. So I brought the whole bag with him. I was like, look, set it on the coffee table and riddle Starbucks, a big freaking money bag. It's like, here you go, buddy. Let you go through them, man. Just separate them by year. And what we're going to do is once you separate them by year, because I have from 1909 all the way up, I have every year in there.
That's great. Because normally you don't.
I know. Then that's what I was worried about. But the guy told me, and guess I only paid $125 for the bag.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
Yeah.
It's really good.
So this dude buys bulk estate sales and all that stuff, and he just dumps them. So he don't know what he has in the bag. So he's going to give him. He just finished up with them. He's already separated them by years. So we're going to actually start going by a year now and start looking for the varieties and stuff like that.
Yeah.
All of it. So that's going to be
medium size, like 2x2 or 2x4 Ziplocs, and then I'll use little ones and do the ones that have mint marks and put in little ones and put in those bags. So the year will be the fillies in that bag, but the little bags that are in it are marked DNS for the mint marks.
So
that way we put them all together.
Well, I actually, what I'm planning, I'm about to do order a bunch of penny tubes in a couple of the boxes. Where you can separate the tubes in the boxes. They're all squared up, so you can fit a tube in each one. And I'm actually going to do it by mint mark and year, and start filling them up. What my goal is to buy a bunch of penny books and fill them up, and what I can anyway. I ain't gonna put 1909 SVDVs in there, of course, and use those as giveaways also on my stream.
Oh, cool.
Hey, well, trying mainly new collectors and stuff like that. You know what I mean? I've been trying to help out a lot of more people now than I was at the very beginning. So it's been really fun.
I think I've handed out.
That's called
I think I've
becoming
handed out
aware
50
that
Indian
you're a
heads this-
hoarder.
I hit my 1K mark finally, which is freaking exciting. I'm really excited about that. So
Congrats.
that was really cool. But yeah, dude, I've missed you. Because with your knowledge, man, I would love to have you come up on panel sometime and talk about or show off some of what you have. Especially with, because I know you know a lot about foreign currency too. I'm going to be going through, I have boxes of foreign currency, the coins. Sorry, not currency. But, and I'm going to do in the mornings, talk about certain coins, like just what I pull out, and we'll talk about it, where they're from, years, and what they're made of, and that kind of general information and stuff like that, and actually give it away to the viewers. That way, they at least have knowledge of the coin that they're getting, not just on, oh, it's a foreign coin. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And although I have some really great, because I was showing my foreigns earlier on this stream, and most of them are, higher mint state. And they're from, the 30s, 40s and up. But I always go to Al, oldies and goodies, man. That guy knows his stuff.
Yeah, I just had his playlist playing on last night on his Around the World stuff.
Yeah, when you guys said that, I did a test when I did my stream. I had 20 tabs open with people's playlists going. And I started my stream and checked my CPU usage, and I was at like 23%.
Dude, I need a new computer so freaking bad. Oh my God. It's bad. Even when I open another tab, when I'm streaming, like to do a will or something else or show somebody something else, I lag so bad.
Well, email me. My email is therichcali21@aol.com.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me how much you want to spend. And, I can figure out if it'd be worth, building one for you or finding something that's pre-made. There's some really good places out there that'll do custom builds.
I know, Hidden Amerisis, right?
No.
He's on YouTube. He's on a lot of the coin shows and everything. He actually builds computers. He's right up in Indianapolis, actually. But I hear he's built computers for people on here, and he's only like an hour away or something.
Oh,
like
cool.
that. So once I get to that point, I have so much money invested in my West Point sets that I just got to recoup right now.
Well, see, the computers are kind of expensive to build because Intel was getting so crazy with their processors, the brain for your computer.
Yeah.
But now AMD, the ones that I loved so much years ago because they were so much better than Intel, are back in the race and just put Intel to shame. And they sell their stuff for half the price.
Yeah.
So that's the way you want to go. If
like the i7, i8.
Yeah, those aren't what you want because they're being undersold by 50% by the AMD processors. You get more cores, you get better speeds.
Yeah, this one was talking about the cores. Is more cores, you have more lines out, and that really helps for your video processing.
Yeah, a lot of it is your graphics card.
Oh,
so,
I always use gaming graphic cards.
Yeah, the laptops don't do very good because most of them don't have a graphics card. There are a few. but
Yeah.
they're the better gaming ones.
Like Alienware and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and the reason why I do so good with my stuff and having so many tabs open, because I can have 40 tabs open and edit a video and be on YouTube, and I mean I can do, and even have a game running in the back if I want. But that's because I have so much RAM. I have 256 gigs of RAM and 20 cores, dual processors, Xeons. So that's why I do so good. But mine cost, actually costed me about $400 in grading coins, but it cost $10,000 for receipt. And it's almost 7 years old. It's almost time to build a new one.
Really?
Yep.
Dude, mine don't even have a quad in it. Nothing. The one I'm used to run.
Yeah, and see,
That's it.
for the streaming that you do and stuff, it doesn't require that much power. If you want to run a whole bunch of tabs open and stuff, you add just a little more RAM, get a little better graphics card.
Yeah. But yeah, mine's really, really old. I'm actually happy with what I have been able to do now. But, I run multiple cameras and I can't even do that. I run 2 cameras, a scope, and I wanted to add another camera. And no, can't do it.
Now, do you have a tower?
Yeah.
A lot of times you can add cards into them that'll give you more, because you're short USB ports.
I have the USB ports. The problem with my USB ports, this thing's so old, they're going out.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's bad. I'm actually good to be able to stream right now.
On mine, I have 28 USB ports.
Oh my God, that sounds beautiful.
Yeah. Tons of my backup storage plugged into them. I have 100 terabytes of backup storage.
You got a beast.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Does it have
fun.
its own room? What do you feed it?
Yeah, you should let me know how much you're willing to spend and get together with that other guy and make sure that because I've built probably 30 or 40 computers in my lifetime for friends and family and myself. So
Really?
I've done tons, and it doesn't mean that he's not capable, but sometimes how old is this guy and how long has he been building them?
Oh, hidden?
Yeah, the guy who you said is building.
Oh, that's all he does. That's what he does.
Oh, okay. All right, then that's different.
Career.
Jeep and John, don't ask Rich about my collection. He is not happy with my collection status right now. Craig Durbin.
All those Ziploc bags. It's like,
That was funny this morning. Now that I know that you're here, I got to change my videos.
But I have a lot going on with, different ideals to run on the coins. I finally finished my sets and everything like that. I'm trying to get those going. It took all year to get done. Jeez, that was a nightmare. And it's turned into a longer nightmare.
Hey, Craig.
Here's an example. This does not make Rich smile at all.
There's his Morgans.
Those are Morgans?
Yeah.
You see that, guys? He's already got it packaged up for me.
Oh, they do say Jeep and John on them.
Yep. You know my address, 6911 Village Green Boulevard.
It gets worse.
I want to hear that.
Oh, man.
That'll make him cry.
It gets worse. No,
Oh, yeah, his gold piece.
no, I want to hear right now, Craig.
That's Purdy right there. I don't care who you are.
No, the gold's one that can deal with that.
I mean, I ain't been on in like a month and a half. He comes out punching me right stick. Just low
Is that
blow
where
me
you
just
been at?
right out the gate.
Yeah, because there's been a lot of people looking for you, Super.
I've been really. I was legit unaware.
Ooh. Well, you know, I have my 1884 Carson City.
Rich doesn't like these
I
bags.
don't have any Carson.
GSA Horde. You
Yeah,
don't like those bags? Why would you put? Look at that.
I wouldn't have Carson Cities in them, I tell you that.
Look at that. Is that an AR over in the
I
corner?
did.
No, that's a broomstick.
We're not gonna talk about it.
Okay. I think my I'm gonna get me a Tavor.
Rich is not a fan of my storage.
I don't
I'm
think
not
anybody
either.
is.
It's brutal, man. Okay, guys, we're going to do a charity auction for Craig.
Like a
Darby.
mid-level there.
We've tried. There's tons of people that have offered him to give him the flips to do it or go over there and help him.
You know what we need to do? You know those slabs that I've made? You can get them for them. The homemade
heard-
slabs like I've done. That would be awesome.
Cool.
So, because I'm assuming, Rich, you've seen my sets that I put together.
Yep.
This stuff kind of makes him cringe.
Is it over? Oh,
It's like your Scooby Doo, man.
Craig, you the man, dude. Hey, go ahead and rub your finger across that. That'll make him cry.
Okay.
Look at that. It's so
Yeah,
pretty.
and Craig, can you show that one again and show the reverse?
in every bag.
Show that one again.
Yeah, that seated Liberty. I want to see that shield. That shield looks odd. The reverse.
Oh, the war chicken. Can you see the shield?
Yeah.
I'm looking for the other one. There we go.
Good God, man. What are you doing?
Is that the coin that is similar to what Majestic bought at the auction?
Let me see the other side.
That's your number. I gotta get a scope.
Well, I'm a noob.
Yeah, because it has a dragon that's got its wings completely spread across the entire back of the coin. I can't tell on that one.
That's a cat bust. That's my 1812 cat bust. I got an 1825 somewhere in
Hey,
this.
speaking of that, there's Hidden right there. Hidden's the one that does the computers, Rich.
Oh, I'll be darned. I wasn't aware of that.
There you go.
Morning, Hidden.
His ears tingled.
Yep, it's like the Joe Dermot Bell. You say computer and he shows up.
It really is. I'm so surprised right now considering Rich didn't know who he was. Oh, who, me?
Mike Badger, correct. Oh my God, it's brutal to watch.
It gets better.
Yeah.
No, it don't.
No,
It does.
You got people walking around their houses right now because they can't sit still. They're so
Hidden, we'll have to get you up here one time and talk computers.
Here, we'll do the white background.
Yes, Hidden is Jeep and John. Oh, that's pretty.
spitting his audible.
Oh, except for that fingerprint. Oh, that's clean, dude. That's nice. You got a nice collection, dude. Jeez.
It gets worse.
I like how you have backwards coke nail on your pointer finger so you can hold coins without touching them.
His volume sucks.
My volume does?
No.
No, mine.
Super Silverman.
Abro. Abro. Jeez.
It gets worse.
Okay, man. We're gonna look. We got to get him some storage devices.
It gets worse. He just means the coins he's showing get more expensive in the same storage facility.
Yeah, or just let me send you the stuff I throw away. 'Cause that
Oh,
is better
jeez.
than what you're doing.
Where are we at here? There you go.
Mike, I got your back, bro.
Yeah, and he's got a friend in the corner. Don't forget.
Don't worry. I knew you were going to pull it. Hey, ain't nothing you could do when I throw in the flashbangs.
Yeah.
I knew.
Yeah,
That's why I said, don't ask Rich about my collection. It'll
I
make
got
him
a police shield.
I think you'd let everybody cringe.
On a positive note,
Oh, you have a positive?
I do have a positive.
Yeah, he's got his Trump coins in airtights.
I do have my Trump in an airtight.
Oh my god, that's awesome. That's nice condition, bro. I love my saddle one I got, dude, from Saddle Placa. Oh,
That's not a saddle.
no, I'm just saying that the one I have is one of my favorite ones I got. I got a good deal on it, I think, too. That is freaking gorgeous, dude.
Black Eagle.
That's a small bill funny back.
Yep.
It gets worse.
Oh, jeez. Okay. 9:15. I'm gonna have to start my stream up soon. This is getting to be too much for me to handle.
Yeah, and somebody had called that one a saddle horse blanket, and it's actually called a horse blanket.
Well, horse blanket, yeah. I can't ever remember what it was.
Yeah, you were close.
I just thought it was really cool, and I only paid like $35 for mine, and it's like beautiful condition.
Yeah, it was. You showed a few that were really high grade.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that, and actually, the scents that you sent me, I'm thinking about sending it to on my next submission. Because I got another Air West Point that I want to send in.
Did I put a grade on them?
Victory. No, you didn't.
Keep in mind,
Oh,
they're
that's cool.
probably not above 66.
I don't have any graded scents, I don't think. So
Oh, that's nice.
he's got some nice. Jeez, Craig. It's
I've
the
got
Durban. Yeah, hey, I know how he's got all this. He's a Durban. They got their own mints, man.
I keep telling Silverman this comes right out of the printer.
Yeah, that's right. This is all the same collection. They just take turns with it to show it off.
Exactly.
Nice.
The Durban mint.
Yeah, I think I counted 330 notes in my U.S. note collection.
That one's hard to see.
Let me catch up on chat. Link in my buddy. Dude, Hidden, he needs more than currency sleeves. Trust me. See, there he is. He's building a computer. Yeah, Mike, Badger, I got smoke grenades, flashbangs, even got a little grenadeage. We'll when he finally comes to, we'll put some sleeping gas in there too. By the time he comes through, he'll have like binders in front of him, everything in flips and sleeves. He was like,
I can actually do better than that. One of my neighbors is a zoo vet. He's got a big trank gun.
Really? Wow. Wow, Craig. I didn't know you had that kind of collection. That's freaking awesome.
Just a little.
It gets worse.
Always.
Man.
Did you see what Hidden said? Oops, I'm not on. How funny. I wasn't on StreamYard.
You know what's bad is it's not really even half of it.
For only a few cents a month, you can help somebody in need.
I try once in a while.
Stop the abuse of the coinage and currency. With your small donations of flips, sleeve pages, binders, we can help these individuals in their future endeavors. Get them on the right track.
Oh, Superman fell out.
He needs to get back up here. And that dude need to talk.
So yeah, if you store your coins like this, Rich is probably going to want to reach into the computer and slap you. That's just my speculation. Take that for whatever it's worth. Oh, wait, I almost forgot something that was important.
So,
Check this guy out right here.
Oh. So, Rich,
Yeah.
have you read any of the articles about
And there's this other guy right here.
Oh, that's cool.
Check out Bradley.
Sorry, Jeepy John, I didn't hear what you said.
Sorry. Wipe the dog's feet. Have you seen anything about the where they're trying to take the sin away? They're going to start trying to alleviate, get rid of them. The penny.
No, I know they talked about it a couple of years ago, but I didn't hear they were talking about it again.
They're talking about 2021 or 22 that they're going to start phasing them out. And I think they were going to do like a buyback program or something weird.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, I know, but
They could do that right alongside the, broomstick I got in the corner over there. Try to do a buyback on that one.
Well, yeah, exactly. I know what you're talking about there, but no, it's one of those things that I forgot where it was at because I think me and Dodger 455 were talking about it. Basically, it's just like they do the Ikes. They just once it comes in, they just hold it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like oh, you got to bring all your pennies in and just cash them in. No, it's not going to be like that. It's like any currency. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's going to allow people to start melting them too.
Mm-hmm. And that's a lot of people do that, especially preppers and everything like that. They just all the copper pennies.
Yep.
But I'm going to pry mine out of the bank box. This is where I'm going to put mine back in the bank box. I've got a 1 foot by 1 foot by 2 foot bank box.
I have to go to my safety deposit box. I got a lot of stuff I got to start putting in there.
They're hard to find the bigger boxes like that.
Well, the one I got's free, so with my account. So I don't have that much, so I'm pretty lucky, I guess.
Sure to do
I
them.
had 4,000 West Point quarters. Doesn't have that much.
No, I put those in my safe, my gun safe, because I mean that's kind of a future investment. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, nobody's going to walk out of your house with that safe.
No, I got it bolted to the floor and everything.
You need it
And the cool thing about it is it's got power inside of it, so I can actually hook up an external hard drive and stuff and store all my memory and stuff like that in it.
Yeah.
You got it hooked up so if anybody touches it, they get the shit shot.
But I know, I started picking up gold coins and things like that myself. So, I just got so much crap on my desk and stacked up in there that I was like, it's to that point, just like when I had started buying all my guns again. It's like, I got a lot of stuff laying around the house. I got to start putting some stuff up because, my Scar 17, I got a lot of money invested in that one gun with my optics and everything else that I've done to it and everything like that. I got freaking $8,000-9,000 invested in that one gun.
Adds up
It
fast.
don't take long to have accessories that add up to that.
Yeah. I mean, just my scope attachments was like $400 just for my scope.
Yeah, that's the way the iron sights are on my
scope.
broomstick over there. The iron sights, flip up sights are not
Well,
cheap.
I have the way mine's. I have the long distance. I have the mid range. I have, I got stuff like my KSG shotgun, and then my side piece. And of course, if you get to your side piece, you're pretty much screwed anyway. But I'm telling you what, it's going to be fun because I got let's see here. I got incendiary rounds for my 45. They're tracer incendiary rounds.
Nice.
You're gonna blow up, buddy. Catch on fire. I don't know what happened to him.
Yeah, I've got some nice 22 rounds that are, hollow point titanium tipped.
Those would be great for my FN 57. So I got the FN 57, and you got that with the extenders. So that's 30 rounds per magazine in that handgun.
Yeah, my best friend said, you can catch jail time just for having those shells, and I said, you got to catch me with them first.
Step 1: admit you have a problem, GP John. Step 2: send your goals. Hey, Hidden. You were close, bro. You came in second on my 1K giveaway. You almost got a gold coin from me, dude. And actually, if you do a shout out video for John RMS by tomorrow night, midnight, and you email me the link to that, you have a chance to win a gold coin too.
Yeah, John's at 925 as of this morning. So
Guys, 75 people away. That is not much, man. If we get him there and y'all do some shout out videos for him, everybody who does a shout out video for him, I'm putting them in for a drawing. I'm gonna put you guys on a wheel. I'm gonna spin it. Whoever gets it gets a gold piece.
The other guy that we need to get to 1K is Brian's World Mechanic.
He ain't there already? Oh, he's gonna get there with freaking full push. Or not full push, I'm sorry, but and full push needs to get there too, but metals, redneck metals.
Yeah, I think Brian is at 7 something right now. He should be at 1K as much as he does to help people in the community.
Yes, and Johnny Ray.
Yeah, Johnny Ray's another one. Johnny Ray.
He's next on my hit list. We definitely want to get him because I'm telling you what he's done for channels, and he came out of nowhere. For me, I just did like, what? Huh? When he started doing videos for me, shout out videos, and I didn't even know about it. I'm like, what? It's like, yeah, go check it out. He's like, when he did the 1K push for me, he's like, well, if John hits it by midnight, New Year's Eve, I'll give a gold coin because he was going to match me. I was like, what? Oh my God, what? He ended up sending me a gold coin when I didn't get it. He sent me a gold coin, and it had a 4-leaf clover on it. And he told me this is for good luck, buddy. You know, I was like, oh my God, dude, that was like, it's like, what the hell? I was at work because I grabbed the bell on my way to work. I'm in the parking lot. I'm opening the package. I'm like, what the hell is this? And I was like, Johnny Ray. I'm like, cool. I opened it up, and I was like, no, he didn't. Shut the front door.
Yeah, shut the front door. Another guy that needs that 1K push is Phil.
Phil?
Phil.
Yeah. Yeah, Phil, you been watching his little videos he's been doing?
I saw the one where he showed he just got out of surgery.
Yeah. I mean, that thing was bad, dude. He needed it.
Yeah, it's got to be so tough to be on a ranch like that and have to keep working.
He's been in dire pain, almost pass out kind of pain for, about 3 months now?
Yeah. Phil's got a huge heart. He really does.
He's a great guy.
Yeah, but that's some extra packages I got to do. I got with our Secret Santa thing. We got there's a couple people who didn't really follow through on their end, so I got special packages going out to a few people to make up for their Secret Santa.
Well, we pushed pretty hard on that deal.
So I tell you what, I ain't gonna lie, I scarfed up. The wood burnings that I got, I freaking love them, man.
Yeah, that's another guy that needs a little bit of inspiration. That's Terry. He's going through a time right now. So, well,
I'm going to be taking some pictures of the wood burning, and because I belong to a lot of Jeep clubs, and he emailed me. He's like, "Say, hey, man, we'll split it 50-50 on my sales." I'm like, dude, I don't want your money. I was like, it's called friends, man. It's what you do for each other. You know,
he was wanting to do those woodworking pieces for $25 a piece. And I said, dude, you're going to be homeless in less than a month. You got to pay yourself something. You can't do that shit for what it costs you in materials.
Well, I told him, well, you know, we get a lot of bourbon barrel lids here and bourbon stabs and everything here in Kentucky, but I can get them like dirt cheap. And I was like, especially a lot of Jeep clubs that I'm like local here, man, you do like their name or their Jeep on there with an image of their Jeep or something like that would burn. Jeep people have money. You see the accessories on Jeep? Trust me.
Yeah, I know. About as bad as the Super Duty crowd. If you've ever seen a Super Duty truck, it's plain Jane. You know that guy's a tight ass.
So we've got people asking about Phil. Was it a planned surgery? It was, right?
Yeah. And he's been holding off on it for a couple years. So I mean, it's something just really got to the point where he couldn't wait any longer.
Yeah, this is one surgery. He's got to have multiple because he's got a lot of different issues going on.
Right. He's got a lot more going on.
He's got, what, 5 surgeries this year alone?
Yeah, he's got a lot. Yep. Yeah, a 1970 proof set. Yeah, I hear you, Majestic. I actually have like I've been giving them away, dude, because I got a bunch. Yep, full push. He's a Kentucky boy. We've actually got a lot of people, man, that's been coming around. Budget Bullion Stacker. He's new to the channel and stuff like that. He's in Owensboro. He's right down the road from me. There's a lot of people. Trapper Man, he lives in the same county. So I meet up with him quite a bit, and I give him I've been helping him build his collection. So I've been like, I gave him some first week discoveries and stuff like that, West Points and everything like that. He's a veteran. He's a freaking sweetheart, you know. So I try to go above and a little beyond on some people, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Alden Davis is less than an hour away from Seven Wonders.
Yeah.
They're less than an hour away from each other.
Devin bought both my sets.
Seven's a good dude.
Yeah. I was like, what? Yeah, he bought my big set and my small set. He's like, I saw him on stream the other day. He's like, he absolutely loves them. Because like I said, I pulled out the cream of the crop to do these sets for everybody. Like I said, I'm looking at it, each coin is at least a 65.
Yeah, we've seen Alden Davis in the last couple of days. I mean, he's around.
Well, you know, Alden's had to go to the hospital.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he got rushed to the hospital, dude. He got his appendix ruptured.
Oh, crap.
Yeah, he's in the hospital. Now, of course, it ruptured, so now he's going to be fighting infection and all that stuff, too. But, yeah, and it's not good because, you know, the older you are, the worse it is, of course.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, I didn't know. Yeah, a lot of people didn't know, but yeah, he got rushed off to the hospital. He's in hospital still.
Oh man, I gotta put some prayers up for him.
Well, I can't wait till he gets back because he's missing the auctions, and so that way he ain't gonna run up my prices on my BU rolls I want to buy. I'll give him crap when he gets back to Chicken Man. But yeah, Alden Davis is a really good dude, man. I tell you what, if you ever feel bad, go watch that video where he gets that wood burning. Oh my God, his laugh. It's hilarious. I thought he was going to have a heart attack during that video.
Get him and Hector and Popzilla together.
Yeah.
Conversation that could go on for days.
Yeah. So I got up there. I get on the. I've been on a panel with him, Robert Lawson, Flo, Joel Durbin, and of course Alden is on his stream and stuff like that. Man, it's really cool. It's some good. Man, I tell you what, there's just so many good people in this community. It's not even funny.
There are a lot of great people.
Then you got your bad apples. That's why I need to talk to Silverman.
I'm a bad apple.
Yeah. Well, that's, I don't want to put his business out there, but it's not good.
Yeah, let's not do that. Let's not go there.
And the bad thing about it is too, with the freaking YouTube situation going on right now with the kids and everything like that, which sucks. So I actually got to go back through all my videos. I got to get on my desktop to do it because it'd be a lot easier. But I got to change all my freaking videos to only adults only, 18 and plus or whatever.
I think you can go in and do them all at one time. And the way that you do it is it's not intended for kids. It's not that you have to make them adults only. You just have to make
not intended for kids. That's what
It's not a problem with having kids watching, but what they're trying to do is they're trying to weed out the videos that are targeting kids on marketing strategy. So, I mean, it's a lot more about pedophilia and stuff like that they've had trouble with in the past.
Yeah.
And the government saying, you need to clamp down on that. That's been a problem. And, my feeling on pedophilia is that there's only one solution.
Yeah, the broomstick in the corner.
No, put them in the ground. I mean, you can't cure it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Your stick you have over in the corner.
Yeah, it must not be the same stick we were thinking.
Nope.
I'm thinking more like a rope in the courtyard, but that's just my opinion.
A hay baler.
You know, there's a reason they used to do that, and it was pretty effective on crime deterrent.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Done.
And there's no excuse for any of that. You know, and people can have all the weird deviancies and fetishes they want, but leave children out of it. You know, there's no need.
Leave my feet alone.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. I was like, no.
Clinton S., how you doing, brother?
Speaking of Clinton, there's another guy right there. It's pretty good. I got his freaking his records in that he did. Fucking gorgeous. So one of them is going to be a giveaway item.
Yeah, I saw those. They looked wonderful. I like the one that you picked to keep. That great colors.
Yeah, because he got colors of my Jeep and stuff in it. So I was like, oh yeah. I'm gonna put my my 2 wood burnings, and I'll have that one sitting in the middle of those 2, which would be awesome.
Yeah, he's talented.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Craig. What you did for Dallas, man. He loves that set. Oh, I'm sorry. CCO.
So you said, that Hidden Pneumatis was the one that built the computers?
Yep.
But he says he doesn't build computers.
Thought he said he did.
Must mix it up with somebody else. There's so many Hiddens and Pneumatists. I was trying to talk computers with him. I wondered why he wasn't responding to me very well. So I thought I'd better ask if he built computers, and he said nope. Sorry to keep bugging you, Hidden. I was misled.
No, he does. Well, he even put on there, he got computer components coming in and stuff.
Right. He did say computer part. I wonder why he won't talk computers with me. That's strange. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Don't
Yeah,
help.
it's really hard because of the shine on those or things are absolutely freaking amazing.
There's not too many people on the coin channels that are into building computers, so it's nice to have somebody to chat with.
Well, there's not many people in the coin community also who freaking sword fight.
Yeah.
All right. I gotta go fire up my my computer's already going. What am I saying? I've been running people's playlist all night.
Lincoln says that Alden called last night and we get to go home today.
Oh, that's good news.
Yeah. Thank you, Lincoln.
Welcome to the pit. Dun dun dun. Do here it blind me. Woo! Woo! Hidden. Here's your bar.
Cool.
And speaking of the 1970 set, bam, there's one for you. Then you got this. You got some 40%ers, I believe, in there. This is going to Michael Kittle. He got that. You got that. You got that. And he's got some stuff in here, too.
So Michael Kittle won it back? Is that how he got it back?
Yeah.
That's funny.
But somebody got this set right here,
Oh, that's cool.
and that one too.
Nice.
So yeah,
Yeah, Michael Kittle's another one of those guys in the community that probably doesn't get near enough credit.
No, he's starting to get there, but he should be way above me.
All
He
right,
started at about the same time I did.
their playlists are complete. Bam! I took care of 2 people's playlists last night.
Sweet.
Uncle Al was one of them, and Nick
Uncle Al
Malone
used to be there too.
was another.
Uncle Al's one of them guys that knows everything there is to know about foreign currency.
Who?
And foreign coin.
Uncle Al,
Yeah. That's the video I was playing last night. Was his around the world, or the traveling or whatever.
Yeah, I did the 300 video one.
What about that one guy that died of daughter? Who's that?
Boom, boom, boom. Opening up the computer. It's been running all night. Poor thing.
Uh-oh. Mike Badger's calling you out.
Oh yeah. I'm the one who got her into it.
Oh,
she's
cool.
She's already been to a fighter practice. She's already fought a couple times practicing. One of the girls down there, ladies, Maris, is helping her put armor together, make her own set. Mm-hmm.
Nice.
She absolutely loves it.
I actually, my sister was friends with a world champion Olympics fencer.
Fencer?
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that see these events, like I say, it goes from the Renaissance era back. We actually have big battles that are just fencing.
Yeah. That's
We have
cool.
events and everything. Of course, we have jousting. I mean, you name it, we got it. It's freaking awesome.
Yeah, I thought that, I was 4 or 5 years older than her and was very athletic and into martial arts. And I did swords, but never anything like fencing. And she brought all the gear, and oh man, I didn't have a chance with her. I never struck the gal once.
that's one thing about battling with a woman. They're pretty nimble. They can move around and they're pretty quick.
Yeah. She trained all her life.
Hey, Rich, man, it's a pleasure seeing you. I'm going to jump off here because I got to get my stream going here in a minute. I got some messages already coming in this morning I got to answer. But, man, it's good seeing you again, bro.
Yeah, I'm glad to be back, and thanks for jumping on.
And, I'm glad to have you back around, man. I missed you. Actually, I was thinking about you the other day when I saw you in the chat. I was like, man, I need to email him, see what's up, what's going on, how you been, how's the family. I know there's been a lot going on with the power outages, the fires, and everything else. I mean, you've been sick, and I just like letting you know that, dude, miss you. we care.
I appreciate it. A lot of good people here. It's nice.
Yeah.
I'm going to mount it to you, Rich. Thanks for having me up, even though my friend scared the daylight out of you.
All right. Have a good stream.
All right. I'll talk to you guys later.
We'll see you.
Later, man.
Well, we still got 11 people, but nice catching up with a few people. Clinton, nice to see you on here. Yeah, the ones you did for John are awesome. You really do a great job, Clinton. Got a good eye for color. I've seen quite a few of your pieces, and they're all awesome. Very well done. Now, it's almost 7 o'clock. My grandson's coming late today. Otherwise, I would have had to get off about 45 minutes ago. So I'm going to let everybody go. Appreciate it. Lincoln, thanks for hopping on. Could have used you earlier, man. We had a major troll. Came back about 30 times. So, oh, okay. Well, I got a minute to talk computers. I got a build video on mine. I did it about 6 or 7 years ago, but it's still a screaming computer. The neat thing is I sold about 500. Well, I spent about $500 to get some of my high-grade pennies graded, and sold them for a little over 10 grand, and bought myself 2 10-core Xeon processors, the Asus Z10 PE D16 workstation board. I have 256 gigs of RAM. I run 2 1080 Ti Asus Strix graphics cards. It's a lot of fun. I've got tons of well, I run I can't remember what that's called. Those little hard drives, because they were brand new when I did this system. But now everybody has 2 and 3 spots for them now on their motherboards, which is cool. But yeah, I spent that whole 10 grand on parts to build my workstation. I do video editing, all family stuff, videos, and I edit photos. I have a photo collection of my family that goes back to the 1860s. It's pretty fun. I've done so many photos and stuff. I've got a 13 by 19 printer, real high end. Does 8 shades of gray. Have a real special scanner for doing my glass negatives and some of my older negatives, and had a lot of fun doing it. Don't get to tell too many people that actually understand what I have, other than going, wow, that's a lot of RAM. But yeah, and it's 7 years old, and it's done. I mean, it runs almost every day. I normally don't shut it off for like week or so at a time, unless I'm doing a lot of rendering. And it's been a fun computer, but I'm anxious to build a new one with some AMD products. So be fun to do a 32 core system. Oh no, I build all my computers. I've built all my family's computers and my kids. How long have you been building computers? Oh, all right. See you later. All right, guys. Wanted to take a second to talk computers. So appreciate everybody coming on here. You guys have a great day, and start looking for me. I'll try to start streaming again. I'm starting to feel better. My cough is creeping up a little bit from talking so much, but on my way to mending. So talk to you guys soon. See you later. Have a great day. Take it easy, JC. He was rude.